Should be live on everything, because I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch, Twitch being my primary platform. I mostly just stream to YouTube for purposes of backing up the VOD. I've debated recently about taking my existing channel and on YouTube. I haven't decided which way I'd go with it. Either one, I'd take the existing channel on YouTube and I'd make it the live channel, and then make a separate channel for edited videos, which the only problem with that is basically starting that channel over. Or the other way around, which is I would turn the existing channel into where I have my edited videos, and then turn around and make a new live channel. Because it is just one of those things with YouTube that having different formats of content on the same channel has historically punished you, which I'm definitely getting that problem. And I haven't decided how I want to navigate that. And it's something I've debated for probably a year and a half now. And it's the thing. You want to stream on YouTube and here? We are already doing that. And we've been doing that since basically last TwitchCon when they gave us the thumbs up to do that. Alright, so where we left off, we have been expanding our factory. This run, unlike the first one, we are using the dimensional depots everywhere. Like, everywhere we're using those things. Every time I have a new good I produce, it's going in a dimensional depot so that I never have to worry about it. We did get ourselves set up with the steel production last time, the modular frames. We do have the materials you are required to set up. The dimensional storage are now as automated as I can be at this phase. I won't be able to like properly automate them till way later in the game, like phase 4, I think. But in the interim, I can just, whenever I need a new dimensional storage, I just go to the crafting bench and just handcraft it. The things I need to work on now is I need to get copper sheet starting to be fully automated. Now, one of the things we're also doing different this run compared to our last run, I've actually got copper sheet over there. Or copper, I mean. That'll make copper sheet. So one of the things I'm doing differently this run than the last run is I'm not snaking conveyor belts anywhere. Like, within the factory, use conveyor belts because it's physically required. But when it comes to from remote locations, I'm not snaking any of that back and forth. Hey, Caterium. That's fine. So instead what we're doing is we're using dimensional storage, and then I'm transporting stuff. Right now I have just one truck going back and forth. But I will probably need to set up more trucks, and I will most likely need to, when able, get the train online. So the plan immediately for here is before I get in... Oh, there's a Mercer Sphere nearby. Are you close? Because this particular run, we have been using the Mercer Spheres aggressively. So the question is, are you a cave? Okay. Looking like cave. Yeah, so I was trying to figure out if it was a cave or it was up top. Let's see, would be neat if you made a train lines for multiple train branches feeding your base. Well, that's kind of what we're thinking, is that, instead of like last time where I just... Like, I had a train or two. Oh. Like, I had a train or two. Instead of using the trains, like, or sorry, instead of using conveyor belts to carry everything, leaning more on stuff like the trains and all that. Alright.
Our instruments echo in the deep. Do they not plug the shallow threads?
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
You sing.
Noted.
Okay, now back to what I was doing before I realized we had that right there. So for this location, I just want to quickly clear up some of this stuff. Because right now, literally the only power source I have is biofuel. We do have our steel production online. I just didn't take the time to get the coal set up yet. I'm definitely going to need to do that. But for the time being, that's not the immediate priority. I'm just trying to continue to expand our production lines. The things I know I still need to set up production lines for is copper sheet, which is what we're working on right now. Is I'm going to exploit that copper node, and it's going to only ever work on copper sheet. I need to set up motors. I will need to set up... What was the other one? There was another one. It's not the stators. The stators is a requirement for motors, so I'm just going to make it part of motor production. There's another one that I'm blanking on. Oh, and the industrial encased steel. We can get all that going. But yeah, so I'm just cleaning up a bunch of the greens around where I'm going to be working because I'm highly dependent on biomass. And this is a way to get a whole bunch. So that'll be good news for my purposes as well. Gives me fuel. Lets me, build out the base. I had to worry about losing access to a bunch of resources I could potentially be exploiting for more fuel and all that. The other things I need to be working on is once I've got the copper sheet all set up and we start working on getting some of these other things, I also want to get the quartz online, and I want to get the Caterium online, because we've begun researching those, but we don't have any production set up yet. Because the one problem you had is you kind of broke your enjoyment, was that the game lets you build rails the train wasn't able to move on. But do you know if they fix this? I haven't run into that problem. The one problem I have run into is if your train stations aren't set up right, then it just won't work, even if the things are attached. I personally haven't run into any issues like that. Trains need power. Lots of power. Yeah, no, we'll definitely get that set up. But with the way I'm planning on setting things up over time, we should be able to work on that. Because I'm also going to try and get the priority switches on this one, so that I can get away with my power grid maybe not being the most sound. And we got both manual and automated switches. Okay. I think that should be plenty good for right now. Alright, so before anything else can happen here, we need production. We put the Mark II drill on here. I'll want to upgrade those anywhere we've got them. Oh, right. We've been putting everything on platforms. That way I can run the conveyor belts, make them all nice and all that. Turn it this way. And there's going to be no more copper for a while. But, like, so one thing I want to do is be far more aggressive about using lots of batteries. Oh, we've got power right over here. Because the batteries are incredibly useful if you take the time. Alright, that's all hooked up. They're a bit more flattened in release. The train has a bit more oomph. But you had power, I was just able to build rails where the steep the train game lets you. Oh yeah, no, that's, I did learn with, like, the trains that I was pretty restrictive on where I could build them. I found taking the time to build foundations and then using the foundations as a mean to control, like, the train pathing and all that was really good. Using the 2-meter ramp when I wanted the train to go up or down. And then using, sorry, I'm just trying to get all set up. And then using, for example, the... using the 2-meter ramp when we want to go up, and then using, like, flat train when we didn't want to go up was what I was doing. Okay, so this should be fine height. So I can go here. And so we're not doing like we did on the last one, where, you know, I'd have these giant monolithic towers for each resource. Instead, what I'm doing is each time I need a new resource, I'm going to where I can get at that the resources I need for that production line. And we are making just, you know, just like the one material on that area. So like this one, I'll probably have, you know, the copper smelters in one spot, and they'll have a line right behind it for the copper sheet, a dimensional storage, and then we'll call it a day there. And then what more than likely happen later on is as I need that production material in something else, I'll likely just connect that up. So honestly, I can expand in any direction here, so there isn't a clear that this is the side that the material should come up. So I'm just going to bring it up over here. Where are you lined up? Okay. So just bring this up to the second floor and not put a lot of thought into it. It's fine. Oh, I see. We can fix that easy enough. Yeah, so that'll be the side of this. And now I can go to our production smelters. And give ourselves a bit of space. Because if there's anything you ever learn in these automation games, whatever amount of space you think you need, just assume you need like 4 times that amount of space. It's one of those things that, assuming you need way more space than you ever need, will never be a negative for you. But underestimating will always be bad. Because the worst case is if you've used too much space, or sorry, if you gave yourself too much space, you just have a bunch of open areas you gotta, you know, ship stuff across. Not that big a deal. But the worst thing that can happen if you assume you needed less space is suddenly you've got a bunch of different things smashed together, and now you just gotta figure out how on earth you're gonna navigate doing anything meaningful with them. Alright, so we can go here to organize, large storage. Put you there. Grab you. Get the merger. All right. Okay, so we can start all of these producing. So let's get our power run up here. And so this will be our main trunk, just like we've been doing on the other ones. Where basically I have a main trunk that's just for branching the power to different areas. And then off of the main trunk, I will put off little branch outs that I can then toss down to wherever I need them. Alright, copper ingots. I also need to do the sulfur and all that. Okay, so we've got the first setup going here. That's going to keep producing. And part of the reason I'm going back and forth on what I'm doing is we do have our dimensional storages going on. So, as you'll see, like, I'll put down a bunch of the iron plates and they'll start depleting. And then what I'll do from the iron plates there is I'll turn around and switch to the next thing. So let's go here to production, constructors. And we can go ahead and give it a little space there. Slap you in here. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need for now. I'm going to say 3. Probably overkill in the short term, nowhere near enough in the long term. That's fine. I'm also going to try and take advantage of the blueprints a bit more this time. That's kind of a way of approaching a lot of the stuff in this run, is I'm looking at a lot of the technology that I feel like I didn't leverage very much in the early game, or like at all in the last run, and going, okay, well, let's just do this entire run a little bit differently about what I'm utilizing to try and keep things a bit more interesting and just see how different the game plays out if I just approach things on an entirely different manner. Alright, and meanwhile we did get some copper ingots in there, so let's get those out of the way. You need to be set to copper sheet. And give in power. So grab our main trunk here, move that up. I'll put it on this side. Okay, and then finally we could go ahead and just slam down a dimensional storage right there. And now we've got copper sheet in our dimensional storage. So that gets copper sheet online. What I'm going to want to do is run over here to try and grab everything. Oh, and before I forget, thank you so much for Sniper Spice for the 6 stream streak, and thank you JD Walker. I keep combining names, and that's not how that works. Jay Walker for the 20 stream streak. Catch the last 20 streams, not miss a single one, so that means a whole heck of a lot. I do know a few people lost stream streaks recently. It's still a beta thing, it's bugged. I actually did get the opportunity to talk to some of the people responsible for doing the development of the stream streaks and all that, which was interesting. The long and short of it is right now stream streaks aren't available on all channels. That is going to change, but likely we're not going to see major changes to stream streaks in the near term. They do want to make improvements to it. That's weird that that's just a pit with nothing in it. They do want to make things. It's just between like layoffs and everything else, it's not the highest priority thing to be worked on. So it'll continue to be a little buggy, a little dodgy. There's not much to be said about it. It is what it is, unfortunately. But they're far more focused on stuff like they're going to let us start streaming both in vertical and horizontal soon enough with the enhanced streaming thing, which will be really cool. So all of you watching on mobile devices, you're going to be able, if you want, to get a layout better suited for the standard screen orientation. You can also still just watch it exactly the way you have been watching. But you know, the whole thing. Yeah, the stream streaks is always a mixed thing where it can be kind of upsetting, but at the same time you're like, but how much does it really matter? Alright, so we got the Caterium. Okay, so let's grab those, because we're getting pretty close to being finished with the expanded power infrastructure. It gets me the really big power poles. And I think this is when we get the better batteries. Is that enough? I think so. I think I have 2 more than I need, actually. That's fine. Alright. Oh yeah, and there's our little truck. And our little truck is just grabbing the steel beams and bringing those back to the main base. It's really not doing anything with it, it's just dumping into a box right now. But the intention is what I will do with that is I'm going to have it drop those steel beams in there. I have it dropping in a depot that's right next to some limestone, and that's where we're going to make our industrial beams. And so temporarily that truck is going to be what handles the conveying back and forth of stuff. Because I didn't use the trucks at all last time, so now I've got them adapted. And so stuff like that in trains is how I'm intending to deal with the moving materials between locations this run. Alright, so copper sheets are on this grid, so that's good. I'm not sure if I want to focus on trying to get the motors or the quartz or whatever. I feel like the quartz, getting that all set up, probably is the more important thing.
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
Okay. So let's see what I need to do with all that. So this is the wood box, so drop more wood in it. This is the leaves box, drop more leaves into it. Get a handful of other boxes, so that's for spitters. That's the hives. That's the hogs. That'd be a spider. We'll get smart splitters on all of that to work on it. Yeah, no, we were using a buffer with the power storage the last time. Did I? Okay, so we've got that. We've got this. Let's check the MAM to see what I can unlock next with some of these. So with quartz, I don't care about the shattery bar. So I can start pursuing the inflated dimensional pocket, which is just silica. We can do that with the quartz. The Caterium, I just need a bunch of ingots, and then we'll be able to unlock producing wire. I need to just get that set up. Nothing to do with the mycelium right now. Sulfur, it's going to be a matter of making gunpowder more than anything. Well, actually, no. So sulfur, we can get the experimental power, which is the geothermal. I feel like I want to go out of my way to mess with geothermal this time, since I don't think we even set up geothermal at any point during the last one. We can drop you off. We've already got the stators and all that in the system, so that's fine. Okay. Caterium is the geothermal track? Oh, I thought it was, experimental power. I know Caterium is an important thing. Let's double check that. So Caterium. I keep wanting to scroll that. Gotcha. And what was the experimental power? Oh, right, the fuels, which I didn't do much in that one either. All right, so let's start working on figuring out quartz, Caterium, and that kind of stuff. Sulfur and whatnot. We'll leave the motors and all that for later. Alright, so I got Caterium way over there. It's at least a pure node. Alright, well, very clearly that's where we're going. Is that the one I'm looking for? No. That's the one we're going for. Okay. When you make Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. Meanwhile, so I do have the power storage. So, what I think I'm going to do is after our current thing, I want to get research online. Or not research. I want to get the blueprints online and put those to use. Because what I'm kind of thinking is literally making it so, like, when I put down the big poles, making kind of a structured thing where it'll be however many, like, 4 battery banks on the base of the large pole, then the large pole itself. So it'll make running the poles way more costly, but then I'm just gonna keep getting more and more batteries. Alright, and there's a Caterium. Somewhere over here. There you are. So it's not that far. It might be up on that ridge. Where's your meats? There's your meats. There we go. Yeah, I think it's up top there. Okay. But how's everyone's Saturday going? Everyone having a good middle of the weekend and all that? Alright, so I don't have my explosives yet, so I can't go through there. Very clearly this thing is up top, so I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get up here real quick. Realistically, I'm probably building a ramp up and down. Yeah, it's up here. I don't see a definite ramp area. That's fine. We get a platform built up here, and this will just be where we do our Caterium stuff. And this will be eventually one of those ones that's going to need a train or a truck or whatever's appropriate. Okay. And I'm just cleaning up where this is going to ramp down here real quick. Another thing we can also do is later on when we go start building in areas, we got like this rock over here to my left. I believe if you hit those with the Noblesque explosives, the Noblesque explosive will clear the rocks. Alright, so now I can go here. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, no, we'll want to keep it that ramp. And we just go up here and kill these real fast. Let's see, hey, Rual. I need you to talk me down. I'm finally getting things into phase 3, and I'm gonna be sick. My mind is in pain. Oh, you'll be fine. So, phase 3. Is phase 3 when oil gets involved, right? Was that... Yeah, phase 3 was oil, right? That is, like, the major headache of that one. Yeah. It's one of those things that looks way worse on paper than it really is. If you're trying to math it out, don't math it out. Just if you're shorting something, just jam another one of those suckers in there. Can I get a shout out for So Everdream, by the way? Another fantastic creator. Got to hang out with them at TwitchCon. Got to go like the San Diego Zoo and a whole bunch of good stuff. Definitely a fantastic content creator you should absolutely be checking out, especially if you like Satisfactory, because they're also playing it. But yeah, no, it's the big things I learned with oil. Head lift is something you should not forget about. Head lift will absolutely screw you. And that's just how much you raise the pipes. Making fluids go uphill, you need pumps. And they're not a big deal, but just like making sure your pumps are facing the right way and yada yada yada. Because the first time I played this, that was one of those ones that, like, you know, can I get away with this? It's only a couple meters up. And like trying to feel out what you can and can't get away with is a whole art. But otherwise, honestly, a lot of oil is there's just the 3 different materials you can get out of oil so far as end products, and you can choose to have different things be your main product, and the byproduct of all those becomes a thing for the others. So it's one of those things in the servers you're like, oh my god, there's so many recipes. But then you realize, like, oh wait, this just means if I'm making petroleum, I have a side product that I can then make my plastic and rubber. It's just determining which one you want to be your focus. So that's good. It is a lot of running pipes, though. It is a lot of running pipes all over the place. That is something it is. Alright, so we've got this set up. And I'm going to do power, our big power platform. I need to be using my multiple bars, and I just haven't been. Yeah, no, aluminum was a tricky one to set up. Aluminum, I don't have a jet... Oh, I have the parachute. That's fine. I was like, I don't have a jetpack. Wait a second. I didn't think this through. Yeah, no, aluminum was pretty rough to set up. That one got pretty involved. Nuclear also gets pretty involved, too. But I feel like a lot of them are kind of on that same play that happens with the oil, where you've got kind of an input that creates an output, and then that output you have to then use for a different process. And the good news is most of those aren't too bad. It's you set up the first part of it and go, okay, this is working. All right, now I've got this side effect. What do I do with my side effect? But yeah, no, it's one of those things that looks way worse when you first look at it versus when you're actually working on it. Like, and then once you set it up, you'll be like, oh, I need more plastic. You just jam in the next thing and you're good. But then initial setup, there's definitely... B pulled you away the second you saw the message? Oh no, you're all good. I was basically saying that when you're dealing with the oil and all that, it's one of those things that looks way worse than it really is. Like when you're first looking at it going, oh my god, there's like 10 recipes that just unlocked. What is all of this? But then you realize it's just this product creates that like this product creates this and a secondary, and that secondary you use to make the other things, and you're just choosing the primary production and the secondary productions. And otherwise you can just kind of go, oh yeah, I don't have a zip line yet. Oh well, we made the ramp, it's fine. It looks worse than it is. Aluminum is legitimately a bit of a booger. Aluminum is definitely one of those ones where you sat there and went, wait, what? Has he been trying to make multiple lines of the spaceship parts? Or is that going to be hard? You feel like with oil, it's just so much of the spaceship parts. All of it is a matter of scaling up, so like the complexity doesn't get worse, you just get more of it. I don't remember having problems. Okay. Let's see here. So, let's get the Caterium online. Is this game time-driven, or can you go as long as you want to figure out? You can take all the time in the world. There is the only limitation you have is on your personal time. The game will be like, gah, you didn't get it done in 10 days. It's real shame. There's nothing like that. There's also no, like, you will deplete this resource, therefore your run is bricked. There is only, like, 2 or 3 resources that are actually limited in the game. And they have hard limits, but they're not stuff you expend. You use them to improve the efficiency of certain things, and you can just yank them out and move them if you want to. So you have all the time in the world to do what you gotta do. Okay, so let's see. I just want to get a little bit higher than the drill. Yeah, it should be good. Alright, Lardine, you have a good one. Yeah, stream streaks are what they are, unfortunately. Okay, so you go 2 more tiles this way. It's gonna be just one because, yeah, it'll be just the one so I don't conflict with that. Alright, and we're going here. So this one's going to be a little tricky, and the reason why I put this on this side versus the side the ramp is I'm going to want to try and put a truck depot. Let's actually change where I've got that positioned, so I have a little bit more room for a truck depot. So I'm going to still put down the tier 2, but I'm going to turn it facing... Let's face it that way. Because then this will be our outside, you know, outside wall or whatever you want to go. So I can bring the belt up here and move it all along here. Alright, so same thing we've been doing with all these. Smelters first. In this particular case, actually, we'll put them right here against the edge. No. That's okay. We can go here. Okay. So that's all hooked up. We can drop a pole there, connect it there, and move it up. You'll now accept answers if you have one. Yeah, so what I was going to say is, when it comes to scaling that stuff up, and this is a thing that comes through, like, the whole game, is, like, once you get that initial setup of, like, oil or whatever the thing is you're dealing with in the moment, the good news about a lot of that is it ends up being... It's one of those things that can seem daunting because of how much you're doing of it, but you'll start getting to the point where you'll figure out, like, the pattern or whatever. They need X, Y, and Z, and you'll just keep bolting stuff on. If you take the time to do the math, like sit there and like really figure everything out, it can actually be really a struggle because the math is going to change so often. I don't usually bother with the math, saving for very specific things that are a bit more limiting. Usually the way I've been approaching it is, okay, I'm a little low on raw oil. Where can I get more raw oil? Alright, jam it into the pipe. Okay, I'm a little bit low on this. Okay, where can I get that? Jam it into the pipe. That's kind of been the way I've been approaching most of it. Which, I'm sure make the people who really like to optimize cringe. But, you know, their suffering is delicious. And their salty tears fuel my passion for gaming. Wait, what? But yeah, it is one of those things that's honestly not as bad. It is one, like, for me, what was the one I put off? I think it was aluminum. Aluminum was the one there was one of the tiers that I knew I needed to scale something up, and I kept putting it off because it was too complicated. Like, it was one of those things when I finally sat down and worked on it, it was fine. But there was definitely the whole, I see that this is a big problem that's going to take a lot of work, and I just don't wanna. You see? That's sort of what you've been doing. As you need something, I'll add another line. You just straight up gave up trying to make things pretty this evening. Simply can't anymore. Oh yeah, no, that's, you saw the way my base ended up. At the beginning, like, at the very beginning, it was disorganized because I didn't have any of the things I needed to make it organized. But there was definitely a point where it's like, I just want to get to the next step. And letting things take a very fast downhill that the nightmare basement came to happen. And then way later on, the roof followed suit. That was when, like, TwitchCon was coming up, and I'm like, oh man, if I don't get this done, like, soon, it's not getting done at all. Okay, we can put that there. You're about through the roof on this disaster and move to the other side of the planet? Well, one... Why are you lined up that way? You're not at all right. Okay. One thing that could definitely help with a lot of that... There we go. Is when you need to scale something up, if you're just really unhappy with the layout you've got, leave the layout you've got intact, working, doing whatever it's doing, and then just go to another spot and be like, alright, now I'm setting this up here, and work on whatever it is in the new location. Do I not have Quickwire? Oh, you know what? I don't have Quickwire researched. Right, I needed the Caterium ingots. That's fine. We're, like, actively working on that problem right now. I was just sitting there, I was like, where's the thing? That's the advice we given? Yeah, no, because one of the things you'll get yourself in trouble to a lot in these games is you'll be unhappy with some setup, and you're like, oh, I've got the better belts now. I want to make this with the better belts. And you'll start tearing down your stuff that's already working, and your whole base will grind to a halt because that one material you need is no longer being produced at all because you've torn it apart. I've made that mistake. I don't want to say how many times in Factorio. So, and there are exceptions where there's just not enough of the resource to relocate it, kind of thing. So like stuff like uranium can be a little bit tricky because there's not a lot of nodes for it. But generally speaking, most stuff you can be like, all right, I don't like the way my screw production is. What am I going to use to make my screws? Let me go way over here, and I'm going to build a place dedicated to screw production. And then once you get that all lined, you then just ship your screws back to wherever they're needed. The way I'm setting up this factory is different than my first one. So I still got my towers, but they're much smaller. That what I'm kind of doing is each tower is dedicated to like a mid game thing. So like I've got a tower that is producing, you know, the frames. I've got a tower that's rotors. I've got a tower that's reinforced plates. So I should be able to scale them up better. It does mean my base is going to be way more spread out and sprawling, but I'm okay with that. And I'm going to try and use a lot more trains and trucks in that this time, because I used a couple of trains in the last one, but I mostly left the vehicles alone. Oh, that's not what you want to hear. That is a real bad sound right there. That is sad panda sounds going on right there. Because everything is bio, and I don't think we ran out. And I'm one power plant short of what the maximum we can handle is. So that's a real bad sound. That means I got pain in my future.
Research completed. Quickwire recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Alright. So I'm going to do for a moment is we're not going to spend too much time here, because this whole time I'm standing here, the rest of the factory is all shut down. And they already know I'm going to be very unhappy with what I find. Realistically, I've hit the limit of what my current biomass power can make work. So I'm going to need to deal with that. But I'd like to get this online enough that what I can do from here is just have this all set up where I can go away and Caterium is just happening. I'm hoping we'll have enough for that. So, organization. Because those that didn't hear, my power went offline. And considering I have only one power source... Oh wait, we can make that work. Special... Because I've now got you set up. But yeah, so it's gonna be a whole thing. But yeah, that's because the last one where I did like each floor was like this half was this resource, that half, that worked fine. Scalability, eventually I was starting to run into problems where things are just getting a little too mashed together. But that wasn't until basically really far endgame. Alright, and we can slap you together, and we can slap you together. Do you already have power? No, you don't. Which that's going to make my power problem even more of an issue. But that is for not right now me to worry about. Because like I said, if I get this set up... Alright, so that means all of that will be online. Oh, you don't have power because the whole grid's down. Okay, so let's get back to our power and see what happened. Most likely, we finally hit that point that my 14 biomass generators cannot handle it, which leads us to the problem of I can build another thing to produce the solid biomass if I can manage to keep enough stuff going in there. But that also means we need to be cutting down a lot more to feed the system. We'll have to see. I've overloaded is what I've done. I don't think we ran... I mean, we could have run out of fuel. I don't think so, though. We'll have to see. If we have run out of fuel, that's a thing I gotta sort out. I do see a bunch of those all blink in red at the moment. Oh, that's where we put in the animal corpses to turn them into stuff. Alright, so let's check. If we check the pull here... oh, yeah, no, I may have just continued to build up our power consumption. Alright, so we just overload the grid that I physically just don't have enough biomass filters. So the problem I'm running into and why there's a hesitation is if I add one more biomass burner, that is the exact amount our constructor can handle. Like, no leeway either way. Unless I put slugs in there to make it process faster, which is certainly worth considering. How are you doing, by the way? Yeah, see, this doesn't have much extra in there as well. Okay, so your greens. I just want to empty my inventory before I forget. Your wood. Yeah, so as we've slowly been building up our efficiency, we are now reaching the point that we have a problem. You're correct to Satisfactory. Dangerously addictive. You're on phase 2 at the moment? Yeah. Alright, so regardless of anything else I might want, we are going to have to expand this. And I'm just deciding how I want to approach it. What is the amount that the Mark III belts can handle? 270. So the Mark III belts can handle it. Put slugs in your biomass burners. That will increase the amount they consume of fuel, and that means we'll run into the same problem of I'm not making enough solid biomass to facilitate them. That's the issue I have right now, is I'm at the stage I need to add a second constructor here. Which I'm just going to have to do. Which does mean we're going to massively increase the amount of biomass I'm going to have to feed into the system. Which this is probably fine anyways. And the reason why it's probably fine is if I approach it this way, what'll end up happening in the long run is I'll end up getting to the point where we just go in that. I actually am not sure. I'm gonna have to check. I'm not actually sure if we can produce enough of the loose biomass to accommodate this. We'll have to look into that. So I might be just wasting my time on this. Okay. I've already got you set up. Your power pull is filled. Is there a better one I can get at? Not really. They're all oh, wait. I take that back. Okay, so I've got you wired up. Drop this in here. Now, the other thing I need to do is just increase the power grid. So that should allow me to get, I believe, 30 of these built before we can no longer accommodate it, which I actually believe what'll happen there is the actual belt will be my limitation. Alright, so just checking where I can go and get more of these hooked up. Of course, I am, like, on this little hilled area. You know, it'd be actually okay if I put, like, a little divide here. So let's go here and get a 2-meter... Not that one. A 2-meter ramp. Because I don't want it to, like, dig into the ground where we have all sorts of weird terrain conflicts and all that. So I'm just raising the height a little bit here. So I can lay these flat. Okay. So here, I'm going to go just up this way. Want to make sure it's lined up there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, and then you go away. That's not going to work the way we had it before. And we'll go over here to right about where the ramp starts. Okay. When we get all these wired up. Where's your limit? There you are. Yeah, basically I'm doing a massive expansion in the power real fast. So we added 7. I am going to need to expand these belts. Alright, this one, I'm going to leave that way. Because that's kind of the limit on how much I can put on that side. Okay, and I need another free pull to go over here. Alright, and... so we've just jumped up our power production to 630. Now, the next thing I need to do is, before I get too excited, because this is going to be unreliable power for a minute, and the reason it's going to be unreliable is these belts here don't have enough throughput, so I do need to replace any of the tier 2 belts and tier 1 belts and make them tier 3. The side ones that feed directly into the burners, those I don't care about. They can be slow, but the main backbone here needs to be able to handle it. Okay, that's an endpoint, so I don't need to worry about that. So we've got all those upgraded. Let's get the main backbone for the loose stuff upgraded. Actually, I have no idea. Oh, you might be a problem as... well, no, actually, you're probably fine. Yes, that's that stuff. Then we've got this here for the protein. Okay. So yeah, so we've got all that going. You have tier 3 belts? Yep, that's what we're building. Okay, so the good news is we've got all this running again. The bad news is that now means all of this stuff over here, we're going to just burn through it faster and faster and faster than we have before. Which does mean we're going to have more of that. Gotta head into Hardlurk. Thank you for the company and the advice. No problem. You got this. There'll definitely be some head scratching, but you got this. It all looks worse until you get into it. Okay. Yeah, definitely. One moment. Okay, you made a random splitter somewhere. Go fix it. A random splitter somewhere? Like I just clicked off into the middle of the abyss with a splitter? Yes, I did. There. Being entertained and learned? Excellent. Objective achieved. So I need 3 or more of those for the next one of these. Okay, so we've got that. And get our power shards. We can drop the... Alright, I've been putting this off. Let's get the mycelium, and let's get our constructor set up for turning the mycelium into other stuff. You have an odd thing to report about Sunnyside? You were on a non-sandbox save file and somehow have a garage? I will admit I don't really know what that means. Without getting the quest in the first place. Gotcha, so you got a bug where you got access to something you're not supposed to have access to yet. I can understand that part. Alright. So here's the reason I have a momentary bit of confusion about what I'm doing. And the momentary bit of confusion, which I actually think I already know my solution to this problem. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of stuff. So this is the Spitter Remains box. Get that out of here. It's done. Get you out of here. You're done. We're gonna take this box and we're gonna shift it over here. There, grab you. Excuse me? Okay, we're gonna do this in 2 phases, because it's getting pretty angry about it. Oh, I see the problem. Not quite that far back. Basically, I'm gonna be shifting things around just a wee bit. Okay. So before I forget, it was the spitter box, or the spitter constructor we got rid of. So let's pop right over here. Belt shape is too steep. Whatever. I won't fight it. And now we can go to Spitter. Okay, so I've got that hooked up now. We can get rid of this. I don't even remember what this is here for. Okay, so with that, I can go here, and here, and there, and there. That now all goes around here. That needs to be moved. We're just shuffling some stuff around here real fast. Okay, so basically all of that was just moving the spitter constructor where we turn into biomass a little farther out. So I can pop over here and drop one of you in here. And then you're going to be set to turn mycelium into biomass. Because I just need more biomass and it's building up. You can use mycelium for medical stuff, but I haven't been getting that far. Alright, and so with that, what I've done, I'm going to use the straight belt. It's so weird that it fights me on that. It's fine. Okay. So yeah, so that's feeding as fast as it can. Is it able to even support that? Okay, so they are going to fill up. Cool. Yep, so we've got that all working just fine. Do we have more protein in my bag? No. Okay, so I've got that all set up where basically I've got more resources that are producing the materials I need. We've upgraded the biomass production to be double what it is. I'm only doing 1.5 times the amount of biomass consumption, so we should actually have a pretty good amount of solid biomass production as long as I can keep the fuel in there. And it has given us a little bit more of a buffer. You're scrubbing a save file, like you're starting a new one or whatever. Alright. So let's get back to our Caterium and grab the Caterium wire. Because I'm going to need that. Which that's been running for a little while now while we've been fixing our grid and whatnot. So we should have a decent amount in there. Because while I am putting the Caterium wire into storage, if we go here, like we look into that, we've got Caterium wire going into storage right now. The thing I'm going to need, though, is I think it's 100 of that to feed into the MAM. And that should put us in good order. I should probably be cutting it down stuff as we roll through here. Especially now that I've expanded our biomass consumption a lot. Areas with all this greenery are perfect places for topping off. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to try and make it a point to just, as we run back and forth, grab what goodies we can. When we go and set up in a new location, you know, I will clear up the area immediately around. Let's see, yep, the garage isn't natural. They'll probably bork your save file anyways. Gotcha. It is good to see that Sunnyside has been fairly aggressively updating. That is one of those things when a lot of games, if they don't land really well right at the beginning, that's just it. The game's just done. They'll get like a couple of hot fixes and then that's over. So it always does make me happy when a game has a little bit of a flat launch and doesn't just give up, but goes into the whole, well, we'll just keep making it better. Because, I mean, how many games have we had lately that the game came out, and then like 3 to 6 months later, the game's basically like it's either gone, or like, you know, it's in life support mode where they're only dealing with like major bugs, but otherwise they're not touching the game at all, and so it just left in a completely underwhelming state. We've had that a lot, and it's honestly been it's been a mix of like early access that they launch and have like no sales, or like AAA stuff that dropped, didn't make the waves they wanted to, and you could just tell a company was like, yeah, well, we're just not putting the money in to fix it. You know, it didn't make it, cut our losses, move on. Which, to be fair, from a business perspective, isn't the worst strategy. There's, I don't personally subscribe to it, but there is the strategy of fail fast and fail often. And the idea is, you know, don't continue pouring money into something that's not going to ever take off. This is actually a conversation about Stream Together for Twitch. Because it's got good features that don't need to be tied to it. Like, it's trying to be Discord in a world where Discord already exists. And so it's just kind of a weird choice. So you don't know what the difference is between sandbox or not sandbox? In which game? Usually when you're playing a game, you're in sandbox mode. It's not necessarily a creative mode, but often is. But usually it's a mode where you're not using like default game settings. You've got a lot more flexibility. You can make it easier or harder. For example, in Sunnyside, yeah, sandbox mode just came out. I would imagine the sandbox mode does away with like the story as barriers to reach certain stuff. And instead it's just either like raw money or whatever. Alright, that should be more than enough for the ma'am. So I can go over here and unlock more. Okay. So, zipline.
Zipline unlocked. When equipped, the zipline facilitates travel along power lines, regardless of whether the line is powered. Note: based on previous Pioneer events, Fixit recommends not using ziplines during thunderstorms and typhoons, or while drinking coffee. Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite, atomically, exciting. That was a physics joke. New Caterium research options available. Congratulations on finding this metal. Many Fixit initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Okay, so grab more quick wire to keep unlocking stuff, because we're making good progress there.
Power Pole Mark II unlocked. This provides additional power connections compared to the Power Pole Mark I.
Okay. So, the AI limiter would be a good thing to unlock. Getting those between each other is going to be a little bit of a hassle. But if I unlock the AI limiter, then I can at least add power switches and that kind of stuff, which will be nice. Ultimately, I'm more interested in the priority power switch down the road, but that depends on oil products. We're not going to do that. But we can get the smart splitter. If I get the smart splitter, then we've got some really good stuff coming. Because of the smart splitter, I can get to the automation of like my biomass burners, where literally I'll just have a box where I throw all the mycelium and everything into it, and it just works. And that'll be really nice to deal with. But I am going to have to deal with all that. But in the meantime, I've got all that set up. I kind of feel like I want to keep going that way. All right. So what I'm going to do is, once I remember where our copper is set up, the question is, do I bring my copper sheets here or the stuff here to my copper sheets? All right, I'm just going to have to hit M and figure out where we're at. So I've got that one. I think it was up here somewhere. I think like over there maybe was the copper sheet we were exploiting. It's fine. Like, nevertheless, like, short term, I wouldn't even mind just grabbing... Wait, actually, I can handcraft the limiters, can't I? I can just handcraft some limiters real fast to get that online. And then what I'll want to do is, like I said, we'll want to put the limiters... get them auto-producing somewhere. Which, honestly, this might not be a bad place to just do that. Have this just have the next change for the AI limiter. Special crafting. Alright, so we should be able to just pop down here. Oh, can I not? What am I missing to actually do that? Oh wait, I need that's right. The reason I didn't research it is I needed the copper sheets on my person. I could probably make that happen through cheesiness. Which is, hey, I would like to have copper sheets on my person.
Fix-it pipelines can contain any fluid, including the water necessary for coal-powered generators. Note: water does not flow upwards by itself. While water extractors provide some lift, to truly defy gravity, consider the use of pipeline pumps.
Okay, so we can just drop those copper sheets in there. Is there something that uses a lot of that, though? That's what I'm curious. If there's something that uses a lot of that all at once, would be really good. Nah, it's fine. Excellent. And now I have all the copper sheets on my person without having to go anywhere. Because with the dimensional storage, I can use it for constructing stuff, but for like putting into research and all that, I have to have it on me. So now if we put down the MAM, I should have all the copper sheets I have on me. Excellent. Perfect. Just the way it was meant to be.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
You can just click and drag it? Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't actually want to drag the rest. Well, that's good to know in the future. That'll save me abusing that. That's cool. Alright, so we can go here to the crafting bench. And for just a minute, let's make some AI limiters. Because then, like I said, we can make our smart splitters and all that. Because I am thinking we'll replace our existing splitters that feed into dimensional storage, so that the going into dimensional storage gets priority, and then the overflow will be the normal path. That way, when I'm constructing stuff using materials, it always is replenishing. I might end up regretting that, but it is a thing I could do. Alright, and we're just consuming a bunch of the wire off of our person. I'm going to need a lot of this for the smart splitters anyway, so that's fine. But like I said, I do think we're going to need to get probably the AI limiters here, and we'll have a truck that runs the copper sheets up here. Which the downside of that is if I do it that way, is getting fuel to the truck. Because I don't have a good source of fuel anywhere over here. Okay, so smart splitter.
Smart splitter unlocked. The smart splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
Okay, so I am going to need to do a couple of things. First, let's actually go to our equipment workshop. Kind of build the zip line right now. You need a Xeno Zapper. And then there's our zip line. And now I get to stress out about inventory limitations again. Let's put the nuts, take those off the bar, put the zip line on the bar. Cool. So the next thing to figure out is going to be getting the... Well, I'm not gonna actually... Let's not worry about making the smart splitters automatically yet. Or not the smart splitters, the AI limiters. I'm not going to use that many smart splitters early on, I don't think. So it's probably better to focus on other stuff. Alright, well, you gotta go. Can't have stuff knocking me off the zip line. Gonna do a quick cleanup of that little spot here. And we should be good. Okay, let's actually have for the next thing I work on. Let's get the industrial encased steel beams going, because I've got that truck running back and forth this whole time. Let's at least take the time to have it being productive in some capacity. It's going to take a little bit of work to get there, but, you know, that'll be good, because it's dropping off right over there. I've already got stuff in that area, and we just need to get this sorted out. But first, I want to automate this. I want to automate this so badly. So right now, I've got all of these various containers. In each of those containers, you know, they're cheap. Let's just get containers for all of these. Okay, so what I'll do here is that I'm going to have the big container is going to be back here. But this is the, I don't feel like dealing with this anymore. Put it in the container. So when I get here, anything that can be processed goes in that. And then from here, 1 second, it's not going to work yet. Grab all that back. So grab you. And I need a smart splitter. Okay, and you all need to be wired up. But then the idea is I'm going to have a whole series of the smart splitters that will feed into the boxes, which will feed into the appropriate places. Okay, so you are spitter remains. So central output is going to be spitter remains. And the left output will be basically any undefined. Okay, and now we need these for each spot. Okay, we can connect all these. Because that should save me a lot of time and effort when it comes to drop-off. It's literally going to be go to that one big box and just huck everything into it. And it'll sort itself out on the other side. The only thing I'm a little bit on the reservations with right now, I'm going to go ahead and pull this all the way through. We're going to delete this part so I'm not worried about it. Is I'm going to want to have a spot where if something doesn't match anything I've put in there yet, that it goes somewhere else. Because that'd be an indicator something's gone wrong and I accidentally dropped something in that I shouldn't. I want to do cleanup. Okay, so you are stinger remains. So boom. You will have to the right will be stinger remains. Where are you at? Stinger remains. You will be anything undefined. Nothing to the left. And you are going to be hog remains. So anything undefined goes forward, to the right, hog remains. And your hatcher remains. So anything undefined goes forward. And then hatcher remains go to the right. And we've got mycelium. So anything undefined and mycelium to the right. And you are wood. Anything undefined, straight ahead. And then wood should be near the end here. Alright, and this is the one that I'm trying to decide what I'm doing with. Because I haven't left myself a lot of room to work with. If I grab some platform here, we just smash that there. Give it a little bit more space as well. We can go here and say organization, and right now I'm just gonna have like a dump box for it. And basically, anything that gets through the entire process and hasn't gone to a location, that's the, oops, I dropped it in there and I shouldn't have box. Otherwise, all the rest of this should now just work, where if I go up to you and I say, hey, drop all of this in here, we should see all the wood go all the way down here to the end and go in the respective processes and get that all sorted. We've already got the mycelium on there. We've got buffer chests on all those, so if I have something that's getting disproportionately high, it'll take quite a bit for it to start to back up. And that's all good news. But yeah, no, that should be good. That'll save me a lot of time and effort doing cleanup. And then this could just be my I don't know what I'm doing with it box. So if I wanted to not deal with this, I could just toss mushrooms or whatever and they go in there. Alright, so now all of that biomass is fully automated, which is why I wanted the smart chests. We'll probably use them for other things, but that was the immediate concern. So that now gets us onto the encased steel production over here. So we can go ahead and get that sorted out. We've already got the truck dropping off. It's just been filling this up the whole time. That's really all you've gotten over here this whole time? Okay. Because that's not going to be nearly enough. So our steel production is over here. I probably just need to expand it. Because of that whole time, I've only gotten about 200 in that storage. Something is very wrong. So we checked on that end. There was about 200 there. We're gonna go check up here and see if like maybe it's not picking up right or whatever. Or if something's gone horrifically wrong in our production, like I accidentally disconnected a power wire at some point or whatever. And we'll see where things go from there. Okay. And I see that's still the way it is. Right, so what should be happening, what is, that's fine. So you have nothing at all in here, and you're almost full. So clearly I've got a belt that isn't hooked up right. So there's nothing along here. I'm seeing those. And we're not getting nearly enough steel through there. Ah, that's what's going to be our problem. I understand. So what has occurred is because I am using the steel beams for production, they're feeding into the dimensional storage so you can keep building belts. So we are producing them. I am just gobbling them up fast as they're being made. That's fine. We just need to expand. Alright, so we can drop you off here. go. We go here, turn on the steel ingots, go to logistics, merge block. Okay. Do you have a dedicated power pole? Yes, you do. Alright, we can just bring you over here. Okay, and you're still running at 100%? Like, you're good? Yeah, you're good. Okay. And you look like you're going to be absolutely fine producing as well. So if we do a little finagling, I can fit a third one in there. And that should work out. And I'm willing to bet if we look over here, you're not even close to running at capacity. Okay, so there's our problem, is we're just not making even remotely enough steel ingots. Alright, get the main trunk there with faster conveyor belts. That's fine. Okay. So this conveyor belt here probably needs to be moved over, because it's going to end up needing to happen. So that's where we've got that branched up there now. So let's pick up this. We'll try and move it over here. Oh, would you go that way? Missing materials. We finally hit it. That's okay. We can just let that build up for a moment, get that sorted out in a second. It's fine. Put it back down. There we go. Yeah, there's a little spot where the concrete or the stone gets through. I can live with that. Yeah, because that's 15. Alright, just need 4 more, we can connect that, and then we'll get back to feeding into the system. And we're just trying to up the steel output, because that's what's happening. So the reason why we're so short on the steel beams is the conveyor belts 3, that's the material they use. So as I'm upgrading all these belts and using better belts, we are consuming the thing I need from that, which is fine. Like, that's just the nature of how it goes. Alright, and... you've got an extra connection point. I'll deal with that in a minute. We can set you to that. You're all hooked up on this end. Alright. And pretty soon we're going to run into bandwidth problems when it comes to the... Sorry, we're going to run into bandwidth problems so far as the coal and the iron coming in. Because those are still, I think, might even only be... they're either Tech 1 or Tech 2 belts. But we're definitely going to need to upgrade those over time. But I'm going to need to get the Tech 3 belt production increased. But, because I want to get the industrial encased steel. I want to say that might actually be the material for the next tier up. Because I know there's the one for the aluminum, and then there's the one for, like, the super late game tech. So far as belts go. So we have to deal with all that. Yeah, like, you can see the speed difference between these. That's got those whole things running, and we're only getting 1 out of every 5 spots. But that's okay. Alright, so just need 4 more, and then that'll be a third one of these on, and we'll get that. You can tap a lot of veins and go overkill in production. I can. The big thing we're dealing with is I'm still running on biomass power because I haven't gotten converted over to coal. And that's because we've grabbed all our early coal and put it directly into steel, and I've just been upping everything else. I'm going to need to change that. That is going to eventually be a major problem. Okay, so we've got you hooked up. Let's check on our power now. Okay, so technically we are almost about able to hit our power capacity. We're nowhere near using that much, but that's fine. But the good news is we do have that, so that should up our production a lot. We have tripled the number of foundries going on. So you're each taking 60 per minute, and you're taking 30 per minute. So 180 and 240? No, 200. So 180 versus... Yes, let's see, 30, 60, 90. So we're 270 is what we've got going there. And our belts can handle 270. So literally a tier 3 belt is what's required to handle the ingots themselves. And you're producing 45, which is way less than what's over there. So we're making 90, 135. So we're making almost exactly half of what these need to run constantly. So to run them constantly, I would need all of these going at full force. And we are already noticing that this belt here is at full saturation and not stopping. Yeah, so you're all at 40... Oh, no, you're not 45. You're at, yeah, 45 per minute. Oh, wait, is that showing the coal is being too low? It is. Okay, so I've officially hit the point where I gotta upgrade the belts to do that. How far are you from oil power? I have to finish phase 2 before that's a real possibility. Alright, so let's see here. We've got gaps in the line here. We have gaps in the line down here. That implies it's just the drills that aren't keeping up. The good news is we did get better drills since then. The bad news, I actually don't have the drills made. So we're gonna need to upgrade all our drills down here. That'll be our first step, because if we're not saturating the conveyor belt, it doesn't really matter what happens after that. That's not what I need. I need the equipment workshop. Phase 2, then the oil mines milestone. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit. The next thing I want to do is I do want to get the blueprints. I mentioned this earlier. I kind of do want to take a whole thing where what I do is I put down like the big power pole. I put like a set of batteries underneath it, and then like 1 or 2 or however many poles in that. So it'd just be one giant thing. But it means I would have every so often I'd have a section of batteries, just give myself some pretty absurd high levels of power storage. That way I can, you know, really handle ramp ups and down in power. And then I also want to start going off a way to get like the geothermal power, because we didn't do any geothermal on the last run. So I'd like to really get that going. Alright, so production, tier 2. Boom, just like that. Boom, just like that. And that should at least saturate the belt. The belt needs to be upgraded, but we're not making nearly enough of the steel bars to upgrade all of that in a timely manner. Meanwhile, let's grab the tubes I need for that unlock. So I can at least get that done and not have to worry about it. Yeah, so these are getting what, like 240? Alright. I won't be able to upgrade those more right now. Okay. So I've got that going on. As you can see, this is literally every single one of those is feeding into upgrading our conveyor belts. Yeah, so you're not running at full capacity. You're running at half capacity because of coal. You are running at full capacity. For the moment, it's slowly going down. Alright, so coal is going to need to have its belt upgraded. Wait, no it's not. We're just now getting here. I mean, it probably still does need a belt. No, it's not. I mean, I guess, okay, it is hitting full saturation. We'll let that be for right now. But it is going to be a problem that this is going to be a pain point I'm going to need to keep working on. Okay. So basically, we tripled the... Well, we were pretty close to tripling our steel output. And that's going to equate to a significant increase in the output of our steel bars, which has been falling behind. Alright, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. Okay, so we finally have the solid belt of coal has arrived. And so what should happen is we should see this, like it's been running 100%, we should see that continuously just climbing, which it is. But the big question is, are these ones over here, do we end up seeing these start to climb up farther? If I see this, where it runs a cycle and it does replace the coal in time, we're good. It's not looking like that, unfortunately. But that might improve once this maxes out and all that. I'm trying to get a gauge for it. Yeah, so it's 45, 90, 135. And the drills can definitely accommodate that. What is the belts? If it's a belt 1, it can't handle it. If it's a belt 2, it can. So yeah, so the belt 2 should have enough throughput to support that. I still don't know if that'll be enough to run all of these. It's not going to be. We already did the math. But it should be a little bit better about running them. Because right now, the first ones are running, and the ones back here are just kind of looking for something to do. Yeah, it's only running at half capacity. The other ones aren't even close. And we could drop slugs in these to boost their production rate. That's not a terrible idea. But, that's also going to reduce the, or increase the consumption rate. And right now, we can't handle the consumption. Alright, let's let it go. It'll take a little while. But that should start fixing the steel. In the meantime, I believe that's our copper sheets down there. We can go cruise over to our copper sheets real fast. Grab a couple stacks of those, and that'll get us more of the stuff we need for the hyper tubes. I totally forgot I can literally just yank those out of my storage here. Still, I probably shouldn't grab them out of the storage unless, you know, I'm not going to need them sometime soon because of how long it takes me to refill it. Okay. Cool, that'll be plenty. And then we're gonna get encased steel production up. So the encased steel production is gonna have a kind of double whammy of problems. The more I'm using the regular steel to produce the conveyor belts, the more it will simply not receive any steel bars to continue to grow its production, which is a major problem. But at least if I get it online, I'll get some trickle rate of production, which is certainly not ideal, but it beats not making any progress. Okay, so if we go over here, we've got the truck stop that we're dropping off the steel bars in theory. Which is right over here somewhere. Where are you at? There you are. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, that's a truck that, in theory, is putting in the time to get that. And is just clobbering the crap out of that thing each time it goes through. Which is well-deserved. Because that thing is always in the way. Hey, getting that 12-stream streak. Thank you. Catch the last 12 streams without missing a single one means a whole heck of a lot. So I do appreciate it. Okay, so we've got the input-output right here. The question is, where do I want to do this? This is going to be just for the encased steel and nothing else? So I could very genuinely run it right along this way and it'd be probably fine. So you go production, assembler. Oh, I forgot the assemblers are this long. What are you again? Oh, right, you're the limestone that we're going to make into... Right. And the problem is I've already got this base has something it was working on. What are you? Are you my... You're not my rotors. Are you my reinforced sheets? Can't remember if your rotors are reinforced sheets. You look like you might be rotors. No, there's reinforced sheets. That's fine. Hey, Slug. Okay. So basically, I need a place to build that. This direction is where the truck's coming through. I can't really move this way too far. But I only grabbed this spot because of the limestone right here. I don't think I'm going to reroute everything. I could potentially... Need more limestone down here? Is that what I'm seeing? Yep. Yes, I mean, I could potentially build it over here. Okay, how do I want to approach this? Let's start by trying to get this slightly less cursed. So then we'll make this where we actually do the production for all this stuff. It'll just be a little weird because it's underneath another place I'm building things. But I'm just trying to avoid having a situation... I just realized I'm building the really thick panels, aren't I? You know what? I'm okay with it. It's fine. Okay, so you need to pop up because I'm going to turn you around. Oh, I see the problem there. You know what? That's fine. You can keep being the way you were. My bad. All right, and let's pop over here. We can go and do these. And go from that. So the plan is simply grab you. So that should be a straight conveyor. Have you go over the top of these. And then we've got the limestone. Do we want to make it go up to a second tier up? Nah, we'll make it go on the bottom. Alright, so we'll go and we'll pop that over here. Okay. So that'll bring those up here. We can get the power on line for the limestone. And drop you over here. Okay, so first, I need to be making the concrete. We've already got a place that we make concrete dedicated for purposes of everything else. So this one, we're going to be making the concrete just for the express purpose of making the encased industrial whatever. Don't care. So we can go ahead and drop this here. We'll put 3 of these down, which is probably overkill. Oh, you're gonna be all upset, aren't you? Let's see. I think it'll be too close to the turn. It'll be like, I can't, the bend's too big. Alright, that's fine. Pick that up. Pick you up. Pick you up. We'll make another row of platform over here. I probably should have made it the thin thing, but it's whatever. I can just build it up later. It's fine. Okay, so we can get that over here. Now we can go and turn it like this. And get our splitters. And you'll be concrete production. And then once we get the concrete production set up, we'll put a buffer chest. And then after the buffer chest, we will do our production for the industrial stuff. Okay. Okay, meanwhile, you need power. So, just like always, you have the main trunk. Okay, so those are all online. That's good news. Okay, so next up we have production assembler. Let's switch here. Later on, I might want to go back and replace those, but at least now we're starting to get over this properly. We definitely don't want to be still doing it that way. Alright, so for the assemblers, with where I'm bringing that in, let's actually turn it this way, maybe. Maybe not. There's not enough space over there. This way, maybe? Yeah, that'd work. And the reason I'm saying that is that way I have this container can come out here, run down this line, and then we still have the other stuff to run down over here to that line. I'm not gonna worry about expanding this too much yet. Just enough to get ourselves a dimensional storage and an actual storage container in here. I'm definitely going to clean up underneath this as well. Okay, so let's plan to have you in line here. We can put another one right there. And now we'll get you all hooked up. Alright, and that's the encased steel beams. And so with that, it should be all squared away if everything's connected. Why aren't you getting stuff through? We should have you connected, right? Oh, I bet you I connected it to the input, not the output, and so it's all wrong. That'd be exactly what happened. So this is all facing the wrong way, which is surprising it connected at all. Yeah, it is weird that that actually connected. That's fine. Now I can run back here, just reconnect it, and we'll be in business. So I put it on the input, not the output, and so it just didn't work the way I needed to. Alright, so that should all be good now. Cool, it just doesn't have power. Easy to solve problem. And we just need to go where we got our next one of our main trunk power points. There we go. We can plop you here. Connect you there. And with that, we can grab our big container. And just like we've been doing, give enough space so I can put mergers and all that if I have to expand this later. And then we can go over here and say dimensional storage. And with that, we've got encased steel on our dimensional storage. The downside is that's not going great so far as expanding everything and all that, but it at least is in production now. So when I get 50 of those, I can, you know, yank it from my inventory, shove it into the machine, and call it a day. In the meantime, let's go back to where all our bio stuff is, check on our biomass box. If it doesn't have stuff in it, I'm going to go out and do a quick haul of that and move on with it. It does not have anything in it, so there's the grass, the wood. The rest I don't care about right now. What? Who's mad about what now? Okay. Okay. Just trying to do some cleanup of the surrounding area. All vegetation must die. Alright, let's go start depleting some of this wooded area over here. Because that'll give us a decent amount of wood with not a huge amount of effort. Because unfortunately with my high dependence on biomass, I am currently needing to produce a lot of stuff to keep everything running. That's okay. We don't like nature. It gets all over everything. If you leave an area alone, it's super invasive. Like you walk away from, you know, your yard after a little while, and next thing you know, there's a whole bunch of trees and bushes trying to make their way in there. It is what it is. And if I didn't already, thank you, Rual, for the 10 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. If I missed that, I apologize. Getting distracted by... Okay, I keep hitting, like, the sweet spot for... It's fine. You spend 10 minutes trying to get that. Trees are the enemy. Absolutely. They're in league with the zombies. You gotta watch out for it. Okay. And pretty soon, I will need to go and grab another stack of fuel for the chainsaw. It might actually be interesting this run to experiment where you can make the late game biomass fuel, like the liquid biomass fuel. I've never messed with that. Like, other than like finding a couple units and shoving them into a rocket pack just because I had them. It'd be curious to see how good that is for putting in the biomass burners as like a reserve power. Oh yeah, no, trees will absolutely betray you at your moment of weakness. No question about it. They're conspiring against you active in this very moment. For those who didn't catch, that's a whole channel meme. Alright, we're getting all of the plant life knocked out. Got a little bit along this little river here. Let's see, the evil trees, never explaining, let them continue to question the trees of their own peril. Yeah. I want a bigger area radius chainsaw. Like, I don't want to explode stuff. I want a giant area radius chainsaw. Or like a mower. Just, you know, it's like some type of like giant like logging mower kind of thing that you can just drive over and shred all of the plants into it. Seems like a thing that Fix-It would actually provide for us. Collecting biomass is relaxing? It is. But I want to collect more. It's a factory game. I need to scale up my collection of biomass. They have a much bigger chainsaw. It's called Nobelisk. No, but the problem with the Nobelisk is it destroys the materials. It doesn't give them to you. If it gave it to you, that'd be a little bit of a different story. Yeah, no, I've got after storm cleanup to do as well. I just haven't had the time to do it. Gotta do my job. It was hot and you died. That's the other thing is, we've talked about a number of times. A lot of people, they weather the hurricane fine, and then they get themselves in trouble because they don't take breaks and they don't drink enough water, and they get themselves into like heat stroke and all that kind of stuff in the cleanup after the storm. And one of the things that happens is almost none of that gets attributed to, you know, deaths and injuries and all that from a hurricane. You know, people climbing up on their roof, trying to, like, patch up things that got messed up, and then, you know, slipping and falling, or falling off their ladder, or whatever. Or if the roof is damaged, going through the roof. A lot of people just being out in the heat all day at 90+ degrees, and humidity of yes. And it absolutely can get yourself real bad off in dehydration and overheating. You also have a whole lot of people who are like, go, toughen up, that kind of thing, and then they go out there and they end up in the hospital because heat stroke is not something you mess with. The toughen up Buttercup attitude is just hot garbage. There's very few cases that's actually, you know, a reasonably warranted thing. Alright. You like mycelia for making biomass? It makes a ton. Yeah, the only downside is there's not many places you can collect a lot of mycelia quickly. Like, we're cutting across these, all these cactuses we're cutting down, I'm still only at about 70. You can be tough enough to get through pain, but heat stroke, good luck. But yeah, that's just it. A lot of times the people are saying to toughen up. It's like, no, that's not the kind of thing you toughen up through. Stop it. I'm busy. Cave nearby? Yeah, no, I think I already went through one cave nearby. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already went through the cave nearby. I think it had some power slugs in it. Maybe it was a, Mercer Sphere. Alright. Yeah, and that'd be the cave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the cave that you just run through. There's a power slug in here. And then you reach the other side. Maybe you just want to stand there and let me do that. I'm perfectly fine getting free meat. Yep. Yeah, I know we already went through this one. Alright. We're just gonna cut back across. Because we got a pretty good amount of biomass. Like, we got a lot of biomass now, which is the reason we were taking a quick break. We're letting our steel production catch up. We're letting all that stuff get caught up. So I'm not just consuming all the things I'm producing faster than me. No mycelium in that one? I think there was. And then I took it all. Like, that's kind of the catch, is mycelium is really good, but it's not as readily available as, like, wood and leaves. So that's a catch-22. Like, leaves are the most readily available, but the least valuable. Then you have wood, which is a little bit more or a little less readily available compared to leaves, but a little bit better. And then mycelium is even less available compared to wood, but also pretty good. There's an area, I want to say, that has, like, a forest of mushrooms that over there you can get tons of mycelium real fast. But, like, areas like this, the cactuses give us some, and they're not terrible. Like, you see, I cut down that cactus and I only get 5. But they also give wood, so the cactuses are actually pretty solid. Alright. Let's get back over here. Genuinely, I think late game, if you wanted to do the biomass burners, you probably could find areas that you have a pretty high density of decent difficulty enemies, and I do think you would potentially be able to that's good. You would potentially be able to just like make a lap and deal with them.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
Yep, so you see I accidentally put my industrial bars in there, which is the reason I made it. So I had like an overflow whenever I put something that doesn't belong. It kicks it out the other side. That way I don't run into a situation where, you know, stuff gets clogged up and I don't know why. But yeah, so now that's just going to empty out into the whole process. It'll get fed into here wherever it can. Yeah, but the mycelium definitely does miles. Oh yeah, and we've got almost enough here. So let me go ahead and grab that. We grabbed in our stack. Fix-It monitors the employees' dreams. Well, yeah, how else are you going to help, you know, help your people achieve their dreams if you're not actively monitoring to know what those dreams are? That's just being a good steward of, you know, making sure, sure you're taking care of people. Okay, so I need a bunch of cable, a lot of this stuff. We have this whole area that's just not even in use anymore. I'm leaving it paved, but that's a place we can make some stuff happen. Alright, so let's grab the modular frames, because I need those. We can grab the steel beams. I'll need those. I can grab the cable. That should be enough cable to satisfy it. We can grab the concrete. I'm going to need way more of that. Let's actually run down here. I haven't checked on the concrete in a hot minute. How much biomass do you go through per minute? Do you mean solid biomass? Probably an upsettingly high amount. I could check real fast. This really needs to be a rearrange. This is from way back. All right, let's fix this. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna put down industrial storage. I'm not gonna put down industrial storage. I can put down a regular container. And the reason I didn't want to put down a industrial storage there is I'm trying to not overload the whole thing. Actually, I can pull all of this up. So we can go here, regular container. And then the dimensional storage here. Okay, so drop all that in there, pick up the 3 stacks. Actually, put one of those back. Okay. So that gives me more of the things I'm going to need, and we have to do that. Yeah, the solid fuel. Yeah, so we can check here real fast pretty easily. Because part of the things that makes the biomass burners a little tricky to judge is they actually do scale up and scale down based on demand, as well as what other power is available. So it is one of those things, there's never a reason to turn them completely off, because if you get oil or nuclear up and you don't need them anymore, they'll just sit idle and not consume any fuel. So we've got 4 per minute, and I should be sitting on 33 of them, so 132 solid biofuel per minute. No, that's not right. That's not right. It's 10 shorter than that number I just gave you. So 23 of them. So 80-something, 92 fuel per minute. I keep wanting to assume the other one. So we're making 92, or so we're consuming 92 and we're making 120, because I got 2 of those. Assuming that this always has stuff going through it, which is a big assumption, those belts are going full tilt. Like, that's going full speed, which should be 270 units per minute. And so, yeah, this is managing to stay running nearly 100%, which is about as good as we're going to get. But the more I keep all of this going, the better we'll be. And then this thing is just, like I said, it's just feeding out whatever I toss in there into its appropriate stuff to keep everything running. You had 12 when you started coal power? Yeah, no, I just prioritized steel production over coal power, and I just haven't gone out of my way for the coal power. So what I'm going to do real fast, chat, is I have got to use the restroom. So what I'm going to do is, since this is about to get down here anyways, is I'm going to take a quick moment. I'm going to run the ad break, the next one, a slight bit early. What that will do is that means the next ad break will that much be different, because it's about 20-something minutes till the next ad break. And it just means if I run it now, it'll be an hour and 20 minutes until the one after that. But I got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do this. It's a good time for doing it. And I will be back here in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Save the game. I mean, I think the entire time we played, we've had like 2 crashes with like beating the game the full way through, and then this run as well. So I've been surprisingly not had much in the way of issues. All right, well, I'll be back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. It'd be really nice if Sidekick fixed the issue where recently made clips break it. Because the recently made clips tend to be the ones that I think would be the best to show what's relevant for your stream and all that. So it really sucks that those specifically are the ones that cause it problems. But it is what it is. Alright, so I've got 1 more minute till those get done. Was there anything else we could unlock now that'd be worthwhile? So we don't have the oscillating things. I would need a lot more of the steel beams for the equipment slot. Obviously, I do want the equipment slot. We're nowhere near being able to use computers yet. Those I need a lot more Mercer spheres, but they would all be worth getting. That power switch we could get. The manual power switch I don't care about. The one I want is the priority switch. Because then what I can do is I can go to places like coal power and oil power that I want to stay online no matter what. And we can make those the highest priority part of the network. And then we can start going to our individual other locations and be like, this area, you know, basically would start with our power infrastructure as the highest priority, always keep it on. Then we'd go to like our extractors would be next, and then like the first level production would be next. You get the idea. And we just keep going to later and later productions. That way it starts shutting off the more power consuming stuff first that is dependent on the other things. I don't really care about the programmable splitter. I don't remember what's over here. That depends on oil. That depends on having the Noblisk, which is me getting that. Oh, I can build those too. I'm probably not going to worry about the gas mask because I'm just going to ultimately use our stuff. And you're just waiting for me to get a purple slug. That's just waiting on me to go and exploit coal. Okay. Yes, I got a bunch of stuff to do. But the important bit is I can go here now. And then this will be our last thing unlocked once I set all this up. So I need the steel beams. And I need... Where are you at? Modular frames.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The Blueprint Designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Okay. So what I would like to do is get the Blueprint Designer Mark 1 set up. And so for my big power poles, I want to start setting it up where I put a couple of batteries on the bottom of it, the giant power pole up there, and just as we go have that, because one, make the tall power pole even taller to get more access to stuff. It'll give me the power production. I didn't do anything with the blueprints hardly at all the last time. So I feel like this time I do want to take the time to do it.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
Alright, so let's see. Let's see. I already finished the game once. Why did I start again? Basically, I asked if people wanted me to do another playthrough, and they said yes. There's really not actually much more to it than that. Okay. So the big question is going to be, once I build these, you're not quite gonna fit on there, are you? Come on. All right. Let's make these the thinner ones. I'm worried about placement on this. Let's actually see how big the large power tower is. So here's the large power tower. So it looks like it's going to be about 1.5 tiles wide in each direction. So if we pop in here and go 1, 2 tiles, 1, 2 tiles, that should give me more than enough times. And then we can go here to the power plant. I believe if I go in 1 tile from the outside, that should be just about the right size. We could put a power pole in the middle here. And so then the question is, can I huck you up top here? I'm gonna need a ladder or something to get up higher. We can go over here. Because my hope is that I'll be able to put the big power tower on top of that thing. Because I can put the big power tower on top of that. Okay, I see what I'm gonna have to do. Alright. So land real quick, we can go here and go to walls, wall. Okay, so one thing I'm gonna want to do is I'll put ladder on it. Like I said, the plan with that is to the awesome sink just needs a little bit more concrete. Then I can just chuck something in it. Yeah, for right now I'm just gonna chuck this down right here. Get production. Okay, so I can take stuff that I got just a surplus of and huck it in there, and that'll work. That's fine. We can deal with that in a minute. In the meantime, I'm also going to want the special of the awesome shop. And how much would it cost me to get ladders? Where is the ladders? Okay, so 3. I don't know how much this stuff's gonna cost. I'm gonna chuck a bunch of those in there. They're probably worth almost nothing. Are they worth literally nothing? Are you not working? Maybe they just can't be consumed by that. So let's grab those back. Okay. Let's see here something that we've got tons of that I don't mind just chucking in there. I've already got a pile of stators. I'm gonna just literally toss those in there to get them out of my inventory. Because I want 3 coupons real fast. Because we get those coupons real fast and get like the ladder and whatnot. And having the ladders, I can build up a ladder on that wall. You want a tip to make lots of coupons quickly? Oh, I know there's like lots of like meta items and all that. I'm not super worried about like maxing, unlocking everything. AI limiters are the best thinkable thing at this stage. Yeah. I'm just looking to get some like quick ones for the ladders. All right. Is there anything else I want to grab right now while we're here? not parts. Not gonna mess with the foundations. Not gonna worry about too much. These can be helpful. So probably the conveyor lift. That's not a bad one. The pipe hole, that could be good. Not gonna worry about wall placements. Ooh, that has interesting considerations. Because what I can potentially do with this... That is... I got 2 more points. Yeah, we can add you. And you. And get that. Alright. No meta items that use the alien remains. Oh, well, I'm using that for my biomass. So that's a big consideration right now. Okay, so my hope is... Alright, that's not going to be quite enough if I do... Well, actually, we can make that work. Trying to remember. Yeah, so you just switch between the two. No, I'm gonna need it to be 4. That's fine. Alright, so I'm trying to make this blueprint real fast, and I'm hoping I can fit it all in there. If I can't, that'll just be a bummer. But the idea is that I can go over and then just drop this along the way, and it will be a connection point I can use for everything. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clear out one of these walls so I can get into the guts of this thing, because we still have a bunch of connection points left. One is going to need to go to the tower, but we've got 2 more. What I can do here is we can go to our exterior locations, drop one on this side, and the other on this side, and then pop inside here. So where I put these, I'll even have tons of power access. So this is overkill, by the way. Okay, so now I want to get up there and put down a platform on the top, and then put the power tower on it. Overkill, send, forget it. Well, yeah, that's the idea, is I'm going to just, as my factory grows... That's not what I want. Oh, right, I got the ladders. Why am I not building those? Okay, so this side will have the ladder. So we can go here and architecture ladder. Alright, let's see if it'll let me put this up here now. And if I can... Yeah, it's too tall. That's a real shame. I can still work with it. But yeah, so I've got like the battery bank and all that wired up here, and then the idea would be I would pop the wire up here. I'm still down to do it and just put the last piece on the top at the end. Okay. Power bank. Select icon. Where's the battery icon? There you are. Select icon. Select color. We'll go somewhere in the yellow range. Say blueprint. Okay, so now what I can do is we can go here blueprints. And what I can probably do is, if I can remember what the heck button it was to rotate this. Bind to bar, cycle hotbar, it's Alt. Yeah, so we go to 2. There we go. Alright. So, the plan for this, and it's going to break stuff because I'm going to try it out a couple of times. The plan for this is, like, I've got this set up right here. Cool beans. Straightforward. You're gone. And instead, I'm going to go ahead and pop down here. Missing materials. I am missing copper wire, despite having picked it up from the blueprint machine. Okay. Let's go grab copper wire. Which should be right over here. Alright. Okay, so we've got... Right here is where we were hooking up again. So let's go pop off of this one right here. We can go to... this. Trying to hold control to make it snap to the grid, but it doesn't seem to be snapping to the grid.
Building in blueprint mode can further optimize your construction process with snapping and quick dismantling options. Build modes are not just there to make your work easier, they compensate for inevitable human error. Fix-It understands humanity like no other, and humanity needs you to be efficient and productive at all times.
I never can quite remember. Yes, I think that'd be the wrong direction. Okay, so what's supposed to happen is when we get this all hooked up. I wouldn't need to deal with this. That'd be hooked up to there. Well, that's not what I want. So that means I gotta pull a hole through the building. Yeah, so the idea is we would have the tower up here. It'd be cabled in. We could climb up to this tower. It's like an elevated platform compared to the terrain around it. And that gives us a good zipline point. That's not centered at all. But you get the idea behind how that's supposed to work. And now it also has 4 rechargeable batteries in each of those. That's going to be like way more expensive than any of that needs to be. I also don't think it's going to daisy chain as well as I like, so I might not bother. It was worth an experiment, but I think it's got too many problems with it. It was a cool thing to mess with. I'll probably want to set up some type of power bank somewhere, but ultimately, I'm not as impressed by it as I thought it was going to be. The thought was that it would be, like, super easy to set up. But in practice, it doesn't really fit with the rest of the way of the thing. Because I like the idea of also having those individual external ports. Oh, that was already set to delete. Because the external ports would have been really nice as well. Okay. So all the power's fixed. Alright. I do want to get an area that is our battery backup bank kind of thing. And I'm trying to decide exactly where I want to put that. Because that's our iron in. This is our massive biomass production area. Honestly, right here. Oh, you know what? I've got this giant grid over here that's just not even in use because there's nothing here of importance. Like, there's no ore right here or anything like that. Let's just go and get this set up. We can do the blueprints again, where what I'll do is I'll just blueprint the power connectors. So I can just stamp down a row, one after the other. So go power grid, power storage. And this will be the back of the row, so I want the... connections there. Now put the power pole right in front of it. And that's 5 connections, which leaves 2 spare to connect it up to the next, like, to daisy chain them together. Alright. So we'll just do that for right now. And we will go and call this one Power Bank. Can I delete you? That's fine. I can get around this. Power bank without a space. And we will select the icon, go back down here again. There's the power bank. Select the icon, select the color, go for the yellow again. Save the blueprint. Load a blueprint, choose the other, that's not the right one. Choose that one. But how do I delete? If we go to our blueprints. I'm just messing with this because I haven't done much of the blueprints yet. Okay, so we've got the one with the... I did the exact same thing I did last time. Edit. Selection. Remove blueprint. Confirm. Alright, meanwhile, we can go down here. Apply changes. Cool. So now I've got this thing, and it's complaining about missing wires again. It seems like whatever I put in the blueprint, when I remove it, the materials stop existing. Or something, because I keep running out of copper wire. Which is concerning that it would do that. But, with that, I can plunk down a battery bank. It'll just be something we do every once in a while. Now I just grab you. Plug into the system. And with that, I've got 4 power banks and 4 battery banks in there. At least I should. Why are you not charging? Oh, we're not producing any excess power because it's scaling. That's kind of annoying. Because we're using the biomass, it's not ramping those up. Okay, so that tells me literally those are useless until I get another form of power. That's fine. They can sit there. That was some fun experimentation, stuff I haven't messed with. We'll probably do more with that later, but for the time being, we're fine. Let's pop over. You're empty. How are we doing on our solid fuel? Are we doing amazing with it, or are we barely hanging in here? That should be our solid production. Oh yeah, no, it's full, so that's really good news. And you look like you're full. That's good news, and you're still ramping up. Okay, so we're good for a while on all of that. Okay, so that brings up the next question of what we need to get going now. I still need to get quartz online. I also need to get completing the phase 2 stuff actually back in business. Because all of that went to the wayside, and that is kind of a problem. So how do I even want to approach that? So I'm going to need a place for the smart plates. I'm going to need a place for a bunch of the other things. But we should have, I believe, all of the milestone or all the phase 1's technology done. I've been pretty bad about actually getting any of the progression materials going. Where is... There you are. Yeah, because I believe we're waiting... Yeah, so literally I've got nothing milestone-wise to do. Okay, so the things I need to do right now is we could set up the smart plates. And if I remember correctly, that up there is, I believe, rotor production. And then this over here, I believe, is our reinforced plates production. And one of the goals we had for this run was to not just spaghetti conveyor belts everywhere. We're trying to use stuff like the trucks and trains and whatever. These are relatively close to each other. I'm just trying to decide how I want to actually move the stuff between them. That isn't just slap a belt out one side, slap a belt out the other side, call it a day. Because the problem is if I try and set up a truck, I need to fuel the truck. And I don't have fuel for the truck anywhere nearby. Because that's what we're looking at going. Now, it could very well be that I just put a platform in between here and that's good enough. Ah, it does come out the other side. Elevated train? Yeah, the problem is I gotta get trains unlocked first. That's the issue right now, is I'm down to use the vehicle, but I gotta get the fuel to the vehicle. Because this is doing perfectly fine. But I need to get those rotors over somewhere and all that. And I'm down to use the vehicles. I'm just... The big thing I gotta figure out is how to get fuel to the vehicle where, one, I'm not just absolutely killing myself by the sheer amount of fuel I'm burning through. And I don't want them to pull solid bio-waste, because if I start pulling the solid bio-waste, that alone is gonna be its own issue. So I'm wondering... Do I make a tractor that picks up coal from over here and brings it back to go to like a little truck depot, that we have the truck depot at where I'm going to be making the smart plates. So one truck brings the coal to that location, and then 2 trucks go to grab the materials there, is what I'm debating doing. Because then I could also have that same truck that's going and, you know, picking up the coal. I could potentially have that truck have, like, multiple trucks taking that same coal pickup spot and dropping off at different locations. Because right now I've got a place here that is filling up with the steel tubes as a buffer because I'm not using them. And how is this working out? Are you actually getting... We're actually finally getting the steel bars into surplus. How is all this going? So you're still not running at capacity because of coal. And the coal, we've actually upgraded the belt. It just doesn't have enough throughput, or sorry, not the belt, the drills. We just don't have enough throughput to handle that. We've got more coal up there. Alright, all these steel bars going away so fast. Okay. Alright, so we're keeping that full. Alright, so we've got all that moving over. And that should help with our coal now. The conveyor belt's going at speed. Let me check to see if we've actually upgraded those drills. Because I know we upgrade one. I want to see if I upgrade both of them. And all that. So good news, I'm seeing that stutter happening. Okay, so it's not enough to quite be full. Let's make sure they're both upgraded. That's already upgraded. And that's already upgraded. So we're at this point, which has been a long time coming. Which is we're going to start putting power slugs into our extractors because that's, like, your base input is almost always a bottleneck. So that's going to upgrade that. But what I kind of want to do is get another truck stop up here. That truck stop is going to be entirely about get coal and then get coal to other locations for temporary fuel. We definitely don't want that in the long run, but the short term, that should be an option. So, what I need to do here is I'm going to need to find a better way of setting up these stops. Because right now with these stops in line with each other, the issue I'm running into is the truck wants to stop at each one. But that said, I don't think the truck can get underneath this belt unless I bring it even higher, which the only reason that's a problem is because I already have belts even higher. And there's not enough room to go around this side without being way out of the way. I'm just gonna rebar it. Because it should be getting to the point that those will stop respawning because they're getting close enough. Alright. So I'm looking at kind of making a second half to the depot here. Alright, so grab you. And instead, this side, we'll turn it this way. That'll work. Because this one's only going to need coal going into it. That is not lined up at all. I don't know why you were happy with that. Okay, sure, whatever. Alright, so it's one tile in from here. I think it's just lining up the belts. I think that'll do. So good news is, in this particular case... Oh, you know what? I could do this in a really weird, funky way. So that'll prioritize, if I put coal in it, it'll automatically put it into the fuel part of the truck that's going into it. Now I just need to split off a coal line. Which this is my coal line right here. So we can go right here, nice and in the middle. Okay, and we can have you go up top. You go up top there. And bring you in here. And with that, it's going to start feeding everything in here. I just need a power line over there, which shouldn't be too hard. We're bound to have one that I could... There we go. One I can cut across here with. Okay. So now... we should have this. Yeah, so you'll see it's feeding into the main storage, and then down here, when the main storage when this fills up, it'll start overflowing into the main storage. And that should be good news, because then that should give me the ability to ship coal wherever I need to on the map. This is also way upstream from all of the steel production, so if I ever run short on coal, it should only get a fraction of the amount, and that just means my coal truck will stop running, which is its own problem. But that's a problem for later me. So good news is I've got myself a new stop over there. We've got our little truck depot. Weirdly enough, I could see almost doing like the Factorio train depot and having trains that pick up the resource from a location, bring it to a central hub, and then that central hub could have multiple inputs and outputs. I don't know if we'll get to that point because I feel like setting up the logistics for that will be a huge hassle. But I'm also kind of down to try setting that up because it'll be a huge hassle. Because then there'll be like the whole, we have the one train bringing the aluminum in, and like the 3 places the aluminum is being taken to. The one train bringing the aluminum in is going to have to be like way, way overcompensated. And then the ones going out will be like nowhere near as much. Okay, so the thought here is I'm not going to have our smart plates being produced nearby. We'll go over this way. I will grab the rotors and the other stuff and bring them over to a slightly remote area and have the trucks go back and forth. And honestly, this is feeling like a good spot. They're gonna start getting a little overkill on the truck front. And eventually that's gonna become an immediate problem because they're all going to be gobbling up coal just to move stuff around. So if you're looking at like a meta min-maxy, doing things in a way that makes the most sense, you just put down a conveyor belt. That's the correct answer, is you just put down a conveyor belt. Alright, so we can go here to transportation, truck station. So that could be the coal drop-off. Actually, we'll put these all in line with each other for a couple of reasons. That can be the reinforced plate drop-off, and that'll be the rotor drop-off. You'll see what I'm doing here in just a minute. Because what I'm going to do is this time, I'm going to have them pull all up from the side. And hit in and out that way. Okay, but before we get it all worried about that. So this is the coal drop-off. So this one should be straightforward. I'm going to have it go all the way... Actually, we can do this a little bit different. So I want to do a splitter. That's in, so you can drop that. Okay, so coal comes out, and... Oh, wait, I don't want to actually go into your... There we go. What I want to do is I want to have it go in here. So give a little bit of space. You go straight pipe there, and then you go straight pipe there. Okay, so that way the coal pops out, pops into this one, pops into that one. All 3 of the trucks will be fueled, so that's good news. The next thing we need is going to be our outputs for this. And I don't think we're going to raise this one. I think we're going to keep it at ground level. But with that, that'll be our reinforced plates, and then that will be our rotors. So you can go over here to production, assembler, and we'll shift that a little ways forward. What's going to be the best way for me to handle this? New plan. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these a little way forward. I can put the other one... Oh, right. The reason I don't put them side by side, I forgot. The issue about putting these side by side is when you do that, you run into the problem where what ultimately happens is when you go to bring the splitters to bring it over, it doesn't quite work the way you want it. So I could take you, you're going to drop down. And go here. Alright. That'll work. So I've got the 2 here, and now I can go assembler. Those are my inputs. And go right here. And now I can go to splitters. And we'll set you for the smart plating. Oh yeah, and then I have to have something bring it to the space elevator. You know what, that's fine. So for the space elevator nonsense, we can deal with that in a moment. I'm only going to use the small storage on these. These are never going to be a thing I'm going to want a ridiculous capacity for, but I am going to need some capacity. Okay. And then with that, because I like to make bad choices, we're just going to go ahead and put down another row here, and then I will make a truck stop for bringing stuff to and from the space elevator. This is going to be terrible. The amount of coal I'm going to be burning is going to be absolutely disgusting. It's going to be an immediate problem. What's the plan for today? So for the moment, we are playing some Satisfactory. We're currently working on getting the Phase 1 goods produced for finishing Phase 2. We already did all the milestones. I'm being very inefficient in my progression side of things, while continuing to build stuff that we could scale up. We're also being inefficient in transportation because I'm not allowing myself to just, you know, ferry the goods across the entire map kind of thing on conveyor belts like we did the last time. So I'm forcing myself to use the vehicles and all that. Okay. So you've got the coal entering this system. So let's pop over here real fast. Alright, so first... yeah, that'll be your input. And then here's your fuel. Okay, so I have a platform here that is functional now. We just need to hook up the trucks and all the wires and all that to get all set up. The good news is I literally have this passing directly by me. I'm just gonna daisy chain a quick pull off of this because it's literally like one little pull off. Okay. So. Let me grab you and pop you over on this side. And I'm down to hook up all 3 of these on that pole. And that fills up all that's capacity. And then literally the only other things I've got over here is the assembler. So all that is basically to accommodate an assembler. We look at all 4 of these stations, it's for that assembler. When I say I'm not necessarily doing this efficiently, it's really not efficiently. It's really not efficiently. Alright, so let's run over here real quick. Because I need to get my coal line set up. To start running the coal over there. Once I get the coal line set up to run back and forth, we can start focusing on the other stuff. I'm actually not sure what the best route is going to be for that. I'm probably going to end up needing to make a dedicated highway. Like where we pave a road that goes in between and the trucks can just zip back and forth all day. Because one of the things I'll run into a problem is as we have more and more trucks running up and down the same hills, it's going to get bad. It's going to get real bad. Alright, so transportation. We have plenty of materials for the little tractors. Okay, I think that's facing the right way. Alright, so we can start recording. So step 1 is just going to be getting off here. We'll try our best to not be on the exact same path as the other one. I don't know what the blinking exclamation mark is about. You out of fuel there, friend? Because that's not helpful. I need to configure that to be a drop-off. Alright, and then we just need to backtrack. There's gonna be lots of traffic problems here. Because they're following way too close to the same path. Alright. We can drive you right up this hill. And then you'll need to cut a little bit far left than the other ones. Oh no, don't do that. Alright, so that's a problem. Okay. So. Save. Coal line. What? Okay. We'll see what it does if I put on autopilot. No. What are you doing? You're messing up everything. Hang on, wait a second. Why did you go over there? Alright, hold please. Disable autopilot. The truck's kinda cursed. Okay, so let's grab all of those pipes and bars it just grabbed, because that's a major problem. Put those back. Go over here. Put these back here as well. Okay. Why did it go over there? I don't really understand how it decides these routes. Okay, so delete path. Load path. Coal line. Delete path. Yes. Alright, so let's start this by hugging as far over to the right as we can. We start this way over here on the right. I want to just enough in. Okay, so that's where it wants to consider in the load zone. So we're gonna start the recording. We're gonna hug this thing as close as we can, not go any farther over than we have to. We're gonna keep on the right. Because then what I'm gonna start doing is replacing that route that I got for the first one. We'll have to clean that up later. No, yeah, I don't have self-driving turned on before we do that. But we've got it turned off. And I've got that still set wrong. That's fine. Okay, that's it filled up. So I turn around and run back. And it's very clear that the other tractor ran out of power, which worries me. My assumption of what happened is because everything was gobbling up all the coal for this tractor to ship stuff around, that it didn't find enough to do the laps. Because these things absolutely obliterate the coal. I'm doing a second lap, and we're getting ready to have burned off 20 coal just from doing what's effectively 2 laps. So to say these things go through some coal is understating it tremendously. Alright, so we've got that set up. Go real far to the left. Alright. So save. Coal line. Save. Honk our horn on accident, because that's just what we do. Have the weird thing that every time I do that, it gets me like weirdly control-wise. Okay. So with that, go to you. Oh, I guess I have to pop in, enable that, pop out. I'll grab a stack of coal. Cool, this time I didn't try to stop and pick up the pipes or anything. We're just gonna give it a quick follow around. It'd be fun to have a route where we have like the big sky bridge. It gets to where it needs to be and it just drives off the sky bridge and drops down. That could be a pretty comical way to facilitate that. So yeah, so that seems to be working perfectly. The downside is there's too much going back and forth. I'm gonna have to give them separate routes. You're gonna slap right into the other one, aren't you? Surprisingly, no. Get out of here. Let's go watch this one to just make sure it doesn't stop by and load the coal into its cargo. And then what I need to do is go back to the side that we're dropping off at and actually switch it to drop off coal. And then that's gonna take a while. The downside is what this is going to be doing is that means for every lap these things are going to be doing, because there's going to be like 5 of them running around, it's going to be like 50 coal per lap between the 5 of them. But that's just going to be a thing we're going to have to deal with if I want to go this route. Ultimately, I'm going to want trains. I'm just watching to make sure when you get up here, you do not pick up from these other stops. Because, yeah, we deleted where I wanted to stop there. So I should only see you pick up from the right. I do not want to see you pick up from the left. You good? Alright, hold up. Hold up. I'm guessing you didn't top off at all. Now you got full fuel, and you've got stuff in there. Alright, so we're gonna need to back you up. and go over here, load the route, the steel bar route, get that out of here, you're garbage. We're gonna go here, we're going to start recording. So load the cargo. And we're gonna scooch over to this side. And try our best to follow this right route, so it's right out, left in. So you veer off left. I keep going right. Then I got the docking station over here. Seems that these trucks have terrible autopilot. Yes. It's like driving a Tesla. It's completely unreliable and won't get you where you're aiming to be. And meanwhile, all Tesla owners have just been upset. I would apologize, but, you know, there's a certain amount of truth to it. Okay. Same deal. We go back a little bit on the right. But yeah, and that was the thing, like, before 1.0, they were even worse about driving around. You legit thought I was going to say, I apologize, but you're Tesla owners? I mean, it is what it is. They've already been punished enough. I mean, they own a Tesla. No, I'm teasing. Like, it's fine. Own whatever car you want to own. Do you also play Factorio? I have in the past. It's not something I've streamed much because I'd already played a ridiculous amount of the game before I started streaming. That said, when the update comes out here and for like the space thing, I'll almost certainly play it on the channel. Why are you not giving me the choice to... There we go. No! Why are you detecting that one? I don't really understand. I'm gonna be honest. So you got coal? I don't get what like there's a pretty big gap between them. What that does tell me is the entire path is garbage. That's what that tells me, is I cannot use that path. To be fair, I already have it picking up. Did you do anything? Okay. Start recording. Load. Why? I don't really get it. Like, very clearly this is much farther than the other one. Please stop putting coal in here. Let's try backing up as far as it'll let me and still detect. Yeah, no, it's the fact this whole thing is like, I didn't realize it was gonna be that picky about it. Okay, so this time we have the correct one. And we're gonna try recording this one again, and if it doesn't work, we might have to scrap this. Because the amount I'm fighting to just get the autopilot on these things to not be absolutely terrible is not worth the effort. Like, it'd be one thing if it worked, but I don't want to have to, like, design my entire base just to accommodate the weirdness of how much this wants these to be spread out. Alright. The trains are nicer just because the train, it's forward and back. There's not a lot of places for it to go wrong. It's just forward and back. Like, you take a little while to figure out what you need to get it set up. But once it's set up, it's just good. You're gonna... I hit the button, but I didn't see the arm go. You know what? We'll figure it out. We'll see if it works, if it doesn't. I'm already over it. Like, I liked the idea of having these drive around, but, like, they're so finicky. And I'm hoping I don't have to make it so, like, this side of the base is one dock, the other side of the base is the other dock. Because the other problem is I was talking about doing that over there with all those docks. If it's that much of a spacing needed between them, that's going to be a problem. So it might just be that you really cannot use the trucks for large-scale stuff. That they're fine for, like, having, like we were doing before, just moving the steel bars. Which is now broken, by the way. But for, like, any meaningful amount of production back and forth, that maybe they're just really not a good fit. Well, that time I moved before it could drop steel in. Alright, I have no idea what this thing's gonna do when I turn on the autopilot. I expect it to fail. Because I've also noticed if I'm sitting in it when it goes into autopilot, it doesn't work at all. You, let's just get you back on track real quick. Okay, we got autopilot turned on. In the meantime, we will save that path just in case. Yeah, so like I said, I've noticed while I'm in the vehicle, it doesn't want to go at all. I hop out and it goes immediately. But if I hop back in, it just doesn't know what to do. The autopilot completely breaks. Don't drive off the cliff, please. Where are you going? Alright. I'm over it. I'm over it. You're fired. You're fired. No more tractor. No more tractors. I wanted to use them, but like, they just don't work. So we're gonna run this down here. We're gonna go and just delete the paths. We're gonna get rid of those stations. We're gonna find a different way of doing this. The downside is this is the only non-conveyor belt way for me to transport stuff that isn't manually carry it. So I think we're gonna make a sky conveyor way for right now until I get trains. Because I've been spending like half an hour just trying to set this thing up. And it'd be one thing if I was having difficulty as in player issue just getting it turned online. But these things are so absolutely finicky. I'm honestly surprised they have such difficulty. Especially when you consider it records the paths. So let's drop over here, unload this. Oh, you got coal in there. Don't do that. Do we actually get coal popping out of the line? We did, but I caught it in time. Oh, that's not the right thing. You're not supposed to have steel tubes. This thing requires waypoints? No, I realize that. It requires... Oh, man. Okay, so drop that off. I didn't see that it stopped to do that. Boo. Alright, so I need to get all the steel pipes. I want to bring those back. Put them back where they come from. And it's gonna grab the steel bars, but like I said, I'm gonna end up needing to make some type of sky rail or whatever to drop the conveyors. Just unfortunately, the trucks are nothing. But so you've seen people have better results by giving them wide foundation lanes as their roads, making sure there's nothing to collide with, etc. It seemed to need more space and effort than trains. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, if I've got to take the time to build this giant sky road and then, you know, make sure my stops are you know, half a building across from each other, it's just not worth the time. They need to be not... Like, I get that they're forgiving, which is why they're like that, but the whole thing is, it makes them such a hard thing to work around that I don't see it as worth my time or effort to get that all sorted out. Okay, so drop you off. So I need to get this back over there, drop off those steel pipes. And then we're just gonna do something else with these. Like, that's the thing, if I gotta pave a whole road to do that, I might as well just build conveyors. Which I'll still do. I will still build all of the ground to put all that to make the conveyor belts on giant stilts the entire way. Yeah, no, I'm gonna wait for trains. Like, we'll do some conveyor shenanigans for right now just to get things moving again. And just go for trains. Unfortunately, the trucks getting them working is more costly than just not using them at all. Because the other thing to consider is while we're trying to take all this time setting up, this thing's choking down like 10 coal each lap. So it is just eating my fuel. And that can be used for power like anything else. And I don't mind if it was using that and working, but I'm fighting with it and we're burning like just more and more coal trying to make it all work. Okay, so now let's go in here, grab all of that out, and put it all in here. That's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Alright, this is gonna be a whole thing to figure out. So the good news is I've got this area already set up for trains in the short term. So I can leave this the way it is for right now. Meanwhile, you don't exist anymore. I am insulted and upset with you, and I don't want you to continue to exist in this plane of existence. Hey, you're also gone. May that be a lesson to all you other vehicles. Oh, hey. I'm gonna have to put down a truck, aren't I? Alright, 1 second. I need to put down a truck long enough to load this path and delete them. Now, I am down to use the truck as my own personal vehicle, but otherwise, not really. So for right now, we'll leave all of that infrastructure the way it is. But what I'm going to need to do is I need to... For right now, I don't need to get the coal down there. The coal can just stay where it is right now. It is going to cause some grief up there, but then when it fills up, I won't have to worry about it. Actually, the coal doesn't need to be up there at all. Let's pop up here. Let's tear up that coal stop. Get the coal moved into something else. Because I don't need this stop at all. It's just going to gobble up coal that I need on the line. So get rid of that. Cool. Okay. Because otherwise we're just going to keep passing coal the whole way up, and we're going to have lots of problems on all of these because of it. So there's 100 coal into this one. And then the other two are full. So we can go over here real fast. That's backed up, which is normally a good thing. But in my particular case, because I've got like 10 stacks of coal I have nothing to do with. For the moment, that is a little bit of a problem. So in the interim, what I'm going to do is to solve this problem, so I don't have to think about it or worry about it, I'm just going to chuck a container right here. And this container we'll delete later, but for now I'll just drop all that coal in and it'll feed into the line over time. Okay, so that solves that issue. So that's a colossal waste of time. But what we're going to do is I'm leaving these two in place. Well, actually, do I want to leave them in place? Do I have... So that's bringing coal over here. We don't need that over here. Let's just start tearing all of this up. So I no longer need the coal line going over here at all. This will give me back a bunch of reinforced plates while we're at it. And I will leave the, Alright, so we'll leave that part of the coal line in place, because that lets me expand that later. So what I am going to do is I'm going to leave some stuff in place here. How much coal do I have on my person? Just 1 stack. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. We can grab this coal out of there. We can grab the coal out of here, and just like before, it doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. It never existed. Alright, so what I want to do here is let's replace these with actual storage containers. So pick up that whole thing. That's a bunch of materials. We'll get rid of that for just a second, and get rid of that for just a second. We'll do the industrial storage. It'll shift that forward enough that I can pop you up here. And you... Actually, let's pick that up where it's at and put it right here. Because then we'll have the dimensional storage. But then, like I said, this will give me a good place that I could put a train stop later. It's already lined up. I can, you know, shimmy that around a little bit to make it all work. We can drop you in here. So I'll be able to, like, shimmy that around a little bit to make it work. That will have the train stop here. We'll have the 2 ports there. Then I can have the in port go in there and the out port go there. And that'll be good. This is the one I'm worried about trying to move, because that is a lot already in there. So let's start by disconnecting the input. And the output can go away as well. You're gonna have to get picked up. And then we can go here, industrial storage there. And you can just plug right in right now. You can pick that up. cool. Oh, same thing I did last time. Pick that up, pick that up. We can put the dimensional storage there. Oh, my inventory is full. That's easy enough to fix. I was like, why can't I build it? Alright. So grab all that stuff. Okay. So good news is that'll shut down. Alright. So we put all that work in. We've got this area set up that, like I said, later on, it should be pretty easy to adapt this to trains. So, like, we'll end up shuffling around when we do. But then I can put, like, one train station here and a second train station next to it, whatever I gotta do. And that should be... Now, honestly, I can put one train station and, you know, have one freight for the pipes and one freight for the other. It's fine. We'll get that all sorted. In the meantime, I do need to get those... Oh, you know what? I don't need to. All that place I took to set up the, all that area I set up with the limestone, I have limestone right here. So let's run down there, grab the limestone, get the industrial whatever's set up over here. We'll make them be produced right here. Like, there's the other component right there. It's fine. So let's go ahead and use our vehicle for getting around, because I've got it. Why not? I'm very disappointed in the trucks. Like, they're fun for cruising around in. That part's fun. Especially where I can go to this thing and go, get out of here. Serves the bean right for getting in my way. Like, I can cruise around and they're not too shabby. They're not super fast, but they're fun to zip around in. We'll definitely want to replace it with the Explorer when we unlock that. But what I want to do is go over here to where we've got all of this set up. And temporarily, I'm just going to chuck a bunch of the steel bars in there. If I still have them on me. I actually don't think I do. Because this is set up now... No, it's not. That's not where it is. This is set up now to make the industrialized beams. Oh man, it does suck that this is already all built. Oh no, that's not the big area. It's just this little area down here. Okay, this is not that big a deal. Yeah, so I got this little spot down here. It is the only thing going to waste. I think they might have some minor uses for short distance route. Yeah, no, the trucks are just... It's one of those things that you look... Ultimately, you're comparing them to, like, conveyor belts. And it's just one of those things, if just throwing a conveyor belt is just by every metric better, then the trucks serve very little purpose in the whole thing. And so with the short route, okay, I can program the truck, build the station, power the station, bring the fuel in, which means I gotta transport it for somewhere, you know, get all that wired up, get that all figured out, or I can put down a belt. And the comparison is very one-sided. You can build the trucks for the sake of building the trucks, but immediately once you get past the first 2 seconds, the conveyor belt is just better. So it's kind of one of those things. I feel like it's a solvable problem. Like, I could see them making them... Like, if they could improve the AI with their following the pathing, that could certainly help them. I could see them making it a little bit more... Like, weirdly making them more rigid in, like, their positioning and all that. And it's just one of those things. Let's see, yeah, conveyor belts actually just win. You kind of feel like someone should mod in that they need power. It's actually worthwhile to use other transportations. I do wish there was more value to the trucks. The problem with the trucks is 100% just getting them to cooperate. Like that, very, very genuinely, that feels like the start and the end of the problem is just getting them to cooperate. So that's just one of those things that needs to be fleshed out better. The devs wanted conveyor power. The players revolted. Yeah, I could definitely see why. I know I would find that very limiting. Because that would mean you just couldn't expand your base without more power. Like, even if it was, like, a very small amount, it should be left in as an option. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. Did I already pull up the drill? Yeah, I did. Okay, so we got all the stuff that we know we have enough materials that I could set up the industrial whatever production on the other side. At the moment, it says magic free item transport. Yeah, I could see ways that they could potentially make it a lot better. So genuinely, the trains honestly hold up until you get to the absolute highest tier belts. It's when you hit the absolute highest tier belts that I don't see a scenario where the train wins that fight. Because the trains have kind of the scale of how good they get, and there is nothing to improve the trains. Like, I could see, you know, if they made it so you could upgrade the trains to make, like, a super fast train, or have, like, an absolutely obnoxious level of storage. Which even then, you'd still be limited by the belts feeding into the train's input, so it's still that. Add another car? Well, the problem with the cars is they're just not reliable. Oh, you're talking about the train. Yeah, you can make them scale, but, like, that's the whole thing. You hit a point where you could just easily pop down more belts. Because you can only have 2 belts per car as kind of your max. So it effectively can replace 2 belts without being quite as efficient as 2 belts, since they do have to stop and go and load and unload, and that takes time. Alright, so we've got all this set up over here. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is let's get a 2-meter ramp, so not the full size. And I'm going to put that here. Put that over the limestone so I can put down the drill here. And we can go to production, Mark II drill, do... point it inward, and I'll make this the outer edge of where we can build that up. It is actually still kind of on stilts, which is fine. Alright, so, for you, let's get a ramp going. Actually, instead of a ramp, let's do ladders. So we can start putting up some walls and everything. So we can take the wall, drop you here. 1, 2, 3, 4 probably. And you go to architecture. Ooh, is that high enough? Please let me connect to the other side already. Alright, I need to go 1 higher. Okay, that'll take a little figuring out, but that's fine. Because this feels like it'd be more something I would actually do. I wish I could get the snap to the other side without having to get up here. Alright, and there we go. But yeah, no, you can expand a train by just adding more cars. Because we did that on the other one. I expanded, was it the plastics train? No, we kept expanding because of extra material, like different materials, not volume. It's just the whole thing is that when you fully upgrade it, you end up getting the, sorry. What do you do? Oh, you're set to straight still. You end up getting it to such a point that I think it's 1,000 items per second is what the highest conveyor belts are. And so it's just really hard to beat that with the train. Okay. So this will be the first one coming up here. So we can go ahead and just bring that right across. Because this will be our limestone. So we're basically resetting up what we just had on the other side, because with the way those cars wanted to work, it just wasn't worth the time. It's really kind of unfortunate. I was wanting to... Well, great. I was wanting to really mix up the types of way I was getting around, but the trucks feel like they're more of a fight than any kind of benefit. And it's even where it's like, okay, but, you know, maybe they're not optimal, whatever. I'm not that worried about that, but it was the fact that they were actually frustrating to deal with. It was kind of an unfortunate reality. Okay, we're going to set this up just the same way. Plus, I also now don't need to build the truck. I don't need to fuel it. I don't need 2 stops along the way. More stops if I want to import the fuel and yada yada. So it does actually save me a lot of infrastructure costs and a whole bunch of other stuff I'd otherwise need to deal with. So there's definitely a lot of benefits to this. You are going to be concrete. And then we have our steel bars are down there. That should be easy enough to just bring a belt through here. We will need to continue to expand it this way. Because then I'll put the storage container, and then we'll put the assembler for making the industrial beams and all that. And all of this has been delaying us working on any of our Phase 2 objectives, because these are a necessity as part of that. For this, I'll just use a regular container, I think. I feel like one of the things that got me a little bit in trouble on the last run was the moment I got the bigger containers, I started using them for everything. And there's just certain things I don't really need to have that big of a buffer involved. Okay, so let's go ahead and get power up here real fast. Well, that's not what I wanted. We can run these right along here. This will be the next main trunk. And we can plop you down. I need to be using the better power poles. I've already got them set up on here, but when you use number 2, it doesn't automatically choose to use the better ones for some reason. I mean, it's probably because you may or may not have the materials, but it would be kind of nice if they did. Okay, so let's scooch this slightly over here. Put you down there. Okay, so that's the concrete. So now... we can bring this up here. And get the steel over here. Okay. So that's going to be going up along here and then feeding into that spot. That should be easy enough to manage. So let's bring this up a little bit higher. And keep those running up here. Alright, with the straight belts, this should be fine. Okay, now hopefully... Yeah, that's what I was hoping, is that would bend around that way versus doing the weird squiggle we've had happen a couple of times. Alright, so now we can go here to the splitter. And bring you up forward. Put you over here. And you're the encased steel beams, and you're now producing. Alright, an organization we can put down. Getting the parachute saves you from hurting yourself so much. Yeah, so you can put that up there, put dimensional storage up there, and that means we have our encased stuff back on the system. And that'll be a matter of going down to where I had started to set up the whole thing with the other spot, and then making the decision of, do I keep it there where it's all set up and ready, but not in an easily accessible position, or do I not do that, and instead what I do is put it between the two buildings where it's easily accessible, but then I gotta rebuild. Okay, so all that's set up, we're good to go. How are we doing on power? For the moment, we can actually exceed our power production by a pretty substantial amount, but that's okay. We've got that online, we've got encased steel. One is enough? Yeah. Yeah, because the big thing is I just need to get it producing at all. And go from there. You know what? As much fun as you are as a meme, the problem is I'm gonna have to stop and refuel it again and again, and I can't be bothered. What I'll probably do is get our really big power towers so I can just zip line down here. Because honestly, with a parachute, I can just parachute out here, and it'll honestly be faster than driving the truck. Yeah, so the area we're messing with is over there. So my choices are, one, is I can run the conveyor belts out there, which I don't want to spaghetti them. So we will take a platform, take it over, drop it down if we go that route. But let's see. Oh man, I just realized there's probably a giant mountain of coal in that one there. I'm probably just going to delete the whole pile of it. Oh. Okay, so you actually didn't move much coal. Alright, so get rid of you. And you. I guess that one truck running back and forth this whole time was bugged and didn't do anything. Alright, so let's check where we've got. So we've got 3 inputs. I shouldn't have 3 inputs. So we've got our 2 inputs. Oh, there's 2 inputs and then there's an output. That's right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, honestly, that's a very simple setup. We'll just move it. It's gonna take me more time and resources to get materials here than to go there. Feels like this is an autism trap. Oh, just like the wanting to organize and perfection. I wouldn't even say it's like an autism thing. There's a lot of people who like things to be organized. It's just like that's just not an unusual thing. But no, there's a lot of games that if you're someone who likes to be perfectionist about arrangement, organization, the game can be an absolute time vampire. Lots of numbers to min-max? Oh yeah. But that's true of like any tycoon style game, any factory automation style game, all of them if you like really min-maxing numbers can really just be an absolute time vampire that you'll never escape. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is, for right now, for a quick solution, I'm going to try and bridge these two and probably realize that they're not quite lined up. Which is fine. So I can go here to our foundations. Let's see, obsessive compulsive personality are often parallel neurodivergence, but not always a big correlation. Yeah, no, there's it's one of those things when you look at neurodivergent conditions, it is very, 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 very common for them to co-occur. Like with different things. Like that is not an unusual thing to have co-occurring neurodivergent conditions. Which for those who don't know what that means, it means if you have a neurodivergent condition, you are more likely to have more than one. Did you know if you press control while placing the first foundation, it'll snap to the world grid? I did notice this one's on the world grid. That one is not, because I didn't catch it before I already started building a bunch. Okay, so we have way over here the reinforced plates that are going to need to go the entire length of this building across, which was the very kind of thing I was trying to avoid doing with what we were trying to do. We were trying to set up trains and all that. It is what it is. I'm going to get this set up, tell myself I'm going to change it someday. But it's like already... I hate it. I hate it. It upsets me and I hate it.
Why did you all describe my relationship with Skyrim? I swear I hear it crying under the heavy fucking load I put on it.
Darth? I'm surprised it got past the auto mod. Because I usually have most stuff with like squares and all that not be able to text to speech. Because, you know, people will put pretty awful things. Like, it's not that I have some, like, horrible thing where it's like, oh no, absolutely no swearing. It's just kind of one of those things that, when you allow that with the anonymity of the internet, very quickly, it goes from people who are just, you know, saying those kind of things, to getting way outside what's okay. So generally stuff like auto mod I try to manage. You say you're surprised it allowed it, and then you're the one who did it though. Why would you deliberately do something that you're like, oh, auto mod should catch that? Come on, man. Make it make sense. For testing, for science? Yeah, but that's like doing for science, like showing up at TSA with a loaded gun, and then being surprised when you get thrown in jail. Like, it's... I mean, obviously I'm not trying to say these are equal in extremes or anything like that, because that's wholly not correct. But you get the idea here. I mean, it is people's jobs. But hear me out, it's not Darth's job. No one's job here in chat is to test auto mod. I actually literally have a rule in the channel about testing auto mod, because it unfortunately almost always devolves into people getting progressively more and more offensive terms until it actually flags. And then you go from being stuff that's like maybe kind of sort of ish possibly offensive to just hang on a second, that's really bad. Why are you being... Oh, right, because that's an input. We can fix this really easy. I'll just move to the other side. Right. I do understand that, Darth, but at the same time, obviously it's not, like, if it's something I probably wouldn't want to be said, please don't test it. Yeah, exactly. The only thing you're testing is my patience. But you are surprised it got through? Right. My point is, if you... Here's a pro tip. If you assume something is going to be, like, disallowed, not allowed through, something like that, don't try it anyways. That's just not a great decision. Like, obviously, what's being permitted to say on a stream is not a huge ordeal. But generally speaking, testing the boundaries of stuff just because not going to work out for you in a lot of places. Fast way to get yourself in a lot of trouble out in the world. You thought you had exited TTS? Gotcha. I mean, you still typed it in there. Because it ends up being a problem that I have to worry about that stuff. Then we stop having TTS entirely. Because it means I can't moderate it, and I have literally an obligation as a content creator that it is literally in my agreement that I have to moderate chat. And if I fail to do so, they could suspend the channel. Now, obviously, what you said is nothing that's going to get the channel suspended. But it's just one of those things that immediately puts me on the, do I have to worry about people dropping racial slurs? And I swear if anyone tries to test that, I will immediately ban you. Because that is a test I cannot allow. But again, don't test automod. It's literally against the channel rules. Oh, you don't need a big container, you just need a little one. Okay, so you put you here. Smart plating. You're gonna do a swear? Don't do it, Cookie. I don't want to hear you say dang or crap. Oh, is there literally a pole right there? 1 second. Oh no, not shoot. I'm gonna need you to call. Gosh, heck, come on, man. You're taking this way too far. Look, man. Do I need to go to emote only? Do we have to do that? Gosh, heck, come on, man. That's just going too far. Where's my space elevator? There we are. That's the only one I'm really not excited about, is running this all the way over here. Because that's where we're going to start getting into spaghetti territory. Oh, a dismantle crate. Oh, you're way over there. You're going to be... Okay, that's fine. You know what, honestly? Yeah, I was going to say, that's exactly where it's going. It's like, honestly, I'll just manually carry it. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to manually carry it. I'm even too lazy for that. I'm going to dimensional storage it and then take it out of my dimensional storage whenever I need it and plunk it in there. That's what we're going to do. It's manually carrying it, but even lazier. Where is this thing? It's over here. Oh, I need more of you. Crafting bench. What have you done? You're freaking anybody done? Yeah, no, I'm not being like, oh my god, Darth, how could you? It's just one of those things, it's very much being like, please don't do that again. Because like I said, if it is the thing that ends up becoming a problem with moderation, then I gotta get rid of TTS. I'm just surprised it got by is all. And I don't think there's an easy way. Man, why is it so hot in this room? I was just checking the AC, thinking that the AC wasn't even running, but no, it's not a bad temperature. I think it's just this room is hot, but on this floor, otherwise it's not. Alright, so what I was going to do here is dimensional storage. Because then that'll put the smart plates in here. And then what I can end up doing is when I need them at the other side, I can grab them. Well, I can grab some of them out. It'll be fine, whatever. You know, actually, it's not going to work. It's fine. It's fine. I was just realizing it's only going to carry 50 at a time, so unless I'm going to visit it regularly, it's not going to be worth my time to do it that way. Oh, and I need to go here and grab the stack of those. That's fine. We'll just leave it feeding into that. It'll work fine. I'll come back, because how much do you store? Do I want to put the bigger container here? So you stack, I believe 50 a stack, and we need 1,000. So 50, so that'd be 250. Yeah, so that'll be 1,000 between the 4 rows. Okay, so that's fine. We'll just leave that. When it fills up, it's done. We need to go on to the next one. Hi.
Fine.
Did you have a good nap?
I slept so much. Did you see?
I did see. Well, I saw you were asleep at some point. I didn't see how long. Yeah, sleep schedule's all ruined from travel and then being sick. It happens. All right, so we got our assembler here. So the versatile frames. So that's gonna be the steel bars and the cube things. Okay, so this is where we got to start moving stuff around. And like I said, I really wanted to not conveyor these all, because part of the thing is now I've got all of those rotors on a conveyor belt, just sitting on a conveyor belt. So we've got our modular frames. Oh, you know what? This actually works out. This wasn't an intentional decision. I'm making my modular frames right next to my steel production. That wasn't a planned thing for this stage. It was just a happy coincidence. But that's going to make my life way easier. Because up there on the right, up there, that's my modular frames. And then my steel's over there. So that works out pretty well. And I'll get our modular, the better frames going. The catch we got to worry about is I don't want it to be a thing. Well, no, because now that we're doing the thing where I'm splitting off the stuff there, I can allow it to split off, and we will still get some stuff in the dimensional storage. So modular frames is up here, and then that has the rods on it, but the rods actually come from there. So that shouldn't be too hard to expand. I will have to run a conveyor belt between the two of them, which, like I said, I was trying to avoid doing that, but we're accepting this. Later on, we'll train it all. Just increase our power grid and use trains to move stuff. Yeah, so I got a whole bunch of modular frames here, so I could just pipe off this side and bring it over here. Clearly, these aren't on the same grid. Yeah, that'd be the world grid there. So this location is not on the world grid. So let's start from the other side and world grid it over. Oh, I haven't checked on our fuel in a long time. It was doing, like, it was way over capacity the last time, but I do need to keep an eye on it. It should probably be fine. We had a ton of mycelium that was just kind of blocked off, couldn't get anywhere. Alright. I'm glad you've been enjoying Sunnyside so much, Darth. Like, I know I streamed it, and I had good time with it, but it's just one of those things that, at the time, didn't really land on Twitch very well. Like, there was a couple creators who went hard on it for just a little bit. But then, like, viewership just absolutely fell off on the platform because its release was a little rough. But they've been working on making it better and all that. So it's one of those games that looked really promising, but just unfortunately in content creation, a game being good doesn't mean a game's good to stream. And so, just, you know, the business side of streaming gotten, you know, made it so it's not really an option. And plus, it's a long game. Like, to be clear, if it was a short game that just doesn't pull numbers and all that, that's totally fine. You can just do a one-off stream, whatever. But when it's a long game, it's a harder sell. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, because it did seem like a game that they put a lot of time and passion into, and just had a rocky launch. I mean, that's like the compliment on a lot of games that have been there. Like, very genuinely, when No Man's Sky dropped, a lot of us pretty much expected it was going to be dead game after it got such bad reception. And I'm glad that was not the case. But there's been a number of games that have gone that way that they released and the reception was kind of eh. And it's a very short list that's been able to come back from that. Is that got a good jump? I should double check its numbers. Last I looked, it was pretty much platform-wise dead. But there's also those things that you can have stuff that's like dead on YouTube and Twitch, but still doing extremely well on Steam and all that. It's always one of those things that I try to emphasize that just because a game's good doesn't mean it's good to stream. Just because a game's like good to stream doesn't mean it's a good game in general. Some games, like playing on your own, is just really not a good time. But in the situation where you've got chat and everything there, it can be a lot of fun. Like, some games are literally carried by their Twitch integration. That without it, it's just, you know, it's just an okay game. Alright. So I just wanted to clean up all that before I started, you know, putting concrete across the ground, because once the concrete's covering it, I can't pick it up. Well, it doesn't really matter. Not like I'm not using a ton of biomass.
Rual, my first jump into the slice of life.
Your first jump into the slice of life? Okay. Oh, your first jump into the slice of life genre. I understand. Sorry, I didn't catch that the first time. Excellent. No, it's not a bad one. If you enjoy that game, like, Stardew Valley is a classic, always worth considering. Coral Island is one that I personally will stand by in a big way. Sunhaven is another really good one. That one, the art style can be pretty off-putting for some people, but the game itself is really, really good. But, like, I for one, was someone who slept on it for a while because I saw the art style and was like, just really, really did not work with me. It's a chibi art style, the Sunhaven. And that's fine, but it's like an extremely leaning in on the big head side of things. To a point where it's like, okay, this is honestly distracting me from the game. But once I got past that, Sunhaven is amazing. I appreciate one thing that Sunhaven does that I don't feel enough games do, is there's a lot of games that they worried about that you'll reach a point of player strength in the game, that you'll trivialize the content and it won't be interesting anymore. And so they always do a lot to, like, really limit what you can do as a player so far as power creep and all that go. Sunhaven was like, screw that. Here's potions. They stack forever. You want to be able to walk faster? Hey, you can keep doing it till, like, honestly, it's kind of genuinely hard to control your character. Who are we to stop you? And I really appreciate that they're like, no, you know what? You choose when you're done with the power creep. And I appreciate that. There's a number of action RPGs who have done that. You've got a lot of them that kind of artificially limit your strength a great deal. But then you do have a lot of action RPGs who are like, hey man, if you just want to be like god tier character that you just blink at stuff and it falls over dead, have we got a game for you. Okay, so this is going to be interesting because I can literally just grab you right there and drop you down. And that's going to be our modular frames here. So interestingly enough, I can literally just put this right here and we're good. debating, I guess we'll face it that way, because I'm not going to need multiple rows. I might need multiple assemblers, but they'll be like side-by-side kind of things. Not super happy with this placement, but... Oh yeah, that's not... We're going to go like this. You have to scoot out a little farther. Alright. And so you needed modular frame. So this is the versatile frame. So you need the modular frames going in this side. And this is a bit of a hike for these materials, which again was something I was trying to avoid. But that's just what it is. You grew up playing a lot of Harvest Moon? Yeah, me too. Like, I remember being disappointed when we had, like, a really long spell with not a whole lot happening in that genre. Because it's one of those genres I feel like anyone can get into. It's a good genre for almost any mood. Like, if you want to go try hard and sweaty, you can do that by trying to, like, rush the end game or max out your money. If you're someone who wants to sit down there and min-max, you can sit there and go, okay, well, what combination of, like, what fruit and aging and all this can I do to absolutely maximize my profit and yada yada yada. You have the room for all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we can grab you. We'll try and smooth this out a little bit. Oh, I see. That's where the ramp is here. You know what? That's fine. We'll later on get stuff where I can make diagonals and all that. Bring that over here. I'm starting to run low on the concrete. I'm just outrunning the thing because I'm producing so much. But yeah, no, Slice of Life genre is just one of those genres you can do so much with. Okay, so how do I want to connect this where it's not absolute spaghetti? Because I am running all of these stilts the whole way. Yeah, it's gonna be what it is. Alright, this will definitely be something I'm going to want to change later. We're about to use a ridiculous amount of steel moving this over. Okay. The bug was squashed? Nice. Yeah, it is always one of the downside. When games do have a fast turnaround for updates, you do tend to get a little bit more random bugs. Like, that's always one of the ones that, there'll be people who get upset with bugs in Path of Exile. And you kind of sit down and go, you do understand, every, like, 3 or some odd months, they roll out an update to this game that is akin to what used to be an expansion pack in, like, the days of, you know, Diablo and all that. And they do that, like, every 3 or 4 months. That they had, like, entirely new game mechanics, like, you just gotta kind of have to accept that there's gonna be problems. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna worry about trying to make this go this way. What we can do is we'll go production, and we're going to go to organize. We can put you right here next to this. And all those Yeah, I'll go over here, so there's a little bit more room for the merger. But yeah, it's just one of those things. So, like, people get surprised when I was like, why is there this bug in, you know, Path of Exile? And you're like, man, it's like, do you think they had the time to properly test this? Here's a hint, they don't. And so your choices are they can either slow down, you know, development, which there is argument to be made there about what's better, to have a less bug-prone but slower turnaround game or a more bug-prone game that always has fresh content. There's certainly a discussion to be had there. Alright, so we are making this, so I need 1,000 of these, and I don't remember how much I want to say they stack up to 50, which if that is the case, that should be fine. And meanwhile, what's going on with you that I'm seeing nothing on the belt? Alright. And that leaves just the AI core things to make. You're just glad you're familiar with Skyrim bug fixes? Have those ever happened since the dawn of time? Because I'm under the impression those have never happened since the dawn of time. Ah, yeah, so I see what's happening is it's going to prioritize putting stuff in for me to build conveyors versus producing. I might regret that later, but right now me doesn't care. And so right now me is going to pretend everything is working fine, and I just don't even have to worry about it. This is a mature and healthy way of approaching life. It's not. Don't do this. Okay, so we are producing full speed on these. Can I squeeze another one of these in here? Alright, I'll have to move the conveyor belt, but we can do that. You know what? I actually don't need to move that conveyor belt. It says it's conflicting, but that, to me, looks like it runs right along that building perfectly fine. Dude, that's not turned the right way. Hold, please, before I make that statement. Yeah, so it looks like it's running right along the building, not actually into it kind of thing. Did anyone else just get a hang on the stream? Don't know. It has been a fairly quiet night. I wonder if it's been quiet like Twitch-wide or just, you know, what have you. I do worry that we're probably going to get pretty soon to the point where people are going to start burning out on Satisfactory. I made the comment a little while back that I was starting to be like, am I playing way too much of this game? Oh yeah, no, I'm not making comments about like people not being here. Like, just, it's been a fairly quiet night, and you know, outside raids, the streams have been a little bit quieter with the with Satisfactory. It's still done well, like I'm not unhappy with it. It's definitely not the point where I'm like, oh man, this game's gotta go. But it's one of those things that you always, it is a stressor that you always have as a content creator about like, okay, is it time that I need to be playing something else? Or, oh, should I just keep playing what I'm playing? Like, there's this big juggle perpetually happening. Yeah, no, I got what you were saying, Darth. And I was saying, well, it is a quieter night, and that's the reason I was asking, is because sometimes when you have, like, a low viewership day, it's because Twitch is, like, having technical issues. Not at all. Your playthrough is magnificent and enjoyable. Yeah, no, for the record, this is the second run we've been doing since 1.0. Because I do know for the channel, I have been having a lot of people give me feedback that as much as they love RimWorld, they're kind of RimWorld out for a while. And so I think that'll be fine because, you know, there's going to be the RimWorld hot potato in the fall and all that kind of stuff. And so likely around that'll probably, you know, reinvigorate interest in RimWorld then. So it feels like a good time to take a nice RimWorld break until like that event happens and starts bumping up viewerships in the category and all that, and then we can go back to that being a good time to get back into it. I'm honestly wondering if and or when we get our next DLC for RimWorld. I'm wondering where Titan's going to take that next. I'm also wondering if we'll reach a point where for people who aren't already established in RimWorld, where the game just gets too many systems for people to approach it, or just too much DLC, and you get like the paradox problem where, you know, you go to play the game and there's 30, 40 different DLC to grab. Obviously, with 1 or 2 a year, that's probably not going to be, or sorry, not 1 or 2 a year, 1 every other year or so, that's not going to be a big thing. I do really hope they rework Caravan and Travel and all that, or I could also go for a, save our ship kind of thing as well. Certainly room for opportunities there. I know some of the games I'm immediately excited about is I am excited about Farm Sim 25. I got to check that out a little bit while I was at TwitchCon. It looks so much better. Like, they have done, like, even little things are just, okay, the water ripples and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's such like a minor thing that people really shouldn't necessarily care about, but it just makes the game look that much nicer. Let's see, I've seen your first take that said your Steam line is way late for Croatian people, but your night out? Gotcha. Yeah. To be fair, my stream time gets to pretty unreasonably late for most people in the US too. Water effects can be difficult. Right, but it's one of those things that, like, mechanically for gameplay purposes, how important is it that water ripples? Basically not at all. But it does just really... Because, like, you don't realize how kind of uncanny valley stuff looks in a game until you compare it directly against something that does stuff right. So, like, when you do, like, Sea of Thieves, and then you hop into a game that just kind of shortcuts their way through ocean waves, it really, really makes it stand out by comparison. They're like, oh, this water's not good. So it's really surprising how much that tended to change things. I didn't get to do much with the demo, though. It was only like a little 10-minute demo just to keep people, you know, so you could have a lot of different people play it versus like one person hog it the whole time. And when I say it was a 10-minute demo, it wasn't they had like a very structured 10 minutes. You had access to the game almost entirely. They had a couple systems turned off, like the workers or whatever. But, it was one of those things that they just cut you loose, and then there's a 10-minute timer, and then it would reset back to the beginning of what they had. But you could do literally whatever you wanted during that time. So I messed with rice, because that's what the new crops. Another game I'm looking forward to is I'm really looking forward to Planet Coaster 2. I know Planet Coaster is one of those ones that... Stop. Oh, I forgot the push to hold. Planet Coaster is one of those games that a lot of people are either here nor there kind of thing. You have people be like, no, well, Roller Coaster Tycoon was better. Yeah, it's better in its time. When was the last time there was a good Roller Coaster Tycoon game? Shots fired. And that's because other people took over the development of it. And the later titles weren't good. It's just what happened. Roller Coaster Tycoon was like Tycoon 2 was really good. It was amazing. And then they had, what was it, like Roller Coaster Tycoon Forever and a bunch of other ones that were a different publishing group and just never really got anywhere. I think they had like some mobile games that came out. And again, different developers. I want to say the initial developer was actually pretty upset with what happened to the IP after they stopped being involved. Which was interesting. They had, oh man. I want to say the developers who went into making Planet Coaster, I want to say they did end up working on one of the Roller Coaster Tycoon, like when it first went 3D. I want to say that was the team behind it. Like, so far as the developers, not the publishers or anything like that. And you know, when there was, like, the company just wasn't moving forward, they're like, alright, well, we want to make this style of game, so we'll just make it. And so they kind of filled an absence in the industry. It's also good to see that there are more like theme park style games coming out lately, because it was one of those things that after the later Roller Coaster Tycoon titles just really, really bombed, it kind of killed the genre for a while. So it's kind of like City Skylines, what happened with SimCity. SimCity had like a really hard bomb and then like a couple of not great hits because it went like mobile games and all that. And then City Skylines showed up, and it kind of breathed life back into that genre for a good while. And even with how hard City Skylines 2 kind of crashed and burned, like they've been sticking to it and making it better. I do think long-term City Skylines 2 will be really good, but it does need to cook longer. There you are. Oh, that's not how I want that to go. Okay. Yeah, no, City Skylines 2 had a pretty rough reception, understandably, because I feel like it's the same mistake a lot of developers have made who had a success with early access as their first game, is they will release their second game kind of in the state that their first game had released in its initial early access. The problem is expectations have changed because more and more games are using early access as kind of an excuse to not do the polish ahead of time. And so like people are pretty tired of it. And people are also just burning out in early access in general. They just want to play finished things. So it is one of those things I do think they're getting caught by surprise because they're like, okay, well, we released our game like this the first time and it was great. And they do stuff like right in line with that, but the industry and the market has changed since they came out with their game 10 years ago. And so it's, you know, surprised Pikachu kind of thing. And to be fair, there are people who even argue in favor of that as well. That we've had people who go, oh yeah, well, Kerbal Space Program, when the first one released, it was a hot mess. And, you know, it took a while to find its legs and all that. And you go, alright, but hear me out. The second one comes out in a universe where the first one already exists. How do you come to terms with that? So any question you may have, do you think there will be a DLC or sequel for Hard Space Shipbreaker? You notice you also played that? I don't think so, because of how long it's been. I would assume they would do something. Did you put in the Super Smart Splitter? We did Smart Splitters, yeah. Yeah, also, the first KSB didn't have its studio shut down right after the initial release. Yeah, no, the reality is Kerbal Space Program 2 is never going to recover kind of thing. You just notice, why am I red? Because yesterday I was incredibly gray to blue, and then I adjusted my lightings, and I changed absolutely nothing, and now I'm red. Because I changed absolutely nothing, and that's what it's like to be a content creator. You will literally leave everything unchanged, and everything will change. Every time. It is super frustrating. You're like, I left it alone. Nothing should change. You enjoyed that game a lot? You enjoyed... Oh, Hard Space Shipbreaker? Yeah, no, Hard Space Shipbreaker is excellent. It is absolute chef's kiss. A game I highly recommend. The only people I'd go out of my way to say maybe don't play it is if you are someone who deals with motion sickness pretty badly. Maybe see if you can't, like, check out what it looks like to other people kind of thing before you jump on board, because it is one of those games that, not from like bad design or anything, just from the nature of the product, can be a real rough ride if you're someone who gets motion sickness. I'm just trying to drop off a bunch of these. You know what? I could probably put them in. It's fine. Whatever. I'm dropping off some of these things. We've got our frame set up. The next one's going to be the AI core thing. I'm trying to remember what goes in there. I want to say you do need the AI limiters for that one. Let's actually drop off down here and take a peek. So we can go to production, assembler. So the automated wire... Oh no, that's a cable and a stratter. Okay, and what was the stratter again? The stratter was the steel tubes and copper wire. let's say a quick inventory of what we need of that. So the stratter, I need the steel tubes and copper wire. So I need copper and steel, and then that I need. That's not what it's there. Yeah, so just copper and steel. So the way I'm going to approach this is let's go back up to our steel. Can we find any copper near our steel? Very disorienting. Yeah. That changes in a deterministic way every time. I missed what we're talking about. Alright. So we want to find copper near our steel. Oh, that's relatively close. That should be doable. Yeah. Well, and it can also just be a game that doesn't match personal interests and all that. But it is one that I've known a number of people who love the idea of Hard Space Shipbreaker, and then they play it, and it just, you know, it just has them real not feeling good kind of thing. Oh, you're talking about the deterministic thing with the camera. So, like, one of the things is if you have, like, windows in your room, that can mess with stuff a lot. And I do have a window in here. It does have its blinds covered. But generally speaking, with the hours I stream, the vast majority of my stream, there's no sunlight outside. Like, just the very, very beginning of the stream, there might be a little bit of sunlight outside. But after that, it's basically dark the entire stream. Okay. So this shouldn't be too bad. I can go and put down a platform. Get the copper drill going here, because I will need to do the copper wire and the cable. And then from there, what we can do is get this all over here for producing the AI core, whatever these things are called again. And little by little, the entire ecosystem is being eliminated. And I'm definitely making nowhere near as good time as I did with the first playthrough, because we are setting up the time, we wasted a bunch of time to try and get the trucks online, only find they're really just frustrating. Because once I get these three produced, it may be one of those things that I take a little bit of a break from the factory building side of things, and that we move over to going after more Mercer spheres for the purposes of trying to get some of our first upgrades for the Mercer sphere storage, to either improve the amount I can store or to improve the speed of which it goes in. I think the speed will probably do me more good than the storage, but like the total. But they do both kind of help the same issues. Alright, just always hacking away at this. Okay, so my hope here is that we can go here. Alright, so that'll go down that way too fast. You should be on the same grid pattern, right? I'm really kind of worried about that. Because I am literally trying to make this whole thing one giant... It's not on the world grid. That's on the world grid, but the area down there is not on the world grid. I kind of wish you could just default and say always put it on the, like, toggle it to always be on the world grid unless you specify otherwise. Because once you start committing to a certain level of not having things on the world grid, it's just too impossible to bring it back. Okay. So I'm trying to have a ramp that'll go down there. I might be able to get away with the fact that it's not on the world grid if we can just make the ramp merge through it. Okay, I think that'll work. So even though they're not on the world grid, because I have it just clipping through in that way, I think that'll be alright. It'll mask it pretty well. Okay, so with that, we need to build our drill up here. And I'm going to turn it this way, no, this way. Because then we can put the inputs for the ore and the steel on this side of it. It's gonna take a while. Okay, that's fine. So let's get power up here. So we've got power up here. And so that'll be our copper node. And I feel like I want to leave this area open. This feels like the kind of place I might end up having to run... Well, no. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, what I could do is, as we get enough material, I can go ahead and put some smelters over here. And then we can have the smelters bring that up top, and we'll be good. So we can go smelter, do this. And we can go splitter. Now that's gonna, of course, be mad about it. You're gonna get moved a little bit, so that's just all too snug. Let's move it. I need to make it nowhere near that snug so it's not all mashed up on top of it, where if I ever need to expand later, we're just, you know, we're at the point of tearing the whole thing down. So I put it there. Now I've got plenty of room in between. So I can go here, straight line there. Go here, straight line here. And likely I'll need more than just the 3. But the 3 will make an adequate start point. Okay, we can plop you down. Upgrade you. Alright, and that gives us a container. So what I'm going to do here is I am planning for the ore and all that to come up this side. So I'm going to pop this right along the edge there. And we can go here real fast. Give ourselves some connection points. Don't do it that way. I'll regret it. Do it this way. Here. This will work better. So you can turn it this way. Put it right along the side there. That'll still let me push it up to the second floor. It's on the end. I don't gotta worry about weird stuff happening here. We can go out here. Because I was worried about being too close and having all sorts of issues from that. And I'm mostly doing this to line stuff up. I'm not going to actually use those stilts. Alright. I also need to check on our power grid again. Okay, so power grid, so we can definitely blow past our production. We almost did right there. So that is getting a little sketchy that we are starting to push our limits. But at the same time, you know, that's going to be a thing that's going to happen. Alright, so meanwhile, I've got this container here. We're feeding everything in there for the ingots. And I'm figuring we put a second floor up here. And for that second floor, we can deal with a bunch of stuff. So where's that ramp end? 2, 3, 4, I think is what we established is enough to get over top of the drill. Yeah, the concrete's proving to be a problem. Let's run back and just grab the concrete from the from its production area, because I can sit here and fight with it while it slowly gets uploaded. But if we run down here, I should be able to help that. Like I said, once we get the AI core things producing, then we'll turn around with this and get switched over to having them produce faster. I'm also debating if maybe I want to put up a poll to see if we want to mix up what we're doing for the rest of the night. I'll still keep the Satisfactory on the list. That way if people are just jamming with this, we can keep going. But just kind of get a feel for people who are here, like, hey, are you enjoying this? Do you want to keep seeing it happen for right now? Or are you feeling like maybe you want to see something else for the rest of the night? It's good to sometimes get that little test. Oh, this is the copper sheet. That's not where I'm going. Where was my concrete production? Oh, there it is. It's right there. Okay. So what I could probably do here is in just a moment, we'll get the AI core things up and running. And then once we get that going on, we'll potentially put up a poll and, again, get a feel for how people are feeling about this. Because I know I've been doing a lot of Satisfactory. And it is a thing I always sweat about having too much of stuff. I'm enjoying this, for the record. But, we can put up a poll and just get people's pulse check. Alright, so this is the everything goes in here box. So boom, 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 boom. You're garbage. And we're good. But I want to get that other thing set up first before we stop to do a poll and whatnot. Because especially on top of that, I am a variety streamer, so I do play a lot of range of games. And at any time, if I play just one game, I can only do that for so long before I start building an audience for that game versus away from variety. That said, the other games I'd be playing has kind of been the trick. We gave Shadows of a Doubt a go. That landed a bit flat, though I have been tempted to give it a second go. I got keys for Breachway, which is, I believe... I'm trying to remember the publisher behind that one. Because I've been working with like 3 or 4 publishers, and I don't want to quote the wrong publisher as the one making it. But that's another one that's been interesting. For like, those are the kind of games that'll probably be like a one-off indie game. We did Core Keeper recently, all the way through. Like, just literally played a whole playthrough. That went really well. People really seemed to like that one. But, like, I finished. It's done. We did the thing. Okay, let's go here to Architect, Ladder. Oh, you're not quite high enough. We can fix that easy enough. So I'll do here real fast. It's just to make my life easy. I'll put the wall there. I'll put this over top. Okay. Well, I knew that was gonna happen. Okay. We've got our second floor started here. We grabbed plenty of materials so I don't have to run back and forth and wait for the concrete to upload and all that. Okay, before we get too wild on building all that up. Alright, so we're gonna go and have this pop out right here. Have you go up there. Then we'll make a place for the steel beams to attach. And once we get the steel beams attachment point figured out, we can get that sorted out. Okay, so we've got you. That brings you up here. And I don't even remember what we're making. We're making the AI Accords. Right. So this is gonna be our production for the copper wire. That's not where I want you. This will be the production for the copper wire. And then once we get the copper wire, I'll have to get the cable set up. And once we get the cable set up, then it's time to get the AI core things in here as well, which are going to be more steel beam production. We need a power line up here. Should be easy enough. Alright, we can go ahead and do this. So in this case, I think we want the larger storage container. Because of the way it works with prioritization, I can probably take advantage of that. So it doesn't matter which way we feed into it, but feeding out of it, I'm going to prioritize that we have the stuff going into the final product. It gets priority over the cable. And so what should happen is as long as we have cable, we'll keep making the product, and once we hit the point that that can't sustain anymore, or once it catches up, like, we'll start making a little bit of cable, and it'll just ping-pong back and forth if we're, you know, not quite sufficient on what we need, and if we're making extra, we're making extra. There's no worry at that point. Okay, so, we got 2 layers to this. The first layer is going to be another line of constructors for the cable. And one of the added things I can do here is we can move where we were doing our dimensional storage for this, because now this is producing all stuff we were producing down below by itself. So I could potentially get the wire and all that on here. And then we could tear down just the random junk I got laying on the ground down there. So I can go here. Do we have enough for the dimensional storage here? I do. Cool. So I've got all that set up. And we can go to cable here. And here, and here, and run a power line over there. How are we doing in power? Because it's getting a little sketchy. We're getting pretty close to hitting our production rate. So that is going to be my next priority once we get this online, is I will need to expand our biomass burners more. Which again, just exacerbates our problems a little bit more each phase. Alright, so for you, we can go ahead and put an industrial storage here. Same deal, smash that together. We will need the merger. And run over here. And that'll be cable production online. And that brings us to the last but not least part, which is production assembler. Let's actually go and first we can put the frames right here. I'll wait just a moment to do that. So we need another dimensional storage here. Okay, so I don't have enough of that on me. We should be able to solve that pretty easily by going to special, crafting station, do this. Because this I still have to manually craft for the time being. Eventually we won't have to anymore. But honestly, it's not that big a deal every once in a blue moon to have to knock out like 10 of those or whatever. Alright, we've got you online. Yeah, you're not quite lined up, are you? No, I guess you are. Okay, so with this, where things are going to get interesting, is my plan is to take from the second storage up here. Oh, right. I already messed that up. I wanted to have it so the second storage would be the one feeding into this. It's fine. And you want to take a really weird pass. Let's try and remedy that. Okay, we can go here to production, assembler. Going to need more space so we actually have room to do stuff. Yeah, so we're just ending with tons and tons and tons of these platforms out in the middle of nowhere. Which is kind of an interesting aesthetic. Again, instead of like the giant tower, just everywhere you go, there's another platform. Okay, so I've got that. Grab this splitter. Hi, could you be less cursed, please? I don't know if that's situated correctly or not. Yep, cool. And that's the automated wiring. I needed to make the stratter. What did the stratter need? I forgot that the stratter was a middle step. Okay. Slight deviation of what I'm doing here. I forgot the order of operations I was dealing with. In my brain, I was assuming things worked a little bit differently than the reality. I thought it was the copper wire and cables and all that made it. I forgot there's the stratter in the middle of that. So this presents an interesting structural design problem. Okay, so we've got the copper wire moving up here. That's fine. What I can do here is, instead of placing this the way I had placed it, we can put the splitter going this way over there. Plug it in, plug that into the splitter. Same basic result. I could then run it along the side here and then move that along to the next phase. That'll be fine. In the interim, I need to actually get stuff over here. So let's plan to put the assembler maybe way up there for the stratter. And your length is going to go away. And it's instead going to be put here. And then we can go over this way. Oh, did I line that up poorly? I bet you I did. I did. That's fine. Can always use more copper wire. Okay, so we can plop you here. Plop you there. So that'll get us the copper wire over here. And then we can put extra stilts on this. Okay, so the pipe is going by right there. And we've got the outtake right there. So that's probably not a bad place to set this up. So let's start by running this over the top. Because that'll get that into position here. And then what I need to do from here is get that along down there. We can probably just make that work by just doing this. Okay, and we can try and turn the ramp down this way. Alright, so this creates a little bit of a weird problem, but not one that we can't work around to make it at least look okay. I don't like it. Okay, that'll make it look a little better if I get rid of this. And make it pop down there. Okay, that's a little better. It's still fairly cursed, but manageably cursed. Meanwhile, let's try and get this sorted out. So what I can do is that's the input is here, and then the output is there. So if I take some stilts, and we go a little ways over here real quick, I can stilt this up to be a little less awful. That might work. Okay, so plan is to bring it on those top of the 3 tall stilts, run it up that way, and it should be mostly out of the way. Belt is too steep. Alright, let's see if we can't just skip that one entirely. We can, and we will. That's gonna go through a lot of those steel bars real fast. Alright, and we've got all that. And we can get all that sorted out. And so with that, that should hook all this up for over here. And then we can get our stators put on here. And then the stators will be another one of those things that I am going to... need to get into our dimensional storage. You need to go away now. So... organization, large industrial storage... get that much, plug that in. Oh, you're facing the wrong way, that's the problem. Okay. So one thing I'll need to probably do is get more of the sort. Okay, so now we can go to production, assembler. And we've got you coming through here as cable. That's our cable connection. We can go ahead and let's do that business. So we can drop the cable here. Oh, you can just go there. And then that'll be for the stators. I don't need the second height. I keep adding it, but serving no purpose. Okay, and that'll be the stators online. Those should be feeding through in a moment. Do you have power? You don't have power, do you? Okay, that's fine. We can fix that easy. Do like that, and connect up the way. Now the stator production is online. Okay, so next up on the thing, we got our next assembler. We can put that probably around here. Now, after all that work, we can turn that thing on. I forgot how many different phases that whole mess goes into. All right. I'm gonna grab the power slug since it's right here in front of me. Knock down some of these trees real fast. And we've almost got this resolved. Alright. And then finally... I don't need the big box, I just need a little box. We've got that. And with all that, we are finally going to be making the AI, whatever, the automated wirings. Okay, so on the list of things, I still need to get the stator into our dimensional storage, which to do that, I'm going to tear down the dimensional storages we've got down here. Because those will free up 2 of them. We did get our cable and our copper wire on the dimensional storage up here. So that'll be a good news. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in just a minute, put up a poll to see if people want to see me switch to playing something else for the last couple of hours or keep going with Satisfactory. I'm fine with it either way. I'm just basically trying to gauge if people are burning out a little bit on watching this, or if not. I understand doing that while we're actively playing it does create a bias towards playing more of it. But we could see about that. And then on top of that, we can, like, I'll take a quick break to use the restroom and all, because I really got to use the restroom. That's also part of why I'm timing it the way I'm timing it. So we'll deal with all of this in just a minute. So let me go ahead and mess with that. So we can go pull. And what are we doing now? And we'll put on the first item, Satisfactory, if people want to just see this keep going. Satisfactory. If people want to continue, like, see, Shadows of Doubt, we can have that. Breachway, we can have that on the list. Because that's a game we got a key for I haven't played yet, so you can kind of see what people think about it. What else do I want to consider putting on the list here? Ship Graveyards, well... People haven't gone for that one. We'll put Drill Core on next. Drill Core, which is another game we got a key for. We played the demo during a Next Fest. It was pretty good, and it went early access recently. I don't think with the rest of the stream it's even worth opening RimWorld. It just takes too long to get stuff done. It's a good game, but starting late stream on that, that's one you want to put some real time into. Star Trek I had a lot of fun with, but, you know, I feel like that's kind of came and went. That might actually be the list we go with, because I don't want to spend too long putting together the poll. And there's a bunch of games I'm thinking about playing sometime in the future that either are too long or whatever. You know what? That's fine. We'll go ahead and start that poll. So, poll is going on. If you do not see the poll in the browser, make sure to refresh. That way you can see it. But I'm looking for a vote to basically kind of gauge interest on what people want to see. If you just want to keep going with Satisfactory, vote for the first one. Shadows of the Doubt is kind of a noir detective thing that's procedurally generated. We played the other day. I had fun with it, but it seemed like you know, maybe had mixed things. So I'm trying to see if people are interested in seeing more of it or not. So we've got that going on. We've got Breachway, which is it's a rogue style game where you have your spaceship. I actually don't know specifically how it works, but I've been told it's kind of like faster than light, or FTL, but with like a bit of a card mechanic to it. And then we've got Drill Core, which is you have like kind of two phases. One phase where you're underneath mining the area out, collecting resource, and the second phase you get attacked and you have kind of a tower defensey setup. Hi.
Kiss the hubby.
We all make mistakes. I love you. But yeah, so we got all that. So it's looking like it's already going to be like entirely satisfactory. Well, I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to trigger the ad real fast so it's happening while I'm using the restroom. But I'm going to use the restroom real fast. I'll get back, and whatever we have the vote, if it just stays in satisfactory, that's easy enough. But I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. So this would be the Kurzawa power attack, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once... Oh, here you go. Hi. Well, I found the bomb. I thought that bomb was going to be the treasure chest. I was not anticipating a bomb on a button. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. And maybe not right this second because I'm doing things. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Oh no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure... Okay. So we have a near 100% vote for Satisfactory. Okay, I was just trying to gauge interest. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, it's good to stop occasionally and be like, hey, people jamming with this landing, feeling good. You know, it's worth doing. You know what, I'm gonna tear this all up. Oh, that was I was about to say, it's like, that was probably a mistake, because that was probably a full box, and you're probably a full box too. You know what? We can make this work. So, production. We can just, for the moment, go special. Awesome sync. I don't need that to be running. Just there. I did not handle that the way it needed to be. You need power. Basically, I messed up in a big way on actually getting this sorted. So it is going to process. These aren't valuable things. I just came to the realization, I was just trying to move stuff over, that I just don't have the inventory space for it. Oh man, it's going to take so long. We can make this work easier. I'll go organization, larger storage, and I'll just slap it right here without any consideration about anything. We'll put a merge block here and just slap that on in over there and drop all the cable in there. Grab all this stuff that's laying on the ground and drop that in there and repeat and drop that in there. Basically, I'm just trying to get all of this out of here as best we can. Because this is where we were producing all this stuff, and it's just not needed to be here anymore. Eventually I'll repurpose all this, I just don't know what to what. Alright, I'm not worried about ingots and all that, that's not going to be worth anything. Alright. Okay, we can pop over here, we can drop the ore and the ingots we'll get rid of. I don't know if you can pop those into the box there. And honestly, the rest of this is probably fine just be in my inventory. I'll certainly use it in a timely manner. Okay, so we got the dismantle boxes cleaned up. Those are just going to deplete into the awesome thing, which is just a way to delete materials for me at this point. We are making all of the required stuff. So I think what I need to do is first let's check on our... Why am I having problems? There we go. Check on our power grid. So technically we can blow well past our power production, but it shouldn't get up there. We've got a couple times it's spiked a little bit, but honestly I'm expecting it to drop off pretty quickly. Meanwhile, let's check. So you got plenty in there still. Good news there. And I need to mark where my main feed box is. Here it is. So let's go in here. We need the mycelium, the grass, or the leaves or whatever. We've got the wood. So let's run over here real fast and drop off the mushrooms in our... Where are you at? Into our hub storage because we're not using that yet. Okay, so grab all that. We are already doing some of the Caterium, so I don't need to keep it in the box anymore. We can drop off the mushrooms and those, clean this up. We're doing pretty okay with the rest of that. Get rid of this. That's all fine. We're going to want to take the Mercer Sphere because it was the Stratters. We haven't hooked up to anything. Where are you at? Space elevator, hub. Oh, right, I don't have the truck depots to direct myself anymore. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just look for the truck depots. They'll take me right where I need to go. No, we got rid of those. That's fine. Yeah, so we can work our way back over here, get the Stratters on the dimensional storage, and that'll be one less material I gotta get on the dimensional storages. I want to get a couple of Mercer Spheres while we're waiting for all of those Phase 2 things to go online. I want to probably find like 10 of them. May I suggest you paint stuff the appropriate color for easy thing? Well, eventually I'll probably put some walls on some of these, and I'll probably paint that. I mean, probably what I ought to do is put some marks on my map that I have, like, this is the steel marker, this is the whatever marker. I just haven't worried about it or cared about it. Okay, so Stratter should be up there. And so what we're looking for is we're going to go for Mercer Spheres and hard drives. I don't think we can scan for hard drives yet. And we can grab you, swap you out. Yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to get some good materials and whatnot. Okay, and there's another one of those, another one of those. And the Stratters are popping out here. So we're gonna have the dimensional storage right down there. And just like that, we have Stratters on our dimensional storage. And this is clearly not running at its maximum capacity. I also don't really care that it's not. Even if it's running at like half capacity, the fact of the matter with this is just, it's not going to be my bottleneck. I just need so much fewer of those than anything else. So we do have a ship part right here. That one requires 100 megawatts. Can I absorb that power for just a short term? I think I can. That's a massive spike in power, but I only need it to last just long enough for me to pull the lever. Okay, so that's in position there. Okay. Did it already open? No, this is the one that was 100 power. Okay. Major spike to power. Grab the hard drive. And major spike removed. So now with this, let's pop up the map. Because I can go here. Grab that waypoint, maybe. Delete it. Because it's no longer needed. And now I'll just drop that. Okay, so we go ahead and get rid of the extra wires here. And one of the things I'll try and do as we run around. So now I've got a researching. And we're good for that. Okay. I'm not going to get into the habit of trying to chop apart everything. Okay, so we've got a Mercer Sphere vaguely this way. Alright. Yeah, so up there. I can probably climb up. Oh, no, I can't. This is already high up. Maybe I can get onto whatever that monstrosity is. Yeah, I'm guessing it's up. I'm not confident in that. But my hope is that maybe I can climb. Nope, that did not work how I hoped. You can really scale some pretty steep. Here we go. Maybe I'm just to recover it. Some pretty steep areas using the parachute. Yes, it's definitely up there. Okay, so we completely bypassed all of those poison cloud enemies by just parachute scumming our way around it all. and just completely ignoring them. So that's good news. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so apparently sliding, it still actually registers you as crouching.
Look through the window and witness a threat.
Okay.
Your mimic tapestry grows in the shallows and the clouds, but not through the windows. What is your route?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on windows. But perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, "My point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific individuals of the human race."
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep. The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical. Interesting.
Okay, so we officially just passed over the Mercer Sphere. Mercer Sphere is the higher priority, though. Oh, I think it's way, way, way down there. Yeah, it's right there in the middle of that cluster. And we got a bunch of stuff down there that's kind of dangerous. That's right, what are you gonna do? Raining rebar from the sky. Okay, so we can go up here, kill these hives, and grab ourselves another Mercer Sphere, which is good news. The downside is we did lose all that elevation, which does mean I can't just easily coast down like I did for this one, but that's fine. It's better to grab what you can detect right away than like trying to keep a better position to hopefully find stuff. Just grab what you can, find your way back up later. There's also this cave here we could find potentially good stuff in. Oh, that's fine.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Nino should probably also be looking for somber sloops. I just don't want to cycle. Alright, so there's a slug over there. We've got a gas vent here. Alright. We've got one. We're approaching relatively quick here. Yeah, it looks like it's up there somewhere, maybe? It's gotta be in a cave. Hey. Yeah, there's got to be a cave here somewhere. Because I detected it this way. We could hear it around here. But it's clearly not on our level and it can't be above us. There's nowhere for it to be. Alright, so let's take a quick peek around. See if we can't find ourselves a cave here somewhere. Got a cave? Nope. I also see that there's sulfur here, but we're nowhere near our base, I'm not going to tap that sulfur. It could be the closest sulfur to home. I just doubt it. What are you? Oh, you're geysers. Okay. No cave over there. No signs of cave there. Oh, hey. I didn't hear you until you attacked. Little sulfur node there, but not actual cave. Okay. I'm gonna move on from that one. We'll have to figure out the cave entrance. Realistically, that's probably a big cave network down there. Oh, there's a Mercer sphere right up there. I can see it from the ground. It's fine. We can get over there. What? I am so disoriented and confused. Like, was I not just standing like right next to it? Oh, there we go. For some reason my mind is wanting it to be on the gray rock. Okay, we got another Mercer sphere here. All right. We've got ore over here. Looks like Caterium, maybe. Yellow slug. Let's take a peek down this way on the coast. Alright, so we finished the MAM research. Okay. And for the hard drive, we've got basic iron ingots where we can combine iron and that to get a higher throughput in that. We've got alternative Caterium wire, which gives us a lot of wire really fast, but is an absolute Caterium hog. But it is 1 to 8 ratio. But that's a lot of Caterium, and copper is more readily available. I'm going to reroll. So we've got charcoal. Wood is not a renewable thing that's easy. So I guess we're choosing that. I don't know if we'll actually use it, but we got a different motor. That is something we could use the oscillator crystals for later if I end up not needing them for other stuff on any meaningful amount, but I feel like I will. Oh, be cool for a minute. I just want to steal the slug and move on. Hello? Hello? Come on. Fine, I won't grab it. Sometimes just glitches like that. Okay. Alright, Mercer sphere that way. Can I get to go up there? Yes, I can. Okay. Oh, there's more hives up here. Okay, so let's grab some of these for healing. We won't be using the zipline thing around here, so let's get that all taken care of. Grab our actual healing items and put that in the bar just in case.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Alright.
Organs and veins are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Okay. Not seeing any hard drive spots. I think that's a somber sloop up there. I'll see if I can't get up there. I might be too far down. Nope, we're fine. We can make this work using the power of ladders. I'm doing a really terrible job at dodging. Okay. And we got ourselves Somber Sloop. That'll be nice for later. And I would like to remove the ladders. I could pick up the... Oh, it picks up the whole stack? That's fantastic. Alright. And we did have another Mercer Sphere on the radar here somewhere. There is one right up there. This is going to be not a good time. I crouched on the drop-in to try and keep it from aggroing as long as I could. I just got worried I was going to hurt myself real bad to fall damage.
When will you land?
It's topper health. I wish I'd made more of those. And I know I don't have the stuff handy. Alright, there's a ship part down there. There's a purple slug up here, and there's a Mercer Sphere down that way. There's actually a couple purple slugs. I'm assuming these purple slugs are going to be an awful time for dangerous enemies. I can't really tell what you are. Are you quartz, maybe? No? I don't know what you are. Probably iron. I'm not seeing what makes you there you are. So rubber. So let's go here real fast. And hopefully before that thing notices me. Rubber. Select icon, the container, select that, color, red, okay. Thanks for the computers. Thanks for the other computers. Just get rid of that. And where was that Mercer sphere? Over that way. Okay, another one of these.
Compose it into a love song.
Okay, got a Mercer sphere. We located our hard drive location. Alright, where is base relative to us? Okay, so we're still exploring this, like, oh man, we are going a ways. That's fine. See a bunch of slugs out in the distance. You think things we can blow up? What are you in the middle there? I hear you. I'm guessing I'll need explosives to get to that. You're not really being able to tell what direction this is happening in. Oh, there we go. Alright, we can go get this one and grab ourselves slug, and that'll be good there. And we should be getting pretty good order with that, because like I said, one of the things I think I want to do is I'm trying to get an extra couple Mercer spheres so we can actually upgrade our Mercer upload speed, just to make it less of a pain when I'm building a lot of stuff, that I don't instantly run out of concrete or whatever. I want that and higher volume. We'll just spend them on whatever we got. Okay, I'm getting the bad feeling that it's right there in all that poison, and I don't have the explosives yet. Ooh, can I actually sneak in there, or is that... I gotta be careful, because this hurts real fast and real bad.
This bleeding temple hums a resonance song. Play for us.
Alright, let's try to make this so I can guarantee I can grab it and not be in there any longer than I have to be. Faster, 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 faster. It hurts a whole lot. Yeah, it just took me down to 3 bars just grabbing that. Alright, so we need to be grabbing something else I can eat. Because I've been just shoveling all that. I'm not gonna fight with it. There we go. Oh, you're up there. That should be easy enough to figure a way out to. Worst case, you just toss some ladders and just climb on up.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Okay. So one's still close enough that it hasn't cleared off the radar. They're definitely not seeing any direction for it, so I'm going to try east. Okay, east made immediately fuzz. Try west. Try south. So, can Summer Soup double the production charge of power slugs? Yes. It's not something I usually worried about that much, because the power slugs are really easy to come by. And then later on in the game... Oh, you must be way up there. Alright, that's not going to do me any good. And later on in the game, you actually get a recipe that lets you make them artificially. And it's a super late game recipe. But like I said, honestly, power slugs are pretty easy to come by. And for a lot of the stuff, like just slapping down more and more power slugs into something ends up being more power consuming than if you just slap down more buildings of the same type. They're useful. Like there's certain things you don't have the ability to add more of. So it's like really good for stuff like your extractors and all that. Putting power slugs in that can be really good. Your power plants are another one that the power slugs can get some pretty good mileage out of. So the problem is I can't crouch there. Which means when I start shooting, I'll aggro them and have to fight all the bees. Okay. Like, it's not, like, if you have just a Somber Sloop not doing anything, it's not a bad use for it. The Somber Sloop's also... 1 second.
The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
We can get rid of that for inventory space. Because that is food. And I currently don't have any. But yeah, there's definitely, like, that's definitely what I imagine people have lots of debate about, like, what's the best use for the Somber Sloops. Because the downside is they do massively increase the power cost of whatever you attach them to. But at the same time, there's some stuff that doubling the production is well worth pretty much any power cost. Okay, so there's some up... It's gonna either... Like, it's probably gonna be way up top. That's the reason I'm probably getting a lot of these tagged. Is because they're way up top. I don't have a way to get up there yet. So I'm kind of detecting... Ooh, don't fly right into that. So I am probably detecting them, and I need to get up higher to reach them. How many am I up to, by the way? 10. We're doing good. I probably should start circling back since our inventory is getting full. And we've already got 10 Mercer Spheres. It'd be probably a good time to just, wherever we're at, start heading towards base, because that'd take us a different route, and we can grab some stuff on the way home. Oh, go away, go away. Don't shoot at me. I'm busy. Where? There we go. Okay. So home is which way? Home is that way. So we got a big cliff that's kind of in the way, so we're going to go around that. Oh, that one's up there. That should be an easy one to reach. And there's a shipwreck right there. So we can handle both of those easy enough. So ladder. Oh, you way taller than I gave you credit for. That. That. Get ourselves that Mercer Sphere real easy. Okay. Start doing good. That's 11. Okay, those are not particularly dangerous enemies down there. Oh, there are way more of them than I thought there were. That's fine. We can still handle this. Got a bunch of the weak ones out of here. I thought there was... Yeah, there was one bigger one. But I'm more concerned about you just doing a bunch of damage. How many rebar I'm down to? 13. Okay. Even more computers, industrial bars, quick wire, straters. You need 100 megawatts of power. Can I make that happen easily enough here? What are you? Circuit boards. Okay, so I might be able to make that happen. So if we get a biomass burner, they're 30 megawatts each. I can just go like this for 100 megawatts of power. That'll be enough. We can put down a power pole, connect them all to it. It only needs to run 100 megawatt power for like a couple of seconds at most. So we've got all that in here, and then we can grab you and split you twice. Drop you in. Drop you in. Split you again. Drop you in. Drop you in. Connect it, and hard drive mine. Alright, something I got from storage overfilled my inventory. That's okay, because I'm going to put down a MAM, and we'll start the hard drive scanning, so it drops out of my inventory. Okay, so it's the steel plates. Subscribe, I think. Right? Yeah, no, it stinks that the stream streaks bug out. I'm sorry that you lost your like 265 stream streak. It is those things. It's a bummer. It's in the beta and it's all that. We've had a number of people lost it, but you were definitely one of the ones that got the farthest before it happened. And there's a Mercer Sphere, which I'm not even gonna pull up my scanner. I can see it directly in front of it. But it's good to see you, Burning Sun. It's okay. You'll get it back up there. It'll only take about a year. And that's not really me memeing. It'll actually take about a year. Why do I still have that icon? It's fine. That's just how long it takes to build that up with like 5 streams per... I'm doing a terrible job at actually hitting it. Do you know that massive hole in your shoulder? Yeah, no, I'm wearing it's a colorful shirt that I got from TwitchCon. I noticed it right at the beginning that there's a bunch of green patches that were full of holes, and I was like, you know what though? I'm not gonna run downstairs just to change for it. Alright, so we're trying to circle around this way to work our way back home. Because we traveled far looking for Mercer Spheres, and it's been good. We got 12 of them. And there's 13 right there. Probably another fight over here. Yep, that's exactly what this is. The downside is I'm out of the rebar ammo. Oh, that's not what I want. I didn't want to use those, but I can't inventory shuffle right now. Okay. And now let's take the thing to do that. Put Rebo armor in dimensional storage. Yeah, no, I thought about that earlier. It's like, get whatever ammo I want where it's the explosive and all that, and get a dimensional storage stuff. That's a good idea. So there, we got plenty of that food. Alright, and like I said, we're working our way back home. Yeah, looks like it's over this way-ish. We're approaching it quickly, which implies it's not too much off of the height we're at. Okay, yeah, you... Yeah, get up here. Get up here. Or do that too, that's okay too. Nicely done, team. Alright, we could kill the hive. But yeah, no, I think what I want to do is, once we get back to base, probably get our, well, first check where we're at on getting to our phase 2, because we got all the stuff in production. Well, I don't like that. Okay. So we can pop over here. Deal with this. Because I'm guessing you're protecting a cave network. Okay.
This bleeding temple homes a resident. Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body?
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
Okay. But yeah, no, I was thinking, if after we go and check and all that, if we get their sulfur set up, I believe I can get the explosive rebar. And even if it doesn't produce efficiently, I could just have it going in the dimensional storage, and every time I need a reload, I could just literally go tab, grab it, drag it over, and we're set. Oh, I'm gonna get you up top with all those poison things. Still gonna chase it just in case you're not. Yeah, so you're right up here. I don't know if I can get up to that. Nah, I don't think I can get through all that on this particular character right now. It's weird. I could see the berries before the plant. Yeah, because we'll be crossing a bit more of a dangerous part of the map, I believe. I believe the center part of the map we will, Oh, or maybe I'm going to the grassland start area? It's hard to tell with some of these. Midnight there, you might be sleeping now. Is it really old? Oh wait, you're 1 time zone away. I thought it was like there's no way it's only 12:30. Yeah, no, I gotcha. You're 12:30 where you're at. Okay. Oh. Oh, is it another cave? Yeah, it wasn't really a ledge up. Yeah, I think this is another one of those ones that's in a cave, because it's like right... Yeah, it's not going to be above me. But it's like right here. It's just below me. So that'll be another cave system I'll have to find. I'm not going to worry about the cave ones, because a lot of the caves you've got to, explode the way in. Take that overpass. Yeah, it's still back that way. Alright, we'll take the high road. Gives me more options to drop in to find stuff. And better vantage point. Did I not grab it? Okay. And better vantage point to see stuff. Where are you at? Alright. Grab ourselves another slug. The good news is when I get back, I got a ton of fuel worth of enemies we've killed. Okay, so it's a little bit to my right. Yeah, so it's over here somewhere. Maybe up in that spire? It's looking like it's probably a yes. Hey, you just keep doing your thing, hog, whatever you are. I'm just gonna go up here.
Look through the window and look at the thread.
Okay, we've got another one this direction. I'll also try to keep an eye. There it is. I'm also trying to keep an eye out for more hard drives. Okay.
Your waves lap at our shores.
Alright, got another one this way. Oh, that's it right there. I saw it. If we land down there, I can ladder up to it pretty easy. Assuming this cave isn't an absolute death sentence from stingers. Okay, and structural ladder. And up we go. I really liking the ladders. I feel like that's going to be one of the things I grab from the shop every time right away at the beginning from now on. Because they cost so little to build, and then when you're out and about and you need to go up somewhere, it's just like, I'm going to go up now. You feel like you should be more dangerous. I'm down to go up again. I also like that when you pick them up, they do just pick up the whole ladder all at once. This is probably a bad idea. There's gonna be dangerous stuff up here. Oh, this is way higher than I gave it credit for. Got it down there? No, it's not there. Where did you go? It says you're this way. Clearly it's below me. Oh, that's a cassette tape. That's weird. There's a gold slug there. Is it in our cave down below? Did I waste all that time? That'd be a yes. It's in a cave. We're like right on it too. Oh, are you inside that? Look, game. Here, we'll toss that. Oh, saw the cave? Okay, we can probably take a leak. It may not be the same cave, but yeah, no, it's right below it. Okay, so let's grab that ore, because I don't want that. We got the jukebox. Okay, this could be dangerous depending on what's down here. Like, they like to put stingers down here. It's just a matter of regular stingers. I can probably handle without any issue.
Harvest.
There's one more of you. I hear you, but I don't see you. That's deeply unsettling, actually.
Defile the scripture.
Okay.
Be appropriate. You no longer perform in your maker temple?
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do. Consume.
Interesting.
Okay. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. So yeah, so the interesting thing is that was a different Mercer sphere than the one we were dealing with, I think? No, maybe not. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't care about that gold slug that much. The Mercer spheres are incredibly valuable. Don't be in the pile. I might... Where are you at? Where are you at? sound like a big guy. Okay, so you're glitched. Oh yeah, fall down. Get wrecked. Get wrecked.
Listen to the rhythm.
This is not okay. I was like, this is not fair. I can't stand back up.
Play. Play.
So sometimes you can get close enough to these where you can grab stuff in them. Not all of them.
Consume.
No, this is looking like one I can't grab. That's fine. Okay, keep going back towards our hub. Thank you. I mean, we're bringing it back. I got almost 20 of them. Like, I've come to accept I've got pretty much as much as I could possibly want for right now. That's a purple slug. I don't have my explosives yet. That's another reason I need to get the sulfur online. If we get the sulfur online, I'll be able to grab both the Alright, so over this way. I'll be able to grab both the things in explosive areas and be able to replenish my ammo easily while remote. Okay. I think it's below us.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
I see what you've done here. Okay. So it's clearly behind that. I just need to throw out. I've just been throwing out the cement because it's easy to replace.
Harvest.
Okay, and with that, we can go in here and... Where's the guy? Get the Deuterium out of there. And then back towards heading home. We've immediately picked up another Mercer Sphere on the scope. Can I sneak around you? It hurts. Go fast. Okay. Alright. Poison, poison. I didn't oh, there it is. If I'm quick, I might... Oh, never mind. The poison's up. Okay, so that one's just in the poison. I won't be able to do anything with it. Not until I either get explosives or I get my gas mask made. Which I can make it now, I just need to stop and do it. It just hasn't been a priority. Because unless I'm going to automate the production of the filters, it's always kind of a hard thing for me to justify taking the time. I'm guessing it's up. Okay, managed to recover it at least. Oh, I did manage to save it. I thought I fell between the platforms. Hi, frame rate. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Alright. Yeah, so you can see how close we are to home. That's our SAM production over there. One moment. Sorry about that, had just a tickle. Alright, so I've got all that. And there's home way over there. We're gonna try and maneuver there. I don't know if I've been up to the ship part. So we're gonna check the ship part real fast. There's another one way over there. Yeah, we haven't been to this one, because you can see all the poison stuff in range. Oh, I have one rebar shot left. We got rotors, solid fuel. We only got 4 mycelium, so get rid of that. Grab the copper sheet. Copper wire is easy to get, so grab that. Grab the rods. Grab the other rods. Grab that. And we think we got all the goodies. And 120 power. That's doable. It's gonna be a little bit more annoying to set up here where there's not a lot of room. So 120 should still just be 4 of these. Because I believe they're 30 apiece. Okay, so let's see here. Split it. Put you in there. I don't need to be proper about splitting this. Split it. Drop you in there. Split it. Drop you in there. And you. And plug it in. There's a hard drive. Now, before I go and I pick all that up, there we go. Okay, so we got solid steel, which is... Okay, so we can also do that one. I don't know how that compares. I'm going to go ahead and select it and just get the next one going. All right. No dismantle crates. So we can go here and pop on our map and drop the icon there. So that's rubber. That's 120 power. How far away is that one? Oh, you're way over there. I probably should have grabbed that while I was there. How far away from base? We're just slightly closer than about half. I can probably glide all the way over to the path up. And then run up there real fast, pop that one container that's 120 watt up there, because that'll be another hard drive we've got knocked out. And then we can go ahead and run home. Because by then we probably won't have all of the Phase 1 objectives done. I feel pretty confident we'll have the AI core or whatever those things are. It's not the AI core, it's the one before the AI core. I'm blanking on it. It's not the AI limiters. I don't remember. Whatever the one on the far right is. And you are up this way. No, it's probably gonna be on top of that, isn't it? No, actually. Might be up on top of that one. Yes, there's 120 megawatts of power. Which honestly, if it's close enough, I could probably just daisy chain it off of this power. Because it is, yeah, it's probably close enough. So rather than doing the whole fancy hookup thing, we can just pop over here, grab a power line. Let's actually grab the big power line. So we can grab the big power line here. And rush on over. I was hoping to not splash down. It's fine. And we can pop right over this hill. Plunk you right down there. Dispatch the stuff that's going to attack me first. Oh, you're a bigger one. My bad. Okay. There's a couple more hog remains. There we go. Okay, that way it's not hooked up any longer than it needs to be, so I'd end up blowing out our power. Oh, come on. I'm in a perpetual... You know what? Get that out of here. I'm in a perpetual state of not having the materials I need. Okay. So I've got that all sorted. Oh, wait, what did you drop? Ooh, I actually want the steel. And we're already researching... I think we're already... Yeah, we're already researching another hard drive, so can't just drop this there. The silica's good. We can get her more cement. Okay. So we can take down this tower here. And be back on our way out of here. Oh, wait. Before, I need to update the icon. So, let's pop over here. We can remove that marker. And that's another one done. And meanwhile, that left a dismantle crate, so I'll have to look at what's needing to be moved from there. You can go in the garbage. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're on our way back. I know there's a little bit of a detour. One of the good news about that detour, though, is I can just go up to this waterfall and glide, like, more than halfway back. But, you know, we've got ourselves, like, 5 hard drives. We've got literally 20 Mercers. So this has been a very productive foray. Give me the berries. Make healing stuff with that. Alright. Can you just drop 5 things in dimensional upload? Nope. Unlocked by researching the manual depot uploader in the MAM. We did finally find, like, I haven't made those computers. I found those on this journey that I should be able to actually research the thing that will give me the dimensional upload, I believe now, when I go back if I consume those, which I think will be fine. Nope. Yeah, to keep in mind, this is a new save from just the other day, so we're only entering phase 2. The other one we did finish the game, so we did roll credits the whole shebang. So this is a new save we're just going through because people wanted more. Alright. I don't know what's up here, but I could probably make it up here, so I want to peek. Could be a somber sloop, could be a couple different things. Could just be a gold or purple slug. Oh, it's on the other side of that one. Yeah, if I gotta grab that, I'm just gonna get killed by the poison, unfortunately. But before we do our next escapade out and all that, let's get the sulfur and coal and all that together, get gunpowder being produced. That way we can get our explosives, and once I get those putting into a dimensional storage, that'll be good. But the good news is, I've got so much of the, so many Mercer spheres now, I got 20 of them, we can afford to put a couple into upgrading things. Which is really good, because that'll save me a lot of annoyance with that. Okay. So I've got the MAM, it's researching a hard drive. We can go over to our giant biofuel generation area. And go, take it. Is that all of them, I believe? They got the 4 different creatures and some leaves, so we've got all that sorted. I can make all of the slugs into power shards. We could do all that, which would be good news. So that'll be a bunch more of those. So we'll end up putting most of those into our extractors more than anything. Extractors and power plants will be what they go in the long run. We are going to need a lot of SAM fluctuators for the research, so let's go ahead and get those being made. And then once we've got that, I want to run up to the various locations. We've got the stuff sorted around the base and whatnot. So let's take a quick peek. Where do we have making what? So the smart plates are right above us. So let's go ahead and get up there. As soon as I remember where my way up there is. There it is. So get the smart plates from directly above us. And see how many we've got made so far. Okay, that's not it. It's right there. Not nearly as many as I had hoped, is how many we've got. I probably need to build a second one of these, because you are running at full capacity. I'll wire that up real fast. That was really... That's not the right... Well, actually, that is the right one. I was really expecting that to be farther along. That's figuring to be at least at 500. Because I'm not super worried about this being delayed because I still have quartz and all that to set up. And you're already configured? Yep, okay. So those are making more smart plates. That is what it is. The good news is that that does put us about a third of the way through, considering we haven't been producing those for most of the day. And that's not terrible. It's just not the progress I was hoping for. So there's that. Meanwhile, I can go to the MAM, grab the hard drive out. Okay, so cheap silica, automated mining drill. I don't care about the automated mining drill being cheaper, because how many of those am I going to actually make? The cheap silica is an interesting one. What is the regular silica's production? I always forget where this is located. Silica. So you have this one, so that's 37.5 for 3 quartz. 37.5 for 3 quartz. And you are offering me... So basically, I'm going to get about like 25-ish% more for putting in 5 limestone. I'm going to actually rescan that. It's probably not bad. Wet concrete. Or steamed copper. So it's 22.5 per minute at a rate of 1 ingot. Alright, so it's 22.5 per minute. For 1 for 1. So it's again, let's pop over here. Copper sheet. Okay. So it's 10 per minute, and it's 2 copper each. Yeah, let's go for the steamed copper. That's an interesting recipe I think might actually be worth my while. Because then we can put the copper production on the water. Water is renewable and free, and you can expand it as infinitely, whereas copper is not. So I think that's a good one. The other thing to be looking at is what was it even trying to unlock that it was like, okay, we've got some of the materials. Alien technology. That's right. So we can increase the dimensional depot stack size, and we can increase the dimensional depot upload speed. I think the upload speed is what I'm going to go for first. Caterium-wise, we did find some goodies. What would it cost me for the alien technology? So I can get that now. So that'll help with that when I'm out and about and I have too much junk in there.
Manual depot uploader unlocked. Storage dimension and pocket dimension now connected both ways and stable. Parts can now be uploaded to the storage dimension directly from the inventory. Note: the storage dimension now understands the boundaries of the pocket dimension and recognizes the distinction between matter belonging to the Pioneer's inventory and matter belonging to the Pioneer.
The window within the window within the shallows within the deep, curling around itself separately, echoes strangely.
I'm sure strange is the correct term for what this must feel like to you.
Yeah, when we get the next hard drive, I'll try it. Okay, and then my other two things, my versatile frames and my so my versatile frames I've got up here, and we've also got the AI whatever, the Mahuzits up there, I believe, as well. Yeah, I think the AI thing is up there, and then the versatile frame is in between. Because we'll definitely need to expand that. But, so some of the things I want to do is, while that's running, I want to get our sulfur production online, so we're making gunpowder, because that'll let me make the explosives for more exploration. Hey, doggo friend. He's been wandering here forever, and I haven't had berries the whole time. Okay, and Doggo Friend 1. Excellent. Good name. Most people are like, they're not just a number. Don't worry, they're not just a number. They also have Doggo Friend in their name. It makes it better. As long as you don't think about it too much. Okay, so we got 3 stacks of that. We could go ahead and drop you in there. And most of these things are just going to be full. Because I don't want to put in the stuff that's a problem. Because this is one of the things about having everything wired up to the stators and all that. Literally all of those I've already got in my cloud storage. Which is good. We've been really keeping up with it. But the downside is also because of that, I already have all those in my storage. So I can't move them. So it's effectively getting 5 more inventory slots. The AI limiters? Well, so the downside is the AI limiters I can put in there for building the smart things, but I want those not in there because there's... Well, actually, you know what? I keep forgetting. I can literally pull this stuff as I need them. I forgot that's a thing. I think we can put that in, because I forgot you can pull it back out of there. You can drop all of that in there, and that'll be fine for now. And meanwhile, you're actually done. Cool. We can let it keep running. But with that, we have some of the versatile frames done, and we've got the third item just is completely finished. Done. No need to worry about it more. Alright. So we can pop down here. So, the next thing I need to do is figure out where we can get sulfur that is at least not horrendously far away from coal. Because then we can put those together, we can get gunpowder, and with gunpowder... we get options for making the explosives, and we get options for making the shrapnel or explosive shots for the rebar gun. And honestly, I might stick with the explosive rebar gun as opposed to the rifle until we get the upgraded ammo for the rifle. Alright, so we've got that sorted. Is there anything else I want to put in there? We put you two in here as well. I'm not producing that yet. It also might not be a bad idea. I'm not going to deal with it right this second. It might not be the worst idea to grab like all these mushrooms and nuts and all that kind of nonsense. And get those... Oh, I've got quick wire still. And get those moved over Let's also grab those out. We'll just see all the research we can do and whatnot. And get those queued up so we have the, where you can make it into medical stuff, and just put those into the dimensional storage. That way, when I'm out and about, if I need more medical stuff, I could just pop it out real fast. What was I also going to make here? There's something else that came in here that was not that. Oh yeah, we also have the circuit board, which I don't remember what I even cared about for that. Which also makes me think we can put the well, we gotta wait till it empties, but we can put the circuit boards down there. Yeah, so it's this. So you require alien protein and mycelium, alien protein. So that's actually a cheap one to make. The problem is I'm using all my alien protein right now for purposes of biomass. But what we'll likely do is once I start converting over to other power, where we start dropping off our production side of that, we'll do this. We can get the quartz out of here. Let's just get all of that out of here right now. But we can get that all sorted out later. So the circuit boards, we'll have research to do. How long do you have left? 4 minutes? Okay. So let's just go ahead and start looking for sulfur. Ideally, it would be nice to have the sulfur in the direction of our steel production, because if it's up there, I would already have the steel pipes nearby, but we'll just have to deal with what we got. Okay. I mean, steel production, our coal is here, and our steel is in this area, so that should be doable. Those are nowhere near anything. So that'll actually work, because I can get that sulfur, I can get it over here, make gunpowder using one of the remaining nodes, and that should be workable. But yeah, so while all those things are producing our versatile frames and our smart plates and all that, we're going to get the quartz online, we're going to get the gunpowder online, we're going to get all those other materials online, so every material I can currently exploit is actively being exploited. That'll give us a bunch of fancy upgrades and all that. I'm also going to sit there and pop out the MAM every once in a while to continue researching the stuff with the Mercer spheres. I do think I'm going to go and make sure I get the first upgrade on both the quantity and the speed of upload. And then after that, I'll probably have to make decisions. Okay. Yeah, so you're just over here. This honestly isn't too terrible. It's not as close as I'd like, because I would like to, as I mentioned before, I would like to avoid running conveyor belts across the map. This might be one that we put down platforms, make ourselves effectively a highway, and then, you know, put the stuff on stilts for the time being, and then ultimately it will go to a train later. Oh, you're all the way down there, are you? That might be it over there. We'll check. There's probably coal over here. Got a geyser right there in the middle. And a slug in the water. You all done? Okay. Yeah, so I've got two coal nodes right there, so I think we cut across this way to those coal nodes, and that's probably fine. Regardless, step one is to get this pad down here. Hey! Go. We can go to production. Mark II. Alright, so I got a couple options of how I can deal with power. I'm gonna grab that slug while we're here. One of the things I could take the towers right over the mountain over there, which I think is what I'm gonna do. And the reason I think I'm gonna do it that way is if I take it over the mountain right there, I have a much faster zipline route to go over here versus the alternative going the whole way around. Yeah, it's probably better. We'll, grab our chainsaw under equipment bar. Oh, there's the man. Okay, so we got the alternative Caterium wire and the automated miner. That's not the one I want. The one I want is probably the mixed. We'll see, I might grab that later. It's not a bad one. So the alternative copper alloy, which gives a ridiculous output of copper. And then we have the copper rotor. The problem is it's not the rods on the rotor that are a pain, it's the screws. I think I'm gonna get the copper alloy. That might be interesting to mess around with later for just something different. Meanwhile, let's go to our alien technology. And I think... Oh, we don't have quite enough yet. Let me go ahead to the crafting bench. So let's pop down here, get these made. And what I can try doing with this is we will start probably by... I keep going back and forth. I think if we start with the one that's the upload speed, that'll break less things. So I'll grab that.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Part of the kinetic and thermal energy released during matter conversion has now been repurposed to aid with dimensional shifting, allowing for more parts to be transferred in a short time frame.
Loop the veins, use the flow, make a curve out of a line. Your shallow minds create shallow solutions. Pretty ripples.
Shallow mind? Pretty ripples? I certainly hope that wasn't meant to include me.
Oh, and I'm also going to go here and say, yep. Wham it all up. Okay. So, what I'm hoping to do here is if I can get up here far enough. If I can get an angle. Yeah, we can get an angle. I saw it turn blue for a second there. Boom. That'll let me get up there as one bonus, and as the second bonus, I can use as a zip line to travel faster between these without having to go the whole way around every time. Oh, we need to get the zip line back in my bar. For right now, we'll swap you... I don't have any of those handy, so we can swap you out. Alright. Because I want to take this over the mountain, and I want to slowly start switching over our long, like, little tethers that go the whole way to using the big ones here, because it'll make it a lot easier for me traveling to use zip line and whatnot. It's more convenient for just a lot of reasons. I also like trying to put them up high because line of sight's a real good perk with these for reaching other places I might want to go. Yeah, so I'm kind of hoping I can get on top of that platform. Come on. Yeah, no, it's angled down. You can do a lot of silly shenanigans with those things, but in that particular case, it's not looking like I'll be able to use the parachute to go uphill on it. Alright, we can probably make that work, though. There we go. Now put one down here. That connects it to the rest of the grid. So we're now on the grid. So I can go back over there. And then the next thing I need to do is I need to get to one of those coal nodes. Now, I don't remember what the ratio... what the ratio is with like the coal to the sulfur and all that, I usually don't have to care because I've never run into a situation where I'm going through just unreasonable, like the sulfur, I've never had a problem where my sulfur, I'm like, oh man, I need more sulfur. I imagine if you get to very late game and you're using a lot of the sulfuric acid for a bunch of stuff, that might change. But usually for me, it's more getting the sulfur where I need it that's the problem than the quantity of sulfur available. So, we are over here now. The next thing I need to figure out is the coal, which is over that way. Now, downside is I can't really take the big power cables over the poison. I'll just die. Yes, you're way over there. So that's that. So I'd have to go out and around, or find a way up and over here. Well, I mean, actually, that's the coal we have here. This might be workable. So let's pop back over here, and I might be able to go from up here and take this in the direction I need to go to get this over the top. Because then I might be able to gradually turn it so that it doesn't just get thrown off when I'm ziplining back and forth. Alright, let's see if I can't get you up there somewhere. I'm not sure if that actually is going through or not. We'll see. I just realized how tenuous that ladder is. Alright, 1 second. There. If you make a platform over the poison, it would work. Have to get managed over the poison terrain like that. Yeah, no, that's, I'm not super worried about that. I didn't think that through. Because what's going to end up happening is later on, I'll just get the explosives, and then poison stops being relevant to me. Okay, cool. So the right wire there will knock me off on the stones, which is fine, but the left wire I'm able to sneak past. It is a place I'm gonna have to like deviate and turn anyway, so I'm not super fussed about it. Yeah, so this gives me a much higher view where we can grab whatever slugs and nonsense we've got up here. Okay. So let's ping the coal again. Alright, I'm just gonna run past those things and jump off the side. That'll do, and I've got one core spot. Oh, we got one coal spot up here, another one down there. We've got the two we're exploiting over there. I think I'm gonna go for this one up here because it's gonna be the more annoying to reach one in the future. Alright, so that's good news. Meanwhile, for you, I can just pop that up there. And let's go and get you all set up. Okay, so if we look at this, my sulfur is there, and my coal is here. I do have like a little ridge I can go over to the northeast, so I can go up and over this way. And then that's all poison up there, but I should be able to go up and over in that way. This will definitely be something I want to be a train later. I don't have trains though, so for right now it's going to be conveyor belt nonsense. Alright. This is gonna have to just be a conveyor belt and not... Yeah, no, it's gonna take me a long time to get the materials to make like an actual platform for everything over here. So unfortunately we are going to be doing our first bit of spaghetti. It's a oh, hey. Come on. But once we get trains, this will be the first route we pull up to fix. The only reason I'm doing it this way is for the time it's going to take me to run concrete this whole way. Oh, hey. Hey, let's be cool. Let's be cool. I'm not ready. Time out. I'm being stuck in my menus. Aha! That didn't go as smoothly as I had hoped it would, because I did a really good dodge, and then I accidentally got myself double hit by glitching it a little bit. So, at one hand, I immediately did what a move that felt really good and amazing, and followed up by just absolutely screwing up. Okay, so I believe this is the way I want to go. No, it's not. That's the way I'm gonna need to go to avoid having a really long route. Let's try and scooch around the edge of the poison. So where I want to go is right down there. That'll work. Okay, so we've got that this far. I'm running low on stuff. So we'll go ahead and get the platforms going, because I gotta wait for the steel to catch up again. But that's fine. We've got the coal. It's gonna be all the way down here. That's good news. I did not clean up this area of greens, and that's unacceptable behavior. So let's quickly go and rip up what we can get a hold of still without tearing everything up. Because I need to keep pulling all this up because we depend on biomass. And this is how we get it. Okay, so those ones are too big for me to saw down. Some of these I can and some of these I can't. I believe I can explode them if I don't want them here. Hey, Tea Time, how's it going? Okay, so just trying to clean up the area immediately around where I'm going to be working. So I can put all this into my production. It also gives the other materials time to catch up. Yeah, so I can saw these ones apart, which is interesting because I think I have a bunch of the stuff running across this. That'll do. Yeah, I see one log that's sticking through the bottom of my floor, so I'll just saw that manually. Yeah, and that pulled up a bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. I can definitely lower this if I need water. We'll worry about that if I need water. I don't think we will. How's the factory shaping up? Pretty good, actually. We're not actually that far in through our phase 1, because this is our second go in the game from 1.0. The first one we finished, you know, roll credits, the whole shebang. But I didn't use a lot of the cool quality of life tech, or what I did use, it was like way late game, and so not nearly as relevant. So we're really kind of taking advantage of all of that this time and just seeing what all I missed out on. So like the dimensional storage, we are living the life of always pulling from dimensional storage, which is pretty fantastic. Okay, so we've got the coal there, we've got the sulfur here. So production-wise, I believe it's assemblers? No, wait. Yeah, no, it'd be assemblers, I believe, to make the gunpowder. So you can go here and plunk down that. So put in straight mode to around here. You can center it up on this bar. Put down the stilts. The only thing I'm realizing is a problem is my steel bar, or my steel pipes, are nowhere nearby, and I didn't think about that until this point. They're kind of already committed to making the gunpowder over here, but I think the easier solution to that problem would be keep this right here, and we'll just move the gunpowder where we need the gunpowder. And like I said, this will be a situation we'll get trains involved down the road once I have them. Because it's trying to avoid the spaghetti-ness as much as possible. But these are just too far remote from each other, and I don't have a means of getting stuff where it needs to be. Okay, so let's grab you, plug you here, drop you in there, and you are going to make black powder. Congratulations. And we'll put a large container here. And the black powder is kind of a weird situation, and the reason it's a weird situation is because with the black powder, I could certainly see myself wanting it in places, but I also don't really care about putting in a dimensional storage for the most part, because I'm only going to use it for unlocking some things in the MAM, and otherwise I only care about the products it makes. Now what I am realizing is if we have iron nearby, I can make the steel pipe right here. Of course, it's not going to be anywhere nearby, is it? Nope, literally the stuff I'm using to make my steel is the closest, which completely defeats the point, because that means I'm already going to have to bring the steel pipe over here. I thought I was going to be clever and have the steel pipe right here, use this to make just a little steel to make the steel pipe, to then make the black powder, but apparently that's not an option. Okay. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never. I love you more. Can't stay what I'm not. Alright, so getting the steel pipe here or the black powder there. So if I get the black powder there, that gets me with the black powder in position for when I need it later. Versus if I get the steel pipe here, then it's not convenient. So I do think the more correct answer for my situation is to get this up here to where the steel is, because the steel's not far away. If we look at our map, this is the steel production right down there. Like, I'm pulling the coal from up there, it's going up this way, and then this is steel production up here, and like I've got stuff there. So if I bring it up that route, it should be relatively fine. What about dimensional storage? Well, the problem is I want to actually have it automatically making the explosives and the explosive rounds. I don't want to lug it around. So it's something that I could put in dimensional storage as a stopgap, and it wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, so I was going to check to see if that... Like, it's not a bad idea to put in dimensional storage, but it's just one of those things that I do want to automate the production of the explosives and all that. If there had been iron nearby, I would have just brought the iron over and we would have been good. Okay, so if we check, yeah, so there's my steel right over there. So yeah, so I can just run a belt over this way. And like I said, this will be train territory. So like what I'll most likely do with the end result of the... Oh, hey, is this a hard drive I've missed? Or did I already find this one? You look like one I've already found. Did it mark it on my map? Yes, it did. Okay. Yeah, so we can run it through here. Like I said, I think this will be a very good candidate for when we get our trains. That'll have one train. You know what I'll probably do is I'll probably forego all the other stuff where I've got that coal line there and everything. I'll probably grab the train of the sulfur itself, drag it over to where the steel is, and have a separate section of that area that makes the gunpowder, and then the steel tubes are right there to make the explosives, and, you know, you get where all that's going. So I can get all that in one place. Alright, but in the meantime, I just gotta get the stuff over there. So there's gonna be a little bit of spaghetti going on. I thought it was hard to get to the base. Yeah, no, we're pretty close to the base. It's just the bigger issue is I don't really have a way other than just slapping down a conveyor belt to get it over. The trucks ended up being very disappointing for me. We messed around with them for a good half hour to an hour earlier, and it was just so finicky to get them to do what I wanted that ultimately I did opt to be like, you know what, never mind these. Okay, what we will do is, at least for the platform part, I will use the stilts for going up here. But then when we get the other place, we'll go back to just belts on stands. You'd rather deal with trucks than trains? Interesting. I found the trucks absolutely impossible to get to work in a meaningful thing. The trains take a little setup, but once you get them set up, they run smoothly. The trucks I found to be basically inconsistent. Plus, the trucks absolutely just murder your fuel. That's an interesting choice of approach, but that's okay. Because I also want to get rid of the conveyor belts because of that nonsense. Alright. So I need to go this way. But yeah, honestly, anywhere I have one of these long runs is a real good candidate for we'll put a train or something along there. Because that's kind of the way I want to work this in the long run. Is I do want to lean very heavily on trains this time. I used a couple of trains last time, but the goal is to have a little of, you know, me running a conveyor belt across the scenery as possible. So I just want to have like a sky railway system going around. The downside is I've run out of steel, and that's been a continuing problem, but we're working on it. Yeah, because right now I've got the pipes here. And meanwhile, that is set to pass all of our, was that? Oh yeah, that's where we're making our industrial, no, that's not where we're making, this is where we're making our industrial bars, the encased bars. That is the AI limiter, not the AI limiter, whatever the third one is up there. That's there. That is the versatile frames, and way down there we've got our smart whatevers. Now, the thing is with how I have this set up, when I'm using up the steel bars, it will prioritize getting steel bars into the production line. While we wait, let's see if I can't do something to improve our throughput of our steel production. Because that's been a pain point. So it does look like our bronze... Okay, so the issue we're running into here is not enough iron. Alright, that's a fixable problem. Production, tier 2. Get you upgraded. Oh, the problem is the fixable part of this is going to be upgrading these belts going in here, which is going to require the material that I'm trying to upgrade the belts to get more of. But yeah, because these ones are running at 40% capacity and all that. So let's go up to where we start seeing it thin out, which is right here. So that's where it thins out. So I need to start backtracking this. That's not the one I wanted, but it won't hurt anything for that to be upgraded. Okay, so that should be good. Because those are tier 2 belts. And the tier 2 belts, if we check, can carry 120, then carry 270. We'll get as much out of those. Those are producing 240. So let's go ahead and max that one out. Okay. Well, I don't have enough material, but that should be more than this belt can handle for the entire length of it. Because the belt can only handle 270. I'm mashing like 360 on it. The trucks are great if you follow a couple rules. I fought with the trucks for a good half hour. The big thing is it seemed like I had to just make the area the trucks would go through much larger than I was. That they just couldn't be near each other so far as the actual stops. And it was just one of those things that I had to do so many design considerations to work around it that I was like, you know what? Never mind. I just don't want to deal with this. Alright, so I've got all these popping in here. That's now getting ahead. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that's like looking at all the effort, and my basic viewpoint on it at the end was I could take the time to use the trucks, but literally just slapping a conveyor belt down is more efficient both in resources. Sorry, not in resources, that's a lie. No, actually, it's true. It's more efficient on the fact that it doesn't have sustained fuel cost to use the conveyor belts. It is more expensive on like steel and iron and all that part of it. There's more setup cost. But once you set it up, it will go as fast as the belts go. And the truck kind of has some pretty hard limits on how fast it can get around. And then it's just the fact that they're so unreliable, glitchy, whatever you want to go with, that you really have to finagle them to get them to play nice. Okay, so the good news is, it looks like the pipe side is backed up, which means I should be getting more steel onto the other side. Now that I've fixed the iron input, which it should eventually, yeah, it is getting ahead. They used to be a lot worse. No, I definitely agree with that. I remember way back I tried to use them the very first time, and like they would just fall through the world and get stuck on terrain and all sorts of stuff. And it looks like the way they fix that is they kind of, when they get stuck for too long, they kind of turn, you know, translucent, and they just magic their way through debris until they get back on track, which I find kind of funny. But also, it's honestly not a bad fix. Alright, but with that, I'm willing to bet if we go to our storage now... Oh, you know what changed about this? We improved the rate it could upload. I was about to say we were making these fast enough that this would fill up, and even when I was using the material as fast as I could, we'd still get some through there. But we increased the upload speed, so now the upload speed is faster than the production speed we've got there. So, I'm actually okay with that for right now. It is going to be a long-term problem. But right now, to fix that, I need to increase our steel production. You know, actually, I was going to say that's easier said than done because all these belts in the way, but I can literally just go, you know what? It's fine. It says it's conflicting, but it's just going to... you know what? That's fine. It looks like it's poking over the top of it. I'll pretend it's not a problem. I know I'm pushing my luck with the power. I'm gonna have to take a look at that power to see where we're at soon. We're gonna be in serious trouble. Oh wait, what was the opposite recipe? Okay, so we have the alternate recipe. I totally forgot that we got that. What let's compare notes. So if I choose the alternate recipe, so you'll produce 60 per minute if I make it into iron ingots first. And it's a rate of about 2 to 3 for ingots to coal. Now if I switch to the regular steel recipe, which is what I'm doing, it's a worse ratio. And that's 45. Let's go back to the other one real fast. So that's much faster and a lower cost in everything. So we definitely want to switch over to that recipe. So that's going to take some doing. Step 1 is going to be taking this line here we've got, get rid of it, and instead we're going to put a bunch of smelters over here. Let's put the smelters here, I guess. And so you can process 30 per minute. That can handle 270, so I can handle 9 of these. Just checking one thing real fast, making sure it's not urgent. Okay, cool. So I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because they're doing 30 input, 30 output, 270, 27 divided by 3. You get the idea. You know how to math. And if you don't know how to math, that's fine. No one's judging, except me. I might be judging. Wait, what? Is there a Factorio launch the rocket type game? Yeah, if you look, you can't see it from here. You see like all those little sparkly lights up there? When it's not cloudy, you can see a space station we're building up there. So that's the whole thing. I could make comments about it, but it gets into spoiler territory. But the point is, you're trying to do, I forget what they call it, like the Save the World program or whatever, and you are building that space station. And the finale is completing the space station. I won't say what happens, I won't say how it turns out, I won't give my opinions on it, because there's a lot to unpack with it. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So when you're using the straight belt, depending on whether I start from that side to this side, is which side it will try to get to the correct altitude the fastest. Cool. Alright, so we've got that set up. And then the next thing is going to be to run all the way down here. And then we're going to plug you into that belt. And it'll get the merger. And part of the reason I'm letting that sit there for a moment is I do want to give it a minute to just process all the ore off the line. So I can switch all this over. I really need to check on our power. I have a very bad feeling that once I open this thing up, we're going to run for about 20, 30 seconds, and then we're going to hear... as suddenly my power utilization jumps up by like 100. Okay, we can go here and iron. And iron. And iron. And if people didn't catch what I'm doing, is we're changing our steel recipe. So instead of being 1-to-1, where it's it'd be 1 iron, 1 coal ore. and all that. I've got batteries, but because I'm using biofuel, they don't charge. Because the biofuel things will slow down rather than do all that. Okay, so what should happen here... Get this out of my inventory. Is soon enough, we should have... Okay, so those ones are all getting blocked up, which is exactly what we want. So once they start depleting their... You know what? Honestly, we'll just switch the recipe right now. Cool. We'll drop the coal in there. And the iron ore can get out of my life. And it'll pop in here. And we're going to change your recipe to the alternative one. Drop the coal in there. Which is a little alarming that we're running into a bunch of problems with that. Alternative recipe. The good news is this should reduce my consumption of both coal and iron. Because if you look at this, this is 45-45. And I switch it over, and now it's 40-40. It's not down by much, but it is down. It's only down by 5 per machine, so it'll be down by 20 over the... Oh no, 25 over the 5 machines. I thought there's only 4. Oh, you already switched. Oh, that's a problem. So select production, put in the regular one, let it feed all the ore in, and then switch it back. That puts the ore in our inventory. We can drop off the coal in here. Okay. So interestingly enough, we are struggling on the coal at the moment. Oh, we're struggling with the coal because suddenly we boosted our production a huge rate. Right. Or is there a bottleneck on the belts? There is a bottleneck on the belts. And I'm guessing it's probably... Yeah, there's a bottleneck right here. So this is that situation we ran into last time. Or if we grab that, there's a tiny little segment of a lower level belt in there. And that's because I had a stilt or something right in that spot. Okay, so that should fix that. There it is, chat. I said it was coming. I knew when I put that many new machines, because we probably just upped our power consumption by like 150 megawatts on a grid that's under 1,000 megawatts. So it was a big that. It went for 2 minutes though? Yeah, no, it's because we had that bottleneck on the coal belt. The foundries weren't running. So when I fixed the problem, I created a new problem. Alright, so let's pop over here to our biomass burners. I've got room. I can set up 7 more. And then after the 7 more, we're going to run to our next problem. Because then my entire biomass production becomes an issue and I don't want to think about it. But that's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we pop over here. Yeah, so you can see it just slowly crept up until it finally overcame. Because I can now just barely under 1,000 power I can put to use. Alright, so we just need to slap you down here. And I should be able to add 7 more of these. After which we basically hit the limit of my solid, What are you doing? Why are you trying to attack? Alright, I'm just not going to ask questions about that one. Okay. So I'm going to run all the way to the end here as far as we can go. And it is time to expand. And there's the 7 I can power up. We'll need to do splitters. I also need to know why am I not seeing the solid biomass going up. I can't imagine we ran out, you know, maybe we did run out of solid biomass. That could have been what happened, is it looked like it came right up to the point where it broke, and then we just ran out of the, because it's running at full capacity, before it actually did overwhelm. It may have gotten right up to that point where it shut down from that, because I should see a whole bunch of solid biomass in that belt. I don't see any. Oh, that would be real bad. And also, you're not even hooked up. Oh, right, you were, and then I stole your line. Okay. So the problem is we ran out of fuel, and it just so happens it occurred at almost the same time we would have overwhelmed. Because I'm noticing there is no solid fuel on any of this. Okay, is everyone already hooked up? So this is a major problem, and the reason why this is a major problem is I have to make fuel before any of this can work. So, power switches. Did I unlock those yet? I'd really like to unlock my power switches now, because otherwise, this is a huge pain. Please tell me at the MAM I've got the materials, I can just unlock a power switch real quick. Because if I can unlock a power switch, I can go to this biomass area, put a power switch on the far side of it, and then just do what I gotta do here to have it all come back online. If I don't have a power switch, I don't know why I'm looking there, then I've gotta break the network off into sections. Okay, so I cannot make the power priority switch. The AI limiters. I was handcrafting those? I was producing those somewhere, right? Okay, let's do a quick inventory. So I've got my steel bars. The AI limiters. Where I have 21 of those in storage. What? Oh, you can get in the garbage. What do I need to make the AI limiters? Because if I get the power switch, life gets way easier. Because I can segregate the network so I can slam it shut, get what I need online, and then go to the other side. Where are you? AI limiter? Okay, we can make enough. That's fine. But I will definitely want to do that. Yeah, now usually my power isn't a big issue, because normally I can absorb it with like batteries and all that kind of stuff. But because I've literally done nothing but biomass, like we're way into the end of like phase 1 with what we're producing everything, and still running entirely 100% exclusively on biomass, which is not a good idea. Like every way of going around it, it's not a good idea. Okay, so I've got that. I pop over here, Caterium, get the power switch, start the research, make what I need for a power switch.
Power switch unlocked. Fixit is proud to announce that the power switch facilitates power grid management through the application of the very latest advances in on-off switch technology. Fixit. It's fun to have power.
Okay, so we ran out of the wire. That's fine. That should be 2. So the downside is this whole thing is a convoluted mess with everything attached to everything. So let's see how much I can split this off. Because that's what needs to happen is I need... Okay, so we got nothing connected to this end. That's good news. This leads to all of our steel production, but I only care about what's actually connecting to our system here. That's what I want to find, is anything that connects this part. So, we have that line. I'm going to disconnect that. And that leaves this entire setup on this one connection here. Meanwhile, I got to figure out what part of this was disconnected. So I think for the power switch, I could put it on this pole. And I've not made one of these before, so I got to figure it out. Power switch. Okay, that'll work. So this power switch goes here. We can disconnect you, connect you from here to there, and there to this garbage over here. And we can... The power switch is off. So in theory, I've now broken this off to its own network. I can turn this on. It's still looking like the whole system is still attached. Okay. Yeah. So we've got almost nothing on here. So that's good news. Now what I need to do is feed our stuff with our fuel, get the whole thing back up and running. So you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Was there not more? I thought I had a lot of stuff in here, like a lot of the hog bits and all that. So I do think what's going to need to happen, because like I said, I'm pretty sure we ran out of fuel is like what happened here. Yeah, we ran completely out of fuel. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go for a biomass escapade. I'm going to let that run for a minute because it is on its own network. Let it start priming a bunch of that solid biomass. Because those occur, like the entire factory is shut off other than the power. So I just want to get enough that we can start getting that online. And then once we get that online, I can start priming the rest of the factory. Now, really, I should be using coal power by now. I just haven't been doing it. Like, I very genuinely need to get that online. I've been putting it off, and that's why we're struggling here. Because I'm really pushing the limits on what I can get away with just biomass burners. Okay. And that's not even considering the fact I have to worry about overloading the grid as well, which is very likely to happen now that everything's had a chance. Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to even like go out of my way to skip coal. It's just I've been continuously making more and more of it into steel and all that. Can gas be used as well for power? You don't think you used it? Yeah, so you can use coal, you can use oil, like petroleum, you can use nuclear, you can use biomass, you can use geothermal, which would be really nice if I get that set up, but that's going to take a little bit more effort. I gotta get more Caterium and all that set up to get computers and all that. I gotta get quartz farther along to get that set up. But geothermal is actually really strong once you set up. There's just a lot to get it going. I don't actually think I get anything with the giant mushrooms. They just go away kind of thing. Alright, let's run over there and drop off more in the box to keep it rolling. Alright. That's fine. Poison me just a little bit. Okay, so we can run over here now and drop this off in here. So my big concern is I've got to get enough solid fuel before I turn the factory online at all, because we will be consuming it at a very fast rate once the factory is on. So I got to watch out for that. And this has already distributed all of its goods. So there's that. I'm not gonna mess with that. Actually, we probably should. Don't care. Alright. So we got a bunch of trees over there, we got a bunch of cacti over here. The good news is once we actually get the power grid back online, so far as like fueled, those extra 7 should give me more enough power to last. The only way it could be a problem is just the spike of everything coming back online might still cause us an issue. But once I can get past that initial spike, it would be fine. Literally, it could be one of those situations that we keep throwing the lever, and then, you know, once the spike gets past where we can get everything kind of off sync or whatever, things will settle. Because sometimes you can just slam the lever a bunch of times in a pinch when you're right on the fence of overrunning your stuff. Other times you can't, because especially if you're depending on water that's not there and all that, then the issue is it takes a moment for your power to wind up as well. I was really hoping to focus on... I still think I should get the explosive production and all that online soon, but I do need to now prioritize getting coal. See, the funny thing is, I'm actually producing all the stuff that I could technically completely bypass coal and go straight to oil. And oil, like, no matter how you go about producing it, you end up with petroleum. So there's no reason to not at least turn on some oil power. Like, you can make it into fuel for your vehicles and for your jetpack and all that when you get it, which is certainly a good use for it. But usually you're producing enough petroleum that you can justify dumping it into a couple power plants. Alright. Wiping out all of nature. So when I have enough over here that when I kick things back in, I'm not dealing with a bunch of problems. Okay, don't have any berries on me, so I'm just gonna scare it away. Sorry, doggo. I know you've been living in this nice little forest over here, but I hate to be the one to tell you. It's going away. But don't worry, it's going to a good home. It is going into an incinerator as fast as it will, to make our power a little bit nicer. So you're literally looking at, I'm going to be taking your home and shoving it into a machine to make the air smell funny. Isn't that a cool thing? I'll also use it for making ammunition for shooting other animals, and for making explosives. A worthy cause, I would say. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to getting all this cleared up as best we can. I've got a lot in my inventory. We still got a bunch of inventory space yet left, but that's okay. I'm literally just running until we hit a gap in these trees. And I'm going to run back and chuck it all on the machine. And I'm hoping when we get back, there'll be a decent amount of the solid biomass has been made into solid biomass. And if that is the case, then what I can do is turn around, potentially see about trying to bring the rest of the grid back up. I just need some reserves of biomass in absolutely every one of the power plants, so they can all come back online. Because if it is one of those ones that like 1 or 2 comes up and the next 2 come up, it's just going to shut down. Cool. Sky mycelium. The other downside with leaning on the biomass so much is very quickly I'm going to run to a situation where the trek to get biomass is going to keep getting farther and farther until the actual commute time to getting the plants is going to be a consideration. I don't see any cactuses, but I keep getting mycelium, so I'm okay with that. I'm just not entirely sure where it's coming from. Oh, missed one. It's wood. It's worth me going after. Yeah, so we're rolling in with a lot of stuff to bring it online. And for the record, we should be two power plants below what I can produce in solid biomass. So we shouldn't have to worry about, like, production speed issues. The one thing we could run into, which I didn't think about, is I could see potentially that we aren't converting the wood and leaves into biomass fast enough, which would be unfortunate. I don't think that's going to be an issue, because you make a pretty good amount of the loose biomass pretty quickly from those. Alright, let's get this one last little beach picked up. Then we're going to circle back because my inventory is full. Never mind, we're going to go now. Okay. The old wood that's still rooted gives you mycelium. Ah, gotcha. That explained the traces because we kept pulling up the dead trees and the logs and all that. Yeah, so our inventory is as full as we're gonna get it right now. We're gonna chuck all of that into our machine that makes our box that gets filtered out to our machines that make biomass. And like I said, they should be able to run for a little bit on that inventory. Before we had a storage container that's about 2/3 full. I just must have lost track of time on how, like, just slowly chipping away at it till it was done. Yeah, so we definitely gotta fix that. That's gonna be a major concern to deal with. But that'll be fine, because I do have this one box way over here. But once I see some solid biomass on the line, where I can see that we are... Yeah, so we're still producing solid. It's going to keep doing that for a long time. Okay, so mycelium, grass, wood, the one little bit of bug. You have no power. That is a major problem. There we go. So I've got that all back online, so that'll help produce more of the loose stuff. You're not quite running at full capacity, but that's because 90% of the stuff was shut down. Yeah, now we've got those turned on. It is a solid conveyor belt that's got no gaps in it. It's going full force. That's going to bring in a lot of protein, and that protein produces, like, literally, the bottleneck is the biomass coming out of it. So we are going full bore. So that's good news. And as you can see, this is churning through the material very rapidly. But yeah, what happens is that goes into the box and tops off this box to fill up this, and then this makes the biomass. Yeah, so all of these are filling up, so that is going to go for a while. Let's go over to our filter. I just need to make sure a decent amount is getting down the line. We're going to need priority switches. Oh, it is just not getting there. But as you can see, it's barely running at all. But the problem is, once I throw that switch, it's going to burn about 4 a minute. And because none of those are full up the line, and every single splitter means I'm getting half as much down the line. So if I were to be way over, where's the input? So yeah, so this here, so half of all my stuff would go on this line. Well, actually, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So that'd be 1/6, 1/12, 1/24, 1/48. You get the idea. By the time we're down there, we're going to like 1/1200, like 1/1024th or some nonsense. And that's just until they fill up. Once they fill up, you can see this backs up. And that's what I'm trying to wait on, is for this to back up enough that we are getting enough fuel down on the end there to keep it going. So I'm gonna have to do another trip for biomass while we're waiting, because I just need my biomass production. So it's not a matter of having the raw materials right now. I literally just need to wait for my constructors to produce the biomass to get them loaded. And we already did the math. We do have enough constructors to keep them running. It's the fact that I have to refill them all. That's the issue right now. Is they need at least enough that they can stay running for a while. Not all of them. I could probably get away with like 4 not coming up. But more than that will be an issue. But right now, when we're not burning any fuel, they'll fill up quickly, but once they turn it on, that changes. That was the reason I was like, oh, this is a major problem. There is a delay on how fast I can bring the whole thing back up online. Now, if we get priority switches, then I don't have to babysit and deal with any of that. With the priority switches, what I can do is I can say, hey, power production's top priority. So when the system goes down, the last section will stay running to produce the solid biomass, and then once it starts getting enough power to power up the next section, it'll come back online. Must be a cave down there. Yeah, there must be a cave below there. Because not above us. Alright. So my hope is after I do another collection run here real fast, we should have enough in the system primed to flip the switch and bring it back online. And then see if the huge spike of consumption takes the whole system back down again. That'd be our worst case scenario. The way I would probably work around that scenario in the short term is put another on-off switch leading out towards the steel production, because the steel production, the caterium production, and our sulfur is all off that line. And so that's about half of my factory. So I could do a staged pickup where I start with the first thing, wait till our power stabilizes, turn on the next thing, wait till our power stabilizes, turn on the next thing. You get the idea. I could do it in stages like that to let it all come back online. I don't want to do that. I want to just throw the switch and it come back online. But I don't think taking the time to put another biomass constructor on the system is the thing I can really justify. Now, interestingly enough, if I were to use the... If I were to get the thing with the, somber whatevers, I could put that on the thing making my solid biomass, and that would let me run about twice as many power plants on the same amount of production, which is an interesting consideration. It also means my fuel will get twice as far, which is an interesting consideration. Obviously, I wouldn't want to do that long term. That's kind of not a great use of a, of one of those things. But, all that said, it would justify it. Like, honestly, I feel like that's a freebie use of it, if you're using biomass at all. Because, yes, it will increase the power consumption of the one machine that's relatively cheap to operate, to give it fuel, to, like, double your fuel capacity. Yeah, so if you're not sure what to use it on, I mean, that's a freebie right there. Alright, let's just drop off here again and see how we're doing so far as filling up the power plants. And then we throw the switch in, we see if our catastrophic issue is more catastrophic than we realized. Alright, so we've got more wood and more grass and all that going in there. Nothing new to add in this part. We are getting all our storage containers filled up. Yeah, so that's working away. Those are all doing fine. Yeah, these are all going fine. Does that have an upgraded belt here? Yeah, they're fine. Okay. Yeah, and that it's fast they're going in, it's going through. So you're backed up. You're still filling up here. So that's taking a little while. And these ones are also taking time. We're getting there. But right now, if I turn it on, it's just gonna turn right back off. It just needs a minute to process. What I could do short term. Here's what I can do short term. Is we can go here, slam that sucker up to its full. So that's 300. Okay, so that we can't do. And the reason we can't do it is that can't handle that much. So that should be about right. That'll be 240 on the line. That belt can handle 270. Ooh. Yeah. That belt can handle 270. So that should be about the most we can get. Anything more than that will depend on a lot of this stuff running through. The downside is this is slowly depleting now. Because we're not getting... It's just the one producing right now, because this is still backed up on wood. You should be getting the grass through pretty soon, though. And then we'll get a second one of those running. Yeah, so it'll be about done. We'll get the mycelium on the line, and that'll get me 3 of those online again. Did we put anything in here that's a problem? Oh, wait a second, wait a second. Why are you not getting through? You should be working. Hang on. That's a problem. Stinger Remain should go that way. Okay. I don't... Oh, you know what? Maybe... You know what I bet you I did? I bet you when we did that long run that we got all that stuff, I chucked it in the wrong box. That's why we ran out of power, because the Cinder's like, man, those remains should have been literally thousands of biomass. That explains why that didn't last as long as I thought it was. I put them in the wrong box, so they never got turned into biomass. They just sat in a box for when I have things that I don't know what is. Okay, so that's good news. These are still producing as fast as we can get them. They are actually hitting a point where they're not quite getting. Let's pull that out. Yeah, so they're both not running at capacity because they're going too fast for the production line. That should fix here in a minute. Yeah, those are already fully upgraded. Yeah, and those are all backed up. So we've got the line running at full speed. It's 270 items per line. And then these can handle, they're consuming... Oh, you're actually, why are you at 180 now? So yeah, that's 120. There's no point in me having these there. Yeah, so that's 240. That's basically almost the max conveyor belt can handle. And I don't want to drop those in, and the reason I don't want to drop those in is I need that in case I have to go for more biomass. So I don't want to do that. We can pop over here, drop you in there. I can handcraft a couple of things while we wait. Because this will get us more of the things I need for doing our next upgrade, our dimensional storage, which I'm a little scared to mess with right now. Because if I fix our dimensional storage right now, it will likely be a massive spike in our power consumption as every single machine turns on to try and fill up the newly available storage. So let's not do that. So with the black powder unlocked, I can potentially get... Oh, right, the experimental power, we can work on that as well. The quartz, I need the silica, that's all getting that on set up. That I can just unlock as soon as I get a purple slug. I don't care about that right now. The mycelium was waiting on oil. Caterium. Yeah, so you gotta wait till I get oil to get the geothermal. So Caterium, we're basically stuck till oil. Alien technology. Honestly, I just need to get 100 of those, and then we can boost our power production and all that. And then we also have that one, like I said. That one I'm scared to upgrade right now because it will overwhelm everything. And we've already done our hard drive, so we got nothing left to do on the MAM right now. How are we doing on getting all these? Because I don't need them all full, I just need them full enough that I feel comfortable that the last couple at least get some going their way. And it's looking like it's getting close. This side, we're only 5 from having them all hooked up. This side, we're way farther back because there's way more between here. But once these 5 fill up, it should just, like, everything go down one line, it should go faster. That's the reason this is a whole big problem. Okay. I don't want to just chop down a whole bunch more trees if I don't have to. Yeah, so we are moving all of the leaves in here. How's the wood production going? So the mycelium is basically done. The wood is... got a lot in there. I'm just gonna have to go and chop down more trees. It sucks that this whole time that the power grid is just knocked offline, that a lot of our other production, we're not making our steel products, we're not making our phase 2 products. So that's the big pain we're having here, is this whole time is effectively me rebooting the factory. It's just a big boot screen that's taking forever to run. Yeah, so what happened is when the power went out, I think it was literally the very first power plant ran out of power. And the moment that happened, we dipped under the amount. And so we have a handful of power plants that still had some fuel in them, but it was just... with us running all the way up to our maximum power, which has been an issue for a while, that one power plant going offline pushed us under. And that's because I wasn't watching the fuel and we ran out. Wouldn't setting up coal be more efficient setup until now? Yeah, no, setting up the coal power, I really should have done that earlier. The issue I have now with setting up the coal power is coal power requires power to run. Are you using biofuel for phase 2? I mean, it wasn't a deliberate decision. I prioritized steel over coal power, and as a result, I haven't set up my coal power yet, because I just kept pushing it down the road in favor of something else, until we did finally hit the point that what ultimately happened is I put my stuff I needed to make more fuel in the wrong box, and so we ran out of fuel. And now without having the box, you can jump a coal power plant with coal power. Yeah, I mean if I took like a big stack of coal and shoved it in there, that's not wrong. Coal lets your car go fast. Yeah. Like we were messing around with trucks and all that. It's basically I just lost track. And so we ran out. Once the biomass comes back online, we should be fine. I do need to get the coal on. It's just one of those things I'm like, no, I want quartz to unlock more stuff. No, I want sulfur to unlock more stuff. No, I want this to unlock more stuff. And just kept pushing it down because the biomass was working. Which it's funny because the last run I did where we did finish the game on 1.0, we've already taken a win since it came out. You know, I went right into coal right away and it was never an issue. Like, I think the entire game, we had some early power-offs, but otherwise, I don't think the power ever went down after the early game. Because I had batteries set up, and coal, and when oil became available. Like, there's definitely times when, oh, my power production is not adequate, and had to go in and fix it. I don't think we ever had it go down after the early game, though. Versus this one, we've just put it off and put it off and put it off, and we're finally being punished for it. And I could turn off a bunch of machines and bring things off gradually. I just don't feel like running around and flipping a whole bunch of switches. And plus, I'll forget to switch them back on later. And then be like, why the heck don't I have whatever I switched off? Yeah, no, that's, I definitely want the priority switches. Those make life much easier because then it's just production slows down in whatever you have the lowest priority. And that's a much different problem. Those require plastic. Yep. Yeah, so that's phase 2. Or getting really lucky. Like, if you get lucky going for hard drives and find stuff there. But, you know. Like, that's, I imagine now that the game is fully out, you're gonna have people speedrun it, because of course you are. I have a funny feeling that the speedrun strategy for the game is to know, and I don't believe there's an RNG to it, I could be wrong, is to know which of the ships have the material, to just, like, speedrun upping the MAM as fast as possible. To unlock whatever handful of technologies you can bootstrap the best with. Now, one thing I expect to be a big thing about this one, I think this will be a game that there'll be a lot of RNG with your speedruns. Where, you'll be RNG dealing with the hub or with the hard drives to get, you know, the two or three particularly valuable the 2 or 3 particularly valuable recipes. Tool assisted runs? Yeah. These kind of games are a little bit trickier to tool-assisted run. Not the automation one, but the 3D the 3D side of things where, like, you have slight weirdness that can happen with the physics. Oh, I deliberately went out of my way to hit all that stuff as much as we can. Just because it's kind of a meme in the channel about, like, trees being the enemy and yada yada. Okay, so that's good news. These are backing up again. That's perfect. That means this is running at full capacity here. They're all producing these as fast as they can. They're still popping out here. Alright, so we're down to the last 3. You're getting close to full. I'm gonna grab you out, which is going to set that back a little bit, because I need to keep stuff in case I need to chainsaw more. I mean, we've got 40-something in here. My fear is I'm going to turn this on, and then after a couple of minutes, it's going to go back off because those aren't full enough for the solid to get down the line. That's my concern, is like, once I get stuff like this side filled up, that should just go quickly. Let's see here. If you slope ramp into a wall to drive fast enough, you can drive up the wall forever. Why are you using manifold? I don't know what you mean by why are you using manifold. Alright. I need to get this thing back online. Manifold equals splitter into a splitter into a splitter into a splitter. Because I'm lazy. And I don't want to have to go like, you know, the belt balancer style where you do like the splitter, then the pair, like the set of splitters, and then the set of splitters to like evenly put them all out. Because that'll be fine, because part of the thing is it'll shut down this. That's the best part? Not in my opinion. But everyone plays the game differently. Like, there's people who take the time who do the calculations to perfectly balance everything. My usual solution is, I'm short on something, there, I'm going to slam another belt in, and now I'm not short on it anymore. I used to play Factorio in the thing where I'd, like, perfectly design saying, okay, the input, if I get 200 units of this in here, it can go all the way out there and do all this, and it's all perfectly balanced and all that. But after I got a couple, you know, like, 1,000 hours in Factorio, it was just, you know what I'm going to do? I need more of this in there. Just go slam another train in here, another conveyor belt, whatever. I don't need to math. My math is more. You have really compact design, dividing 6? Yep. Like, just not the way I'm doing it. When I need more, I can build another one of those. And that'll feed in and go out to the whole grid. But yeah, we should be getting pretty close on this, though, to being able to turn it back on. Because this path is almost full. And it's filling up fast. Because each one of those ones up the line that fills up is the faster the ones later down the line will fill up. Because it's not another one who's just not pulling. So yeah, so that one's filled up. So now these ones should fill up about twice as fast as they were before because we're, you know, not getting that extra split we're dealing with. So that's good news. I could probably go over here and make more of the SAM things while we wait. The solution to the manifold system is a somber sloop? Yeah. Well, that's what I want to get these. If I get 100 of these made, then we can turn around and get the somber sloop thing there. And like I said, we can upgrade the output of the machines making my solid biofuel to making the upgraded one, or like making 2 for 1, and that will literally double my fuel output. So I would be able to put, like right now we're sitting at about 30 of these, I think it's 28 or whatever. I would be able to upgrade this to being like 50 of them and have no additional input required. Alright. Yeah, so those are coming along nicely. That's coming along. These ones are still going to be lagging way behind, but that's okay. Because what's going to happen is all of this is going to shove that. Let's see, you found Sam just running around until you found some cave. And now you don't want to go back and can't find the entrance of the cave with the Sam Desert spawn. Oh yeah, and I found, on this run I think I've seen 3 Sam sites. Once you kind of figure out the type of areas stuff spawns in, it usually becomes a lot easier to like target, go out of your way, being like, oh, I'm looking for Sam. All right, this is the type of area I should be looking at to find it. Yeah, so you got a lot of wood still in there. We've got a bunch of the alien protein and all that's going to be in here as well. Yeah, we got 79 alien protein in there, and each one of those produces 100. So that's another almost 1,000 of the loose stuff. And each one of those, like 2 loose makes a solid. So we're looking at literally thousands of those. Alright. Want to speed this up. But I don't want to give up too much. I want to keep about 100. We'll give that a little nudge. Because then this will quickly throw all the stuff to the other side and get that going. And you're almost full as well. If it's dangerous, it has good loot. At very least, something for the man. Oh, yeah. Well, no, the desert I found a lot of power slugs and other goodies in it. Or not the desert, the swamp. But man, the enemies in the swamp suck. There's a lot of awful stuff in the swamp. Alright. So what I'm going to do here while this quickly resets, I got to use the restroom one last time before stream wraps up. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. We're not going to worry about like running another ad break or anything like that. I'm going to be able to snooze. Like, when the next ad break's coming up, I can snooze like 3 times and push it out past the end of stream. But I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. If zombies are targeted with target animals, they'd surely be wiped out in the first week. I mean, probably not if they're the animals that like fear and all that, because there's a lot of the map that doesn't have any meaningful zombie presence. No. Okay, that was the mouse messing up again. We're okay though. We managed to trip our way through the zombies.
We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site.
Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't get in a fight? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions everywhere. Touching down in 10, 9, 8.
It's coming from the building?
Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the first shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh. All right, and we are back. All right, so let's see. So this side's all filled up. That's good news. Because that means basically twice as much is going to this side because it's not going that one. Do you have slopes? You mean ramps? Slopes, not ramps. No, I don't have that. Are you talking about being able to like, glitch up walls and all that? There's actually already enough ways you can glitch up walls in this game. You get the parachute and the stuff you can climb is still silly. Honestly, if you want to climb, you just get the ladder and you just plunk a ladder straight up and you're up. Two, 3 rods, you're up any wall. Wait, let me check one thing. Okay. I thought I saw someone doing something else, whatever. Let's see, like if you took a quarter of a circle out of a foundation. Yeah, no, I get that. No, I haven't been doing much with the awesome shop yet. We did get like the ladders and a couple other things, but I haven't put a huge focus on it. Alright, so how are we doing on this side? So we're about 5 from the end. I think we are good to turn on the power. Because that means only about 5 of all of my power plants aren't fully charged. I'm wrong. Oh, that's just the spike from everything coming on at once. Yeah, I mentioned that was going to be an issue. So. Okay. And that's because literally everything in the entire power, like the entire area is coming on at the same time. Yeah, that's a way bigger spike than I thought it would be. So we're gonna play a little game here, which is we're going to kill our power, I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna say, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And just like that, it's all better. I'm not sure where the extra power came from. Because here's where we've been. I don't understand where the extra power came from. Do I have a section of that power that is on a different grid? I shouldn't, because I have just the one cable that crosses. Oh, wait. No, that goes around. That goes around, we're fine. Yeah, so this is the only power cable going in. I don't know, because literally it's the only power. Yeah, but yeah, so we're good. So our maximum could exceed it by a lot. But basically what happened is we had the giant spike all at once as everything tried to come online, and I just had to pull the lever like 2 or 3 times. That once we got past that initial spike of everything trying to spin up at the same time, so a bunch of the drills winding up and then winding back down now, has got us back online. Our power grid is not happy, though. That is an immediate concern that's going to need to be dealt with. So I got to get that sorted out, which is going to be a problem. And we can keep processing some of this stuff. So, for actually fixing this nightmare problem, I'm gonna have to bring coal power online. Now, I don't want to use the coal I've already got set up, because I've got all this coal up here we're using, and we're only not using one of the coal nodes up there, and that's our steel production. So I want to keep all the steel stuff up there doing its thing, so that's fine. Where's the next one? Where did you ping my next one? Oh, over here. That'll actually be fine, because that's over by our SAM. We've already got a route over there. We've got power over there. So we can just head to our SAM. It looks like there's 3 coal nodes over there. But for every little bit of coal I sit there and get, you know, get higher, the better we'll be. You don't need to tell me where, like, every little thing is. Normally I'm actually pretty... I shouldn't say strict. Normally I'm like, hey, like, no backseating and all that a lot more. In this case, I've beaten the game and all that before. Since, like, 1.0 and all that. But at the same time, you know, having the play-by-play of, like, hey, you can find this here and that there and this there, it's a little much. Okay, so I think, yeah, we got our power line over here. We can just zip line our way over. Yeah, no, it's no problem. Hey, Orange Painting, how's it going? Yeah, this is before we had the big power towers. I definitely need to get the big power towers up here. Honestly, that might not be a bad move when I go to, once I get the coal set up, the coal power, I can take the big power tower back and then probably take these down. It's also one of those things, if you use the big power towers, it's much easier to mess with priorities and all that. You're still playing Project Zomboid? Are you taking a break from it? Oh yeah, no, I actually played Project Zomboid yesterday, amusingly enough. But generally speaking, these days, I actually really don't play much Project Zomboid. It's just basically Build 42 waiting room. After I broke the world record and all that, I burnt myself out pretty hard. And that's, like, since then, like, after I broke the record, which when I broke it was 135,000, and it's now, like, 990-something thousand, Mr. Lamprey has it now. I do have another character who is right around, just a little bit shy of 200,000, so my personal best is almost 200,000 now. But I'm not going for the record, I have no intention of it. It's just too much time commitment. Like, we did the math that for me to beat Lamprey's record... Oh man, I haven't done the math since he got it up higher. When it was only like 300,000-400,000, I would have to play Project Zomboid almost exclusively for almost a year and all that just to tie it up kind of thing. But that was with, like, you know, since then, Mr. Lamprey's played for over, like, a year on that one save before he finally died. He almost broke 1 million. Oh, yes, there's lots of... Okay, that... Oh, yeah, that is really good. Okay. Alright, so go over here, get the coal power up and running. So the initial is going to be just getting it set up at all. And then once it's able to start producing on its own, then I will worry about actually connecting everything to the system. Alright, so let's start here by going production. Alright, we want to put down the platforms. It just makes everything nicer to grid out. Oh. Get all plants out of the way. Is the stun stick from Half-Life? I don't think so. I'm not... It might be referencing Half-Life, but, it's a bit different. Like, it really whips around way faster than the one from Half-Life did back in the day. You want to go? Want to go? Come on. I see you. Come on. I see you trying to fake me out. And now you're dead. Okay, so back to what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted. So this is all going to go towards the water. But I've got one there, and there's the other one over here. And they're all pure, which means they're going to give really good output. And these are going to be ones that I'm going to take the time to put down the foundations and all that nonsense. Because we are close to where I'm going to want it. We can make it all line up with the grid and whatnot. And all that. And the only reason I'm cutting this down is, one, I still need the biomass. I'm going to always need the biomass. And two, I'm going to literally be paving over it. So I just want to clear the stuff that I'm going to be paving over. Also, Twitch themselves have 50 subs. Yeah, so Twitch is doing a promotion, for those who aren't aware, for September, which is kind of like the big time of year for Twitch to do a bunch of nonsense for, you know, promoting people, buying bits and all that. So you have a thing going on right now where, for one, a lot of your subs are cheaper than normal, especially if you buy them in large numbers, longer time spans, or higher tiers. So basically, buying a T1 sub, you get a little bit of a, you know, discount. If you buy a T1 sub for 6 months or whatever, you get a better discount. If you buy, you know, T2 subs, you get a better discount. But also what they're doing is, if you gift subs, I think you have to gift at least 5, that Twitch will throw extra subs on top of it. So you give 5 subs, Twitch might give 1 or 2 more than that. And that's the whole thing. And then there's a separate thing where there's like a randomization to it. But the idea being is, if you gift subs, your money goes a little bit farther than it normally would, so far as supporting me. But it's a thing. So yesterday we had someone gifted 25 subs, and then those 25 subs, the extra it threw on just as its normal thing, or the normal subathon thing, or not subathon, the September thing, dropped an extra, it was 5 subs on it. And then, for whatever reason, that triggered, like, an extra, I can't remember, it was something like 49 or some nonsense subs. It was one of those things I had to stop there and be like, hang on a second, wait, why is there so many? Not complaining, I was just confused is all. Come on. Go down here. There we go. Because I want it to be just at water level. There we go. It's gift subs, so it's gift sub. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. And my alerts that are supposed to make it so that when I get gifted a bunch of subs, it should play one, like, group thing. So it should be like, you know, such and such donated X number of subs to the channel, like that kind of thing. Like, it'll do, like, a little animation, yada yada. It's supposed to do it where it's one thing for a group. So when you get 59 subs, it'd be like, hey, you know, thank you for the 59 subs, and it'd play this whole animation that is supposed to escalate based on the amount of subs given. That wasn't working, and it still isn't working. I tried fixing it, and we did a test earlier, and it's not fixed. And as a result of that not working, it was playing every single sub one by one, and I was doing Project Zomboid... 1 second.
Interesting, most pioneers already had coal power set up by this point because they understood their responsibility to humanity. Adjusting pioneer attitude metrics. Reminder, coal-powered generators require coal.
Thanks. Thanks for calling me out, Ada. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that it was like, a whole Product Zomboid multiplayer where we were killing each other. It was PvP without using actual PvP. So the rule was we were considered unfriendly neighbors. It was with Snoot TV, Brildane, Killadrix, Digwood, and myself. But the gist of it was, we were all trying to murder each other, but the rule was we basically couldn't directly murder each other. So I couldn't walk up to someone and start blasting them with a shotgun. What I could do, however, is I could get a bunch of zombies and, you know, maybe visit you when you're not ready for a whole bunch of zombies to be in the neighborhood and get you killed. Or, you know, I let the air out of a bunch of tires, and that was a way that I got some people in a little bit of trouble. Things like that. Okay. So I don't think I can continue pushing too much farther this way. I'll pull up the Caterium. I don't really know... I haven't done the math on this as where my cutoff is. I think... Yeah, alright, well... Okay, so how much coal are you going to consume when you're running? I'll have to actually get it all hooked up. Because basically I need to figure out how many of those I can put on a coal line for now, which it's going to change because I'll upgrade and then we'll expand and all that. I want to say I can run a certain... I have to look at it. Actually, before I do that, the water is going to be more of the pain in the butt. So let's deal with the water first. And the reason why the water is a pain in the butt is with the water, there's only so much you can do to, like, move it around, scale it up, that kind of thing. So I'm going to start with this.
That may indeed be water. Try submerging your arm. If it does not dissolve, that will narrow down the range of possibilities. Or you could just pipe it to a coal-powered generator and see what happens.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I want a bladder here. We can make that work. So what I'll do is I'll go over here, get rid of that pipe. I can go over to this spot. Yeah, what I'll actually do is I'll put the extractor here for right now. Can I actually fit a bladder in between these? I've never tried doing that. It'd be wasteful on the material side. So the conveyor could go... Well, the conveyor going over would run into problems. I could expand this a whole row out farther, because that would give me a buffer on a lot of things. So my thought is, put the fluid bladder, like, back here. We could pipe in wherever I need to pipe in. Yeah, this is probably overkill and a waste of time, but I'm going to do it anyways. So I'm going to put you over here. And we're going to go to logistics, the pipe, do this. Noodle, I don't... Okay. I don't like half of that setup. We can go to you. And now we can set that up. So we pipe it from there to there. There over here. And we can put a pipe junction here. And I will need power poles, so I can put one there. That runs you and you. And it will run up here. All the way over to you. And that'll have that hooked up. Okay. So, the next thing I need is at this distance, right here, I'm going to have that stacked up for the coal to get in there, so it's nice and organized. That's fine. Come on, play nice. There we go. He's just fighting me more than I wanted to on that. Alright, and from here, I should be able to do that splitter there. But we can go way down this way. I don't know if it'll go the whole length, but we're going to try. Cool. Alright, so with that, I could probably start getting this set up. And I can probably get the thing to just kick over a little bit. And if I can get it to kick over enough to get the water and all that in there, then we've got ourselves a functional situation here. Alright, so everything is on. So what I need is I'm going to need a little bit of coal. And I'm hoping I can kick just enough coal in there to bring that thing online. That's fine, I'll just walk over here and I'll smack one of these for a minute. But I can get just enough coal in there to get that online. I can probably get it to spit just enough water in. It'll probably be like one of those things where I pull the lever like 2 or 3 times real quick. To bring that online, and then it should be self-sustaining, and then once it's self-sustaining, I can start expanding to the rest of it. And then we can start seeing the numbers and seeing what, you know, how often I need to add another water extractor, how often I need to add, like... That's fine. And how often I need, like, what do I need to do for that? So we can... Not you yet. That'll be later. So, coal. And... There's no lever. So you're saying no power because you don't have power. I can make this work. We can do it this way. Hey, biomass burner, you're only gonna be here for a hot minute, but we can do this. Drop you in there. Why are you saying coal? You're a coal generator. Why are you complaining about that? Right. I'm surprised. What is... So you're putting out 30 watts. And we have a consumption of 35 watts. What is drawing the 35? Oh, it's probably just the water... You know, it's fine. We can get around this. This is a solvable problem. If at first you don't succeed, just, you know, split the stack and double up. Because I know there was no water. I was just shocked that it was having a problem. Okay. Why are you not... Okay, there we go. So extractor is getting online. Why are you also not getting... Oh, it was probably still winding up this. Okay. So you're able to produce 240. So basically, that alone is just a hair less than fully saturating that belt. So I could put one slug in there and that'd fully saturate the belt. You are producing 120, and this can handle 300. So I'm gonna do is, once this is up and running, which it is... Yeah, so you're up and running now. That's fine. We can pop over here. I can go up to 300. Okay, I get it. So 3 of those, that's maxed out what this pipe can handle. So pipe can't handle any more putting through there, that's fine. If at first you'd see try thermonuclear reaction. Yep. Alright, so we've got that all working. So the good news here is these shouldn't be using anything at all right now, hardly. We're getting there. Alright. We've got that set up. Now it's time to start getting more set up. So, the next move is going to be to go here. I kind of... You know, we'll put a bladder after each one of the things I need over there. So there's our water pipe. And like I said, we can get 300 through there. I can go on this and just go, hey, power me, friends. So you're consuming 37.5 per minute, and you're consuming about... Okay, so with that, what happens if we cut down to there? So if I put 2 slugs in there, then I can run 3 power generators per water extractor. So we'll start with that. So I can go here, put another one of these here, and another one there. Which is fine, because that's actually the limitation of how much water we can fit through the tier 1 pipes anyways. So we can go here and get you. Alright, so with this online... Oh, and I forgot, you can both take 2 slugs as well. And you can take 2 slugs as well. And we can grab your power connection. Alright, so yeah, so we're doing 90 pull per minute. Can I put that like right in line? No, I can't. That's fine. Yes, that's what I was figuring, is I would put these in line. Each time I do another one of the things. That way they can work as a buffer to help out. That's going down. You should... Oh, you're probably going down just because you're equalizing between the buffers. That's fine. I was like, you shouldn't be going down. I should be producing about 30 meters cubed of water faster than we're consuming. Alright, so with all that set up, the thing I want to do now is we should be able to hook this up to the rest of the grid and slowly turn down our dependency on the biomass. Alright. So I've got that set up. Okay, so we can manage to get it. How far can we go before we're out of range? Cool. So let's get this whole thing hooked up, and then I can just ride the zip lines back over here. Oh yeah, for people who asked if there's like an end game like Factorio, you can actually see the space station we're building up there. And this is only in the first phase, and it just keeps building. Well, actually, I take it back. There's more it builds than just a space station kind of thing. But you get the idea. There's a whole thing we are building up top that does have a finale to it. And that's what I'm going to say to avoid spoiling anything else. Oh, can I get you up there to where that is? I don't remember if we checked that one out yet or not. feel like we did. But generally speaking, I found going the high road with all of my travel stuff has just been better than trying to go at the lower heights. We'll know if I've already checked this one out if we get down here and there's a bunch of stuff for me to pick up on the ground. I'm not seeing stuff. I feel like I must have already gotten this one. Take a quick peeky peek. I have. I figured I had when I didn't see. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright, so I've got that power tower over there. I should be able to just connect to this one. Wire is too long. Really? Well, I don't want to connect them side by side like that. Yeah, because with the side by side, I won't be able to zip line them. We're going to do a little bit of a weird thing here, where I'm going to cut in here and have it pivoted just about halfway in between. And later on, I'll probably change that. Okay, so now the coal power is on our network. So we should be able to start scaling down our biomass power consumption and scaling up to coal. And that should stabilize our power consumption in a good way. And that should help a great deal with our power problems. And we'll know the point that we've got to the setup where we've got our coal power has exceeded our biomass production, because when that happens, we will see the battery start to charge. And bear with me, I'm just snoozing the ad so we don't get stuck with it, because I want to go ahead and scale up the coal a little bit before I wrap. So I'm just going to snooze the ads for as long as I'm allowed, and we'll wrap up before the ads. Yeah, so I used all 3 of my snoozes for the stream in one big go. And then we'll wrap before we get that far. But this is the reason I wanted to get these all in line, is the big power towers, the zip line, you can just ride them as long as they don't go too steep in one direction or another or run into something. You can just ride the zip line the whole way across. This might be too steep. No, we're good. But with that, our coal power is now on the network. We do have 3 pure cold nodes up here. So very genuinely, I could probably get something like... So it's 270, it's consuming, I believe, was 30 coal per power plant with 2 slugs in it. So... yeah, it's 30 per power plant, so it'd be 9 power plants per coal node. And that's just with what we have on the tier 2. So realistically, I think that's actually not true. I think it's only 8 because I believe the conveyor couldn't handle quite that much more. But to get the idea, I believe I could actually scale that up even farther. Alright. So what I think I want to do is let's get over here and get our splits put in. Yeah, so get the 6 on here. And before I connect that, I'm not sure what'll happen when I do. I want to bring this other one online because I'll need more water input. Invalid placement. Oh, there's a chunk of some kind of stone in here that... I'm gonna have to see if I can't maneuver around that. It's a thing I have to explode. I'm hoping I can scoot you up just enough that he'll stop complaining. Oh no, I'm bringing this all the way up. It's like, nope, no, just can't do that. Well, can I do it over here? No, it's still in the way. Well, hear me out. This isn't how I wanted to approach it. But until I get my explosives, it's the way I'm gonna approach it. So we can go here, and I'm gonna just put it on the end. I wanted to put along the side there, but that's fine, whatever. We can change it later. The point is, it'll get the water it needs. I can go here, we drop the 3 in, crank it all the way up. Get the power line set up here. Okay, and we've got all that hooked up. So now I should be able to start getting the water into all of these. And you are running, right? Yep. Just takes a moment to prime itself. Yeah, so it's because of all of these are filling up, it's going to take a hot minute. So we are pulling in 600 meters cubed of water on both ends. We have 300. Each of these pipes can handle 300, so it gets to about the middle. And then we've, maximized what the pipe can output. So that is a pretty hard limit for us. Until we get the upgraded pipes, which then go to 600. And just like that, our power infrastructure has massively grown. So these things should be doing absolutely nothing now. We are, if you're noticing here, we are seeing our batteries are recharging slightly. It's ticking just barely back and forth on trying to, oh wait, I can put slugs in those. We can put 2 slugs in each and every one of these generators. Because you're taking 30 per minute of the coal. Let's make sure my math is sound. And you've got 270 can go on that belt, which is our max. I believe this said it was 240? 240? Okay, so we got 240 as our hard limit on the coal for the moment, unless they hook up another thing, but it doesn't matter because 270 would be the limit after that, unless they run our belt. So 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. So we're not only in the range that we can handle, we're well within it. And that's with these not being cranked up yet, so put 2 in each of them. And the reason I'm doing 2 in each of them is because if I go more than that, I will slightly exceed the water production. Which the solution would be just 1 more water thing would fix it, but I'll worry about that later. So with that, everything should be good here. So now if we check, we should just see that battery start charging. So the battery should be charging up now. We shouldn't see the yeah, our power capacity is now 1800 megawatts. And we're only consuming about 800 megawatts of that. And slowly we should see those battery banks start popping up and getting sorted out. So with this, let's go ahead and go to our special, our MAM. Well, actually, our crafting thing. And we can... Oh, I've got Caterium on me. Yeah, get that out of my pocket. I don't need it. The sulfur, I actually do need that sulfur for something on the MAM, if I recall correctly. So we'll see if I've got what I need for that. I do want to get 100 of these for the Somber Sloop, because I do think it would be worthwhile, while I'm waiting to get better production stuff late, to put the Somber Sloop in the things that produce my solid biomass. And then later on, I want to do other stuff with them. Let's see here. There was something else that's going to unlock that we needed the... Oh, it was you! And I need the modular frames. That's easy. We can just go down here to modular frames and say I'd like those in my pocket. And we can go to sulfur and experimental power.
Research completed. Experimental power generation research options are now available. These may enhance performance of other fuel sources.
I missed that compacted fuel and turbo... Like, I knew turbo fuel was a thing, but I missed compacted fuel as a thing. Costing a hard drive, that is steep. I'm imagining compacted coal is something I have a procedure there to then make my coal go farther. And we've got the expanded tool belt and all that, that's fine. We can grab all this. And what I'm going to do is we're going to quickly work our way back to, Oh, I can't snooze the ad again, though. It's fine. What I'll do is I'll wrap up here in a minute. I was going to check to see how far along we were on completing Phase 1. But I think the reality is I already know we're not done. Because the factory was offline for a good... like 30-45 minutes because of the power problems. So that is going to be a thing. But we're going to go ahead and get back down here to the main base. We definitely had a productive day. Surprisingly, very little progress on the actual completion of our phases. Actually, here, wait. I'm right here by this one. I believe this is one of the places. Oh, you know what? What was I producing here? Which spot is it? Oh, this is the copper sheets. Yeah, over there's the one. Yeah, we already finished the AI thing. We can go over here and check on the versatile frames. The versatile frames are probably the one that are going to be the farthest behind, the slowest ones. So we have about 5 minutes before we get stuck with an ad, whether I want to or not. So I'm going to check on the versatile frames to see how far along we are, and then we're going to wrap up and find someone to raid. Because, you know, I don't want to stick y'all with another ad just to wrap up immediately after the ad. Would be a feels bad, man. It's not like it's not happened, but it's never deliberate. But I just want to run over here because that building right down there should be making our versatile frames. Let's see where we're at. I'm gonna guess there's gonna be 250 or 300 in there. I'm hoping I'm wrong and it's way higher, but I don't expect to be wrong. Wait, are you not my versatile frames? Yeah, you are. Oh, that is not the way I want to be wrong. Hey, wait, hey, shh. Why is there suddenly a bunch of you here? I don't have time to deal with this, but I'm going to take 2 seconds to do it anyways. Alright, so we can run you over here. Because otherwise I'm going to forget the next time. And then this will still be terrible production rate. And I will be unhappy about that. So I can go right here, run that over here. Merger. Okay. Oh, right. The reason they're running slow has nothing to do with those. It's my steel production isn't up to code. Well, we're not going to fight with the steel right now. So yeah, so the next time I get back, my steel is a big problem. So the downside is we're only about 1/3 of the way through the second resource because my steel is being gobbled up everywhere. And that is a big issue. And that's because I'm using it to make my conveyor belts constantly. And we are getting our steel production in better shape, but I need to escalate that. The good news is we did get a better recipe that has improved our steel output. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. This is a good problem to have. So my steel production's not... The foundries are fine. I literally just have to put down constructors. But I'm going to deal with that later. I'm going to leave the character staying right here. But don't go anywhere because I'm going to be rating out kind of fast so I don't get you all stuck with an ad. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because that's just how YouTube works. If you're watching over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're going to put up our ending stream screen and find someone else to drop a raid on. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel,